Chapter 1209. The Golden Buddha Supreme is here. In the direction of the Demon's Alliance, the Earth Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes. Humph, he won't be able to return this time. The Six-Winged Supremacy sneered. Won't return? The supremacies of the Evil Spirit, Wuxia, and Green Man races did not think that the demons could do it. As a super supremacy, it was very difficult to kill them. Even if they faced two super supremacies, they could at least escape. Moreover, no one could break the Golden Buddha Supreme's golden body 9th refinement stage. How could they make him not return? Of course they kept these words to themselves. Perhaps the demons already had a countermeasure. The number one supremacy of the demons, the Sky Demon Venerable, was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Everyone must give it your all. The Earth Demon Venerable said. Don't worry, Earth Demon Venerable. Since we are here, we naturally won't return empty-handed. Yes, we have long coveted the human race's territory. Today we must take a piece of it no matter what. The supremacies hurriedly nodded. Let's go and meet them. The Earth Demon Venerable flew toward the human race's supremacies. Golden Buddha Supreme, you are here. A female supremacy in the human race's camp looked at the void and said, I was delayed by something. The void shattered and a golden figure descended. It was the person who had been rushing through the void. The Golden Buddha Supreme. One of the human race's super supremacies was equivalent to the backbone of the human race. If he did not come, the human race would definitely lose. After all, the status and role of every super supremacy was irreplaceable. One less meant 2 to 3 less chances of winning. Your golden body 9th refinement stage seems to have improved. A handsome supremacy with green hair said in surprise. Although this handsome supremacy was not a super supremacy, he was a peerless genius of the human race. His title was Langya Supremacy. He was only over 2,000 years old this year, and his strength was second only to the super supremacy. He was in existence at the peak of the high-class supremacy. The Golden Buddha Sovereign smiled and nodded. That's right. My golden body 9 transformations has already reached the limit of the 8th transformation. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the 9th transformation. The golden body 9 transformations had a total of 9 transformations. Every single transformation would increase the difficulty by 10 times. Correspondingly, every bit of improvement could be converted into powerful combat strength. If he could reach the 9th transformation and become the true golden body 9 transformations, there would probably be no one in the world who could break through his golden body 9 transformations. Ah, good. In this way we have a higher chance of repelling them. The person who spoke was even taller than Paragon Golden Buddha, reaching a height of 40 meters. His voice rumbled like thunder. He was the paragon of the Titan tribe, paragon of the mountains and seas. It's a pity that he's only one step away from reaching the 9th transformation. Otherwise, the Demon's Alliance would have suffered a loss this time, Golden Buddha Supreme said with slight regret. Supreme Langya laughed. There's no such thing as pity. We'll deal with it when it comes. I'd like to see what the demons have up their sleeves. They're here. Let's fight. The wild Supreme of the barbarian race licked his lips, his eyes bursting with fighting intent that transcended time and space. Paragon Golden Buddha, I thought you weren't coming. Earth Demon Venerable's voice came from afar. How could I not come to such a grand event? Paragon Golden Buddha replied. Actually, it's a good thing that you're not coming. Because this time there's a high chance that you'll fall. Earth Demon Venerable had no intention of hiding anything. Oh, it seems like you're prepared. Paragon Golden Buddha narrowed his eyes, his forehead glowing with golden light. Why would we start a war if we're not prepared? Although Paragon Six-Winged was talking to Paragon Golden Buddha, his eyes were fixed on the female paragon of the human race, Paragon Zitherheart. Paragon Zitherheart was also a peerless genius of the human race. She had reached a very high level in the Tao of the Zither. She could transform her martial arts into music and use it to perform martial arts. It was said that her music could even reverse the flow of time and space. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. After all, no one could explain the world of a paragon. Furthermore, reversing the flow of time and space was something that even super paragons could not achieve. It would already be amazing if they could only create a space-time vortex. Since that's the case, bring it on. I want to see what you demons have prepared. Supreme Langya said coldly. Langya, your opponent is me. What's the rush? A young paragon from the evil spirit race said mockingly. This person was called Paragon Blood Eye. He possessed the evolved form of the Soul Eye, the soul-destroying heavenly eye. Anyone below the paragon level would be scared out of their wits with just a glance. Even a paragon would have to use a soul defense mystic art before they dared to fight him. Otherwise, even if their soul wouldn't be seriously injured, they would still feel dizzy. He was a peerless genius like Supreme Langya and Supreme Zither Heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evolved the soul-destroying Heavenly Eye. Paragon Blood Eye, do you think that your soul-destroying Heavenly Eye will work on me? Supreme Langya also expressed a strong battle intent. What's the point of saying so much? Let's fight. Paragon Blood Eye looked at Earth Demon Venerable. Let's fight. Earth Demon Venerable waved his hand and said indifferently. Boom. A battle between paragons could be described as a holy war. Both sides hadn't even started fighting, but just the collision of their auras was enough to tear space apart and shake the world. Anyone below the paragon level, even a quasi-paragon, would die from the collision of the auras of a paragon. Only those heaven-defying quasi-paragons could survive. After all, the collision of auras of paragons was destructive. The first to fight was the Earth Demon Venerable and the Golden Buddha Supreme. As the super-paragons of both sides, only the other side was worth fighting. Moreover, they wouldn't let the paragons on their side be in danger. Bus. Hong Zhong's loud voice rang out. The golden light on the Golden Buddha Supreme's body became even more dazzling. It was as if he was made of glazed gold without a single flaw. Golden Buddha Supreme, let me see how much your golden body 9th refinement stage has improved. The Earth Demon Sovereign was like an indomitable demon god. With a slap of his palm, a pitch-black giant palm rushed towards the Golden Buddha Supreme. This pitch-black giant palm was indescribable. The entire world seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness and loneliness. As the palm slammed down, the demon god roared in rage. The Golden Buddha Supreme didn't retreat, and his golden palm met the attack. This palm shone with golden light. It was the palm of the Golden Buddha Supreme. Boom. The space was destroyed. When the two palms came into contact, it was comparable to the might of the heavens. Earth Demon Venerable, you haven't grasped the essence of the Sky Demon Palm. It's far from being comparable to the Sky Demon Venerable. The Golden Buddha Supreme laughed. The Sky Demon Venerable is here. You won't be able to live. Watch me. Earth Demon Venerable threw palm after palm at the Golden Buddha Supreme. Each palm was stronger and more ferocious than the previous. The Sky Demon Palm was the ultimate technique of the Sky Demon Venerable. It contained the essence of the Sky Demon Venerable. Although Earth Demon Venerable had learned it, he couldn't reach the level of the Sky Demon Venerable. Of course, he also added his own techniques. After all, he was also a super paragon. Chapter 12:10. While the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Sovereign were fighting, the other Supremes had also found their own opponents. Supreme Langya's opponent was the Blood Eye Supreme. Supreme Zitherheart's opponent was the Six-Winged Supreme. Supreme Shanhai's opponent was the Yiksha race's Sky Splitter Supreme, and Supreme Wild's opponent was the Green Man race's Mammoth Supreme. In short, none of them were idle. Some were fighting one-on-one, while others were fighting one-on-two. Supreme Langya's opponent, the Blood Eye Supreme, was extremely terrifying. A blood-colored vertical eye opened on his forehead and waves of blood-colored light shot towards Supreme Langya like raging waves. Blood Eye Supreme, if this is all you've got, then you'll lose for sure. Supreme Langya used a secret soul defense technique and wasn't afraid of the soul destruction Heavenly Eye. He was an expert in rod techniques. Before the rod was even swung out, a monstrous aura had already spread out and contained a soul attack. Of course, this soul attack was useless against Supremes. Only those below the Supremes would be afraid of it. After all, the rod's main function was to attack energy, not soul. Supreme Langya roared and soared into the sky, swinging his rod towards the Blood Eye Supreme. The first strike of the sky crushing 3 rods, Mountain Splitter. With a clang, the Mountain Splitter was blocked. A blood-colored sword appeared in the Blood Eye Supreme's hand. He raised it and blocked Supreme Langya's rod. He mocked, "You really haven't improved at all. I haven't even used my full strength yet." "Is that so?" Supreme Langya sneered. "Shit." The Blood Eye Sovereign's expression changed all of a sudden. At first there was no wind or ripple and it was extremely calm. But as soon as the Blood Eye Sovereign blocked it, a terrifying force erupted. It was as if the force could split the heavens and earth apart, and it was transmitted to the Blood Eye Sovereign through the blood-colored sword. Rumble. The space shattered and the time and space became chaotic. The Blood Eye Supreme was sent flying, his long hair disheveled. "Taste my second strike, Sea Splitter." Supreme Langya chased after the Blood Eye Supreme and struck out with his second strike. This strike was even more ferocious than Mountain Splitter. It had the aura of splitting open the sea. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared in the vast space. This was a spatial crack. This crack wasn't in a fragmented state. Instead, it was in a state where water was being split apart. Moreover, it was constantly collapsing inward. The Blood-Eye Sovereign was at the very center of the crack. Supreme Langya, don't underestimate me. The Blood-Eye Sovereign let out a long roar as his long black hair rose into the sky. He swung the blood-red sword in his hand, unleashing countless blood-red sword rays that weaved together to form a blood-red net of death. The black crack was instantly sliced open. The third strike, sky-shattering. Supreme Langya was expressionless as he swung his staff for the third time. This strike was soundless and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, as if everything had been frozen solid. Only the strike continued forward. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge black hole appeared. The Blood-Eye Sovereign was smashed into the black hole, and no one knew where he went. A few breaths later, a part of the space shattered, and the Blood-Eyed Sovereign came out in a sorry state. Damn it, how dare you make me look like this? Where am I? The Blood-Eye Sovereign let out a furious roar and scanned his surroundings. Even though Supreme Langya's strike did not hurt him, and only consumed some of his energy, he was sent to an unfamiliar place by his opponent. That strike contained the power of space and time. Most of the stronger sovereigns had already mastered the space ultimacy, and only the time ultimacy was slightly different. Some had comprehended it to 30%, while others had only comprehended it to 10%. Supreme Langya's attainment in the time ultimacy was extremely high, and he was no weaker than a supreme. Found it. The void was like a transparent glass in the Supreme Blood-Eye's eyes. Very quickly he saw the battlefield from afar. Supreme Langya sent him to an unfamiliar place and joined forces with another Supreme Sovereign to attack the opponent. The opponent could only defend with all their might and was on the verge of losing. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Blood-Eye Sovereign dashed towards the battlefield like a flickering light dot, teleporting at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 Black rays of light refracted back and forth. It was as if the void had turned into a prism, unable to stop her at all. A black crack flashed and it was about to injure Supreme Qin Heart. Ding! Supreme Qin Heart didn't even look at it. She lightly plucked the strings in her hand and instantly, a red ray of light burst forth, suppressing the black crack. Supreme Qin Heart, your speed is useless against me. Supreme Qin Heart said indifferently. Oh, it seems so. The light solidified and the six-winged sovereign appeared. As a descendant of the Dark Witch, the six-winged sovereign was extremely powerful, and her greatest strength was her speed. She had 3 pairs of wings on her back and each pair had a different function. However, they all had the same function and that was acceleration. This acceleration wasn't just simply acceleration, but it also contained the attributes of space and time. As long as one was strong enough, they could even travel against the current in the river of time and space and arrive in the future. Unfortunately, Supreme Qin Heart's zither music was extremely mysterious, and she was completely unaffected. Since that's the case, let me see what's so mysterious about your zither music. The six-winged sovereign no longer used speed to confuse her opponent, and she chose to attack head-on. Supreme Qin Heart's eyelids drooped, and her slender jade-like palms pressed on the zither strings. She muttered to herself, please listen to the first song, 100 flowers lose their color. Ding ding dong dong. It was like a small bridge, like a flowing stream, like a quietly blooming flower. The entire world changed in an instant. It became colorful and then lost its color. The six-winged sovereign could no longer see anything else. Her eyes had lost their function, and even her soul power couldn't sense anything. She could only hear the beautiful zither music. It's actually so beautiful. A dazed look flashed in the six-winged sovereign's eyes. No, that was close. In that instant, the six-winged sovereign's soul power dissipated, and the zither music seeped into her soul sea. It's indeed powerful. The 3 pairs of wings on the six-winged sovereign's back flapped slowly at first, and after a few breaths, the flapping speed became faster and faster. Waves of spacetime waves spread out. Boom. The colorless world collapsed, and the six-winged sovereign looked at Supreme Qin Heart. It's already been 2 hours. Supreme Qin Heart said indifferently. Don't be too complacent. The six-winged sovereign's expression turned solemn, and she no longer dared to underestimate the other party. The second song, Goddess Hand. Supreme Qin Heart ignored the other party and continued to play the zither. The six-winged sovereign only felt that the distance between her and the other party was getting farther and farther, and she couldn't catch up no matter what. At this moment, an illusory image of a goddess appeared. Judging from the aura of this goddess, she had already surpassed the Supremes and reached the true God realm. A slender hand stretched out, covering the sky and earth, and there was nowhere to escape. Do you think I'll still be confused? The six-winged sovereign sneered. She straightened her palm and it turned into a palm blade. This palm blade was incomparably huge, and even if there was a life planet in front of it, it would be split apart. However, the goddess only needed to press her palm lightly to dissolve this palm blade. Impossible. How can you be so strong? This goddess image can't be real either. The six-winged sovereign couldn't accept it. In the distance, Supreme Chien-Heart's face turned slightly pale. The goddess image naturally wasn't the real goddess image, or else she would have long been invincible. The six-winged sovereign's palm blade seemed to have been dissolved by the goddess hand, but in fact, it had already affected her. This was because she was one with the goddess image. The zither music became more urgent, and the goddess hand easily grabbed the six-winged sovereign. Open for me. The six-winged sovereign bled from her 7 orifices, and the 3 pairs of wings on her back cut open the goddess hand. A brief moment of chaos appeared in spacetime. Chapter 12:11. As expected of the Dark Witch. Supremacy Zither Heart had long known that her opponent wouldn't be so easy to deal with. It was already difficult to make him suffer a little. After all, at their level, unless the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to kill her opponent. Of course, her intention wasn't to kill her opponent, but to trap her. A supremacy with the advantage of speed was extremely dangerous to ordinary human supremacies. No one knew if she would find the time to launch a sneak attack on a human supremacy. Please listen to my Zither Dao's supreme song, Spacetime Repentance. Supremacy Zither Heart took a deep breath, her eyes incomparably focused. Ding dong. The zither music rang out and the world changed. The flow of time in the surroundings was reversed. It was no longer moving forward but moving backward. At first, the speed of the reversal wasn't fast and it cancelled out the original flow of time. But as the zither music reached its climax, the speed of the reversal increased several times. It wasn't frightening to see it happen a few times, but it was frightening to see it happen a few dozen times or 100 times. Stacking up, it was unknown how many months or years it would take. Spacetime repentance, as the name implied, was the repentance of time and space, hoping to return to the past and start anew. This song was infused with Supremacy Zither Heart's understanding of the Zither Dao, as well as the profound of spacetime. As long as the zither music was present, the changes in spacetime were all under her control. Of course, there was a limit to this control. With her realm, it was impossible for her to return to a few hundred years ago or even a few thousand years ago. There was no need to fight. The six-winged supremacy was a young supremacy, and it was unknown what he was doing a few thousand years ago. You can reverse spacetime, but I can also go against the flow. The six-winged paragon's beautiful eyes shone with a shocking cold light. The wings on her back flapped rapidly as she advanced at high speeds. As she advanced, she actually closed in on the present bit by bit. She was moving against the flow of the river of time and space. It was as though in a surging river, a weak fish could only go with the flow, while a strong fish could swim against the current. Without a doubt, the six-winged paragon was a strong fish. Spacetime Repentance's ultimate profound, spacetime shift. Sovereign Zither Heart placed all 10 of her fingers on the zither strings. With a twang, the strings began to play, and the spacetime around the six-winged autarch seemed to break away from the universe, becoming a separate piece of spacetime. Then, Sovereign Zither Heart teleported this spacetime to an even more distant past. Of course, after doing all this, Zither Heart also spat out a mouthful of blood, her entire body weakened significantly. Spacetime Repentance's control over spacetime was simply too strong, which led to a huge backlash. If it was an ordinary spacetime repentance, it would at most weaken Prime Zither Heart for a short period of time. However, after using spacetime shift, she lost at least 2,000 years of her lifespan. Even autarchs had limited lifespans. Under normal circumstances, autarchs could only live for 100,000 years. 2,000 years was no small number. Fortunately, I can trap her for a while. Supreme Zither Heart heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had sent the six-winged sovereign over with his strength, he would definitely be able to rush back. It was just a matter of time. After losing her opponent, Zither Heart began to help the human autarchs fight against the alien autarchs. In the battle between autarchs, the giant tribe's Mountain Sea Autarch and the Wuxia tribe's Sky Splitter were the most powerful. The Mountain Sea Autarch was 400 feet tall, which was equivalent to 132 meters. Although Sky Splitter wasn't as tall, the Wuxia wings on his back were large enough. When they were spread out, they were dozens of meters long. Compared to the Yaksha wings, his body was much smaller, only 10 meters tall. The battle between the two was different from the other autarchs. They fought head-on without any tricks or tricks. They just fought head-on. Whoever fell first would be the loser. The Mountain Sea autarch's defense was stronger. After all, the giant tribe relied on defense to survive. Sky Splitter's attack was stronger. Every move he made tore through the void. Wherever the two of them went, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth shattering could be heard. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a volcano erupting, sometimes it was like the earth was collapsing, and sometimes it was like heaven and earth were being destroyed. The number of autarchs on both sides added up to more than 50. Countless planets were destroyed by the shockwaves. Even planets with life weren't spared. The Xuanwu ruins was expanding. With every battle, the Xuanwu ruins would expand a little. Of course, the battle between the Golden Buddha supremacy and the Earth Demon supremacy was the most terrifying. The autarchs participating in this battle were only a portion of the various races. After all, this wasn't a decisive battle, and it wasn't a matter of life and death. There wasn't a need to call all the autarchs over. They had to leave some behind to protect the important areas of their races. Therefore, the Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy had the highest status and were the strongest. The Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy were already fighting fiercely. The Earth Demon supremacy let out a long roar. His long black hair soared into the sky, covering the sun and moon. His hands were pitch black. When he struck out with his palm, the pitch-black palm wind transformed into countless evil spirits that pounced at the Golden Buddha supremacy. Among the evil spirits, there was the Evil Spirit King and the Evil Spirit Ancestor. They surrounded the Golden Buddha supremacy, wanting to bite his flesh. This was the Earth Demon supremacy's unique skill, Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage. The Sky Demon Palm was strong in terms of attack power, while the Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage was strong in terms of endurance. As long as the Earth Demon supremacy's energy wasn't exhausted, there would be an endless number of evil spirits that would never disappear. Although the Golden Buddha supremacy wasn't afraid of being bitten by thousands of evil spirits, he couldn't escape in a short time. After all, there were too many evil spirits in all directions. There were even evil spirits surging over from the void. The Earth Demon supremacy's palm wind wasn't that easy to avoid. Since he couldn't escape, the Golden Buddha supremacy didn't move. His six-yang golden body sat cross-legged in the void, and below him was a huge golden lotus platform. The moment the lotus platform appeared, the evil spirits died one after another. They couldn't get close to the Golden Buddha supremacy at all. Boundless Buddha light. The Golden Buddha supremacy's eyes seemed to be closed. He struck out with his palm and there was a swastika on his palm. The swastika shone with golden light as if it was branded on his palm. As the palm struck out, a golden wave soared into the sky, attacking the Earth Demon supremacy on the other side of the evil spirit tide. Ah! Golden Buddha supremacy, didn't you want to know what we are prepared for? The Earth Demon supremacy soared into the sky and collided with the golden palm head-on. With a pew sound, the golden palm shattered. The Earth Demon supremacy wielded a blood-red spear and attacked the Golden Buddha supremacy. The spear was too fast, so fast that the Golden Buddha supremacy couldn't react in time. This wasn't the power of the Earth Demon supremacy, but the power of the blood-red spear. Saint Tool. The Golden Buddha supremacy's expression changed. With a pew sound, the 9 transformations golden body that was said to be unbreakable was broken. The blood-red spear pierced into the Golden Buddha supremacy's shoulder. The tip of the spear came out from his back, bringing along a large amount of golden blood. With a painful expression, the Golden Buddha supremacy used all his strength to counterattack the Earth Demon supremacy. The Earth Demon supremacy also countered with his left palm. Bang! The Earth Demon supremacy was sent flying. The Golden Buddha supremacy was also thrown off the Lotus platform. Chapter 12:12. The demons actually have another saint artifact? What should we do now? The Golden Buddha Supreme won't be able to withstand a saint artifact. Even if the true Martial Supreme came, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of a saint artifact. At most, he would barely be able to hold his ground. No wonder the demons dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. They've prepared a saint artifact. The Supremes of both sides were paying close attention to this battle. When the Supremes of the demon race saw the Earth Demon Venerable injuring the Golden Buddha Supreme with a single strike, they were overjoyed. On the other hand, the faces of the human race Supremes were gloomy and anxious. What a good killing move. The Golden Buddha Supreme's face was ashen. The golden light around him dimmed significantly, showing signs of flaws. His 9 revolutions golden body wasn't afraid of any kind of attack. Even if the Sky Archdevil came, it could only exhaust his energy, unable to injure him. However, a saint artifact was different. It contained an unimaginable power. As long as one was hit, one's origin would be drained, requiring one's full strength to suppress it. As for recovering, it would take years of hard work. However, there was no time for him to suppress his injuries. He didn't expect the demons to have another saint artifact. Most likely, not even the ordinary supremes among the demons were aware of this, only the core members knew some inside information. The so-called saint artifact was a powerful weapon above supreme artifacts. In fact, a saint artifact was a transformation from a supreme artifact, and the key to the transformation was divine stones. Speaking of divine stones, one had to mention the miracles. Miracles were treasures left behind by a true god. Not only were there all kinds of treasures inside, but there were also divine stones that contained a trace of a true god's power. Every time a supreme artifact fused with a divine stone, it would grow stronger, and after a certain amount, it would transform into a saint artifact. If an ordinary supremes had a saint artifact, they would immediately become a super supremes. A super supremes with a saint artifact would be invincible under the heavens. Only a supremes with a saint artifact could contend against them. At present, the number of known saint artifacts could be counted on one's fingers. The demon's heavenly demon's sacred armor, the human race's true martial divine Jian, the Yaksha tribe's blood-dripping spear, the giant tribe's giant god's pillar, there were less than 10 of them. Every additional one was a major event. This was countless times more terrifying than having an additional supreme being. The demon's sacred heavenly demonic armor was a defensive saint artifact. Although after refining it, its offensive power had increased, it was still limited. It was only a few times stronger than a supreme artifact, far from a pure offensive saint artifact. But now, the demons actually had an offensive saint artifact. No wonder they dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. Supreme Golden Buddha, this spear is called the Bloodthirst Spear. It's your honor to die in its hands. Earth Demon Venerable had a triumphant smile on his face. The predecessor of the bloodthirsty spear was not the weapon of one of the supremes of the demons. To be more specific, it was an ancient sacred weapon. The celestial demon Venerable obtained it by chance and then began to formulate the invasion plan. The Earth Demon Venerable only had the temporary right to use the bloodthirsty spear. After the war, the celestial demon Venerable would take it back. With the Sky Demon's sacred armor and bloodthirsty spear, Sky Demon Sovereign had a faint aura of invincibility. Bring it on. The Golden Buddha Supreme circulated the 9 revolutions golden body with all his might. The golden radiance on his body intensified once again, like a golden flame. Although the muzzle on his shoulder couldn't be closed, it was no longer bleeding. Clearly, the Golden Buddha Supreme had temporarily suppressed the injury, preventing it from spreading and spreading. Reckless fool. The bloodthirsty spear in Earth Demon Venerable's hand danced several times as he attacked Supreme Golden Buddha again. This time, Supreme Golden Buddha focused all his attention on the spear. If he could predict the spear's trajectory, he could at least slightly resist it. Otherwise, if there was another injury, the situation would be dire. I see it. The Golden Buddha Sovereign was glaring angrily as he slapped the side of the bloodthirst spear with his palm in an attempt to block it. Dream on. The bloodthirsty spear was like a snake in Earth Demon Venerable's hand. The spear bent, and the tip pierced through Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm, cutting off a piece of golden flesh. Supreme Golden Buddha, I'm here to help you. Supreme Zither Heart hurried over when she saw that the situation was bad. Die. Earth Demon Venerable casually stabbed his spear at Supreme Zither Heart. Goddess Hand. Paragon Zither Heart started playing the tune of Goddess Hand. Instantly, an image of a goddess appeared. A gigantic goddess hand pressed against the blood-colored spear light, and with a crackling sound, the goddess hand shattered. Paragon Zither Heart coughed out a mouthful of blood. Earth Demon Venerable was much stronger than her, and with the bloodthirsty spear, it was already not bad that she could block it once. It was all thanks to the mystical goddess hand. Qingxin Leaf. This demon isn't someone you can handle. The wound on Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm stopped bleeding, but there was a piece of flesh missing, which looked very disharmonious. Amicham. Supreme Zither Heart nodded. She thought that she could stop the Earth Demon Venerable for a while, but she didn't expect that he could injure her with a saint artifact. If he attacked again, she would be heavily injured even if she didn't die. There was no third possibility. However, she shuddered when she thought of the consequences of Supreme Golden Buddha's death. The human race would lose a supreme, and this was a catastrophic result. Even 10 ordinary supremes couldn't make up for it. Moreover, there hadn't been many supremes appearing in the human race in recent years. After her was Supreme Langia, and after that there were very few heaven-defying quasi-supremes. Of course, Green-Robed Emperor was one of them. As for those peerless geniuses who had just shown their brilliance, they were still too immature and needed time to develop. However, the demons wouldn't give them that time. They had invaded the Black Tortoise starfield this time, and next would be the White Tiger starfield, then the Vermilion Bird starfield, and the Azure Dragon starfield. The demons' plan to devour the human race step by step was being carried out. Supreme Golden Buddha, I've said it before. This time you will die without a doubt. Earth Demon Venerable stared coldly at Supreme Golden Buddha. Death isn't scary. I'm already prepared. However, if you want to kill me, you have to pay a price. Supreme Golden Buddha didn't panic. As a Supreme Venerable, he had long seen through life and death. To him, death was also life. The only thing he couldn't let go of was the human race. It seems that you're prepared to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Venerable didn't say anything else. With a roar, he displayed his strongest technique and charged at Supreme Golden Buddha. This spear surpassed time and space. Wherever the spear passed, there was no longer space or time. There was only slaughter and bloodthirst. Anyone below the level of a supreme would immediately fall into depravity upon sensing this aura. Supreme Golden Buddha's eyes drooped. He put his palms together and golden light burst out from his body. He looked like a Buddha who had sacrificed himself for a righteous cause. Suddenly he struck out with his palm. This was also his strongest palm strike, a palm that had sacrificed life and death. Unfortunately, the gap was still a gap. Without a divine artifact, even if Supreme Golden Buddha cultivated the 9 revolutions golden body to the 9th revolution, there was no way he could win. At most he could hold on for a long time. Poof! The golden palm was pierced. Earth Demon Venerable was unstoppable. He pointed his spear at Supreme Golden Buddha's forehead. If the spear hit, Supreme Golden Buddha would definitely die. Clang! At the critical moment, a bronze mace blocked the bloodthirsty spear. The tip of the mace shook and the bloodthirsty spear immediately bent. Earth Demon Venerable flew backward with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Supreme True Martial. Earth Demon Venerable stared at the tall middle-aged man with the bronze mace. This person was the mainstay of the human race, the #1 Supreme True Martial. The bronze mace in his hand was none other than the divine artifact, the True Martial Divine Mace. Chapter 12:13. The True Martial Divine Truncheon was the strongest divine weapon. The True Martial Supreme was one of the top supremes in the universe. Only the Celestial Demon Master of the Demons and a few other supremes could contend with him. The human race had been able to stand for so many years without him. He was like a mountain shielding the human race from the wind and the rain. Without the Golden Buddha Supreme, the human race would suffer a great loss. Without the True Martial Supreme, the human race would perish. It could be said that his life was tied to the survival of the entire race. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't show himself. He had to protect himself first, then the human race. But now he had no choice. The Golden Buddha Supreme couldn't be missing either. Without his right-hand man, he couldn't do anything alone. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was filled with bitterness. Come out, Celestial Demon Master. The True Martial Supreme looked into the void. Haha, I can't hide it from you. Suddenly, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He had 3 horns on his head and a demonic eye between his eyebrows. His body was almost 7 zhang tall, 1 zhang taller than the Golden Buddha Supreme and almost the same height as the True Martial Supreme. He wore a black and golden sacred armor that seemed to be one with his body without any gaps. The terrifying aura he exuded was more than 2 times stronger than that of the Earth Demon Venerable. This was the strongest supremes of the demons, the Celestial Demon Master. It would be strange if you didn't come. The True Martial Supreme looked calm. True Martial Supreme, I'll give the human race a chance. If you can retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy, this war will be over. I'll give you some time to consider. The Celestial Demon Master was shocked. Oh, you'll give us a chance? The True Martial Supreme asked. Of course, it's not that we want to exterminate the human race, it's just that the territories occupied by the human race are a little too much. The heavens are unfair, the Black Tortoise Galaxy is only one of the 4 major galaxies. Losing one doesn't mean much to the human race, right? 3 vital galaxies are enough for you to thrive. The True Martial Supreme sneered. This time it's the Black Tortoise Galaxy. The next time it'll be the White Tiger Galaxy. You're dreaming if you think you can take the Black Tortoise Galaxy without losing a single soldier. As expected, you are still so stubborn. Then let's fight. Actually, I hope that you refuse. After so many years, let me see how much your strength has improved. Give me the gun. The Heavenly Demon Sovereign stretched out his right hand. Whoosh. Earth Demon Venerable threw the Bloodthirst Spear to Celestial Demon Venerable. If you want to fight, let's fight. Supreme True Marshal was not afraid at all. Clad in the Sky Demon Sacred Armor and wielding the Bloodthirsty Spear, Sky Demon Sovereign's aura reached a new peak, as if it would never end. In comparison, True Marshal Sovereign was starting to pale in comparison. Kill? The Celestial Demon Sovereign raised the Bloodthirst Spear high up, and his voice echoed throughout the boundless space. Hearing the Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor's voice, the soldiers and generals of the Demons Alliance went into a frenzy. The Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor's strength gave them hope of defeating the human race. As long as they could defeat the human race and occupy the Black Tortoise Starfield, every one of them would reap a great harvest. The stronger ones might even be given a city. True Marshal Domain, Boundless 7 stars. Supreme True Marshal's expression was cold and solemn. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly filled the air, covering the vast starry sky. This was Supreme True Marshal's realm of True Marshal. In an instant, all the human soldiers who participated in the battle saw the 7 shining stars. As long as the 7 stars existed, Supreme True Marshal would also exist. In terms of domain, Supreme True Marshal was stronger than Sky Demon Sovereign. Of course, the Sky Demon Sovereign's Sky Demon realm was not bad either. It was like the capital of a demon kingdom. With the Sky Demon realm, the Sky Demon Sovereign's power could be unleashed to 120% or even more. This meant that ordinary Supremes were no match for him. The True Marshal Sovereign's True Marshal realm was the same. Boom boom boom. Before the two of them made a move, the Sky Demon Domain and True Marshal Domain collided. In an instant, time and space shattered, turning into chaos. The stronger the domain, the more exclusive it was. It was impossible for them to coexist. Supreme True Marshal, take my spear. Sky Demon Sovereign shot into the sky and dived down, thrusting his spear at Supreme True Marshal. In Sky Demon Sovereign's hands, the Bloodthirst Spear was more than twice as powerful as Earth Demon Sovereign's. The sky was filled with crimson spear radiance. The radiance cut through time and space, as well as Supreme True Marshal's True Marshal Domain. Bring it on. The True Marshal Supreme swung the True Marshal Divine Mace. Clang. All the Supremes' hearts skipped a beat. The sound of the Bloodthirst Spear and the True Marshal Divine Mace clashing was too terrifying. It was like an explosion in their hearts, making their blood boil. At the point of contact between the two of them, sparks that seemed to split the heavens and earth sprayed out. Although each of these sparks was only the size of a longan, their power could probably annihilate countless ordinary planets. Even planets with life would suffer damage because they not only contained the energy of both sides, but also their wills. The first exchange ended in a draw. Both were pushed back a few million miles. Whoosh. The two clashed again without needing any time. Clang. This time the sparks were like fire snakes or fire dragons. They were so hot that they could melt everything in the world. Supreme True Marshal, is your True Marshal 7 trials just SOSO? Said the Sky Demon Sovereign. There are 5 more trials. Let's see. Supreme True Marshal had 7 ultimate arts. When combined, they were the True Marshal 7 trials. The weakest of the 7 trials was a Supreme Martial Art. Of course, there was a difference in strength between Supreme Martial Arts. It all depended on the degree of integration of ultimacy. The 5th trial, Human Disaster. Supreme True Marshal split into 4 and surrounded Heavenly Demon Venerable. Each of them had 100% of their strength, and there was not a trace of falsehood. The 4 of them had quadrupled combat strength, which was many times more exquisite than Peerless King Agio's Martial Path Phantom. After all, Agio's Martial Path Phantom could only display one unique skill, while Supreme True Marshal's was obviously different. If I can't even block the Human Disaster, then I don't need to live anymore. The Sky Demon Sovereign sneered. His entire body suddenly spun. A sound like an egg breaking was heard. A giant black hole formed and time and space collapsed. Crackle. Supreme True Marshal's attack landed on the black hole and was instantly absorbed, making the black hole grow. The 6th trial, Heaven and Earth Disaster. Supreme True Marshal's expression did not change. The 4 figures merged into one. The next moment, Supreme True Marshal swung his mace at the black hole. This attack contained the 4 ultimacies of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 ultimacies formed a perfect combination, glowing with chaotic light. The black hole could absorb any kind of energy, but it could not absorb the chaotic energy. Bang! The black hole was split open. Take my Sky Demon Spear. The Sky Demon palm of the Sky Demon Lord was no longer restricted by form. It could be transformed into any other martial art. With the bloodthirsty spear, the power of the Sky Demon palm increased by several times. A giant demon god shadow glowed with a bloody light. Crack! Something was broken. The two flew out at the same time. This time, Supreme True Martial was at a disadvantage. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, he did not have a divine weapon like the Sky Demon Sacred Armor, so he could not block all the impact. On the other hand, the Sky Demon Lord could ignore defense and only attack. Chapter 12:14. Looks like Supreme True Martial is no match for Celestial Demon Sovereign. We'll definitely win this battle. Earth Demon Sovereign calmed down and looked at Supreme Golden Buddha. Supreme Golden Buddha was about the same level as him at his peak. Now that he was injured by the Bloodlust Spear, he must have lost some of his origin energy. In addition, he had to use a portion of his cultivation to suppress his injuries. It would be amazing if he had 60 to 70% of his peak strength. Earth Demon Sovereign, on the other hand, was still at his peak. The two started fighting again without saying a word. Supreme Langya and another Supreme from the Demon race injured a Supreme from the Yiksha race. But at this moment, the blood-eyed Supreme rushed over and charged at Supreme Langya furiously. Supreme Zither Heart fought against Supreme Six-Winged, who had just returned from the river of time and space. It was a tragic scene. Supreme True Martial, you're no match for me. From now on, I'm the rightful #1 sovereign. I'm invincible. Celestial Demon Sovereign fought fiercely with the Bloodlust Spear in hand. I may not be your match, but it's still too early for you to become the #1 sovereign. Supreme True Martial wasn't a match for the Heavenly Demon Venerable. Even though he had only suffered a little, the Heavenly Demon Venerable could maintain his peak battle power with the Heavenly Demon Sacred Armor, while he couldn't. However, the universe was so vast that even a Supreme could only see half an iceberg. Who knew if there were any powerful beings or races? I'll see who's stronger than me after I take over this universe. Celestial Demon Sovereign didn't hide his ambition. Bring it on. It won't be that easy to take over the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Supreme True Martial was wearing a 7-star Taoist robe. The True Martial Divine Mace in his hand shone like lightning. That injury didn't affect him at all. This was how battles between Supreme Sovereigns were. As long as the gap wasn't too big, the battle wouldn't end quickly. On the other side, the battle between Supreme Golden Buddha and Earth Demon Sovereign had reached its climax. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Golden Buddha Sovereign was on the verge of collapse. This wasn't because of the pressure from the Earth Demon Sovereign, but the injuries left behind by the bloodthirsty spear. Every time he exchanged blows with the Earth Demon Sovereign, his injuries would worsen. Unless he could stop the battle immediately, it would only be a vicious cycle. Supreme Golden Buddha, what's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? I still want to fight with you a little longer. Earth Devil Venerable had a relaxed expression. He also didn't want to force the Golden Buddha Supreme into a corner. Otherwise, if the other party disregarded his injuries and attacked himself, he wouldn't be able to handle it. What he wanted was exactly this kind of effect, boiling a frog in warm water. It's alright. It's not as bad as you think. The Golden Buddha Supreme formed a seal with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a Golden Buddha seal that blasted out. Brat damn it. Once your immortal energy is exhausted, I will definitely make you suffer. After the soul-extinguishing needle's power was completely exhausted, Green Boring Emperor had no way to deal with Yi Chen. In terms of offense, the latter was only slightly weaker than him, but in terms of agility the latter was much stronger. He couldn't even teleport near the latter, as the latter would always dodge at the last moment. Moreover, his 6th-layer sword domain made him gnash his teeth in hatred. This kind of sword domain, which contained the power of space freezing, was simply the natural enemy of teleportation. If the latter's cultivation base were a bit higher, reaching the 7th layer of life and death realm, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to teleport accurately. Green Boring Emperor felt that Yi Chen was hard to deal with, but how could Yi Chen not feel that every second was torture? His battle strength was at most equivalent to a low-level emperor, far inferior to a mid-level emperor like Green Boring Emperor. Although he could drag it out until now, as time went on, Green Boring Emperor would still be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, a gap was a gap. It could be made up for a while, but not for a long time. I'm afraid the human race is going to lose. Although Yi Chen couldn't see the situation in the supreme battlefield, the appearance of the Sky Demon Venerable gave him a huge shock. The other party's kill, was full of confidence. Moreover, since the Demons Alliance dared to attack Black Tortoise Starfield, they must have at least a 50% chance of success. Otherwise, there would be no need to muster such a large force. With the defeat of the human race, the demons will become even more powerful. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Elysium. The power of the demons covered almost the boundless starry sky, and they could be found everywhere. Yi Chen fought for Elysium, and now it was the turn of the entire human race. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak, not even at the 7th layer of life and death realm. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the strength. In Elysium he was a leading figure, but in the 4 great starfields he was just an ordinary member. To grow to a certain height he needed sufficient time. The situation of the human race is pressing. Whether it's for myself or for the human race, I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yi Chen inwardly said. The longer time passed, the weaker Gold Buddha Supreme's battle strength became. At this moment, the golden radiance on his body was gradually extinguishing, like a candle reaching its end. This won't do. I have to hold on for a while longer. Gold Buddha Supreme was clear that once he fell, Earth Demon Venerable would be able to deal with the other Supremes, and the situation would be dire. Die Gold Buddha Supreme. Earth Demon Venerable wouldn't give Gold Buddha Supreme a chance. He didn't hesitate to waste demonic power and bombarded Gold Buddha Supreme. The frightening shockwaves caused the space within thousands of li to become chaotic. Anyone below the Supreme's realm would either be killed by the shockwaves or turned into nothingness by the spacetime turbulence. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out as Gold Buddha Supreme was blasted away. What was frightening was not the injuries inflicted by Earth Demon Venerable, but the injuries on his right arm and shoulder. These 2 injuries were caused by the Bloodthirst Spear. Now that Gold Buddha Supreme was no longer suppressing them, they immediately went berserk. Since the Bloodthirst Spear had the name of Bloodthirst, it naturally wasn't just for show. Gold Buddha. True Martial Supreme's brows twitched as he looked at Gold Buddha Supreme. I can still hold on. Gold Buddha Supreme barely managed to open his mouth. True Martial Supreme didn't speak. His face was filled with contemplation. After a long time he took a deep breath, gathered his true essence and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. Retreat from the Black Tortoise Star Field. We will counterattack another day." Originally, True Martial Supreme didn't plan to give up the Black Tortoise Star Field so easily. But now the situation wasn't on their side. Gold Buddha Supreme obviously couldn't hold on any longer. Compared to the Black Tortoise Star Field, the future of the human race was more important. He couldn't put all his strength here. Otherwise, the human race would be destroyed, and the Demons Alliance would at most suffer a great loss. We've lost. That's True Martial Supreme's voice. We've really lost. Countless Human Race Alliance soldiers were bewildered. Everyone retreat. The marshals and generals were the first to react. They couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts. It was more important to retreat. Unless it was a critical moment, True Martial Supreme wouldn't give the order to retreat. Don't let them escape. Kill. On the other side, the Demons Alliance's morale soared, and they chased after Yi Chen in a frenzy. The number of sovereigns chasing after Yi Chen increased from 1 green drum sovereign to 3. Of the other 2, one was a mid-level sovereign, and the other was a low-level sovereign. Kill. Kill. The defeat was too tragic. In an instant, countless experts died on the human race's side, almost half of their original number. There were many transmission arrays on Heaven Eye Star. Yi Chen rushed to Heaven Eye Star with all his might. As for the Snow Air Emperor, the Stone Statue Emperor, and the others, they were completely separated. Boom boom. Being chased by 3 sovereigns, no matter how good Yi Chen's movement technique was, it was useless. He was hit twice in a row. The time immemorial singular energy armor on his body was damaged, and the immortal energy in his body was completely exhausted. On Heaven Eye Star, countless Human Race Alliance soldiers were teleporting. It was actually better for them to be organized. After all, if they were scattered, they would only lose more lives. Unfortunately, they weren't real soldiers, and obeying orders was their number 1 rule. Secondly, the battlefield was too vast, and there was no way to gather everyone together. If they had the time to gather, they might as well run. As for which option was better, no one knew. In any case, no matter which option was chosen, the human race's casualties were inevitable. This was the cruelty of war. Entering Heaven Eye Star's atmosphere, Yi Chen's speed decreased sharply. Fortunately, he had the space profound, so his agility didn't decrease much. At this time, he had no choice but to use others as his cover. There were countless sovereigns of the Human Race Alliance rushing to Heaven Eye Star. Yi Chen was not eye-catching at all. If the three sovereigns wanted to use their soul power to scan him, they would need to spend 1 or 2 breaths' time. Taking advantage of this short time, Yi Chen rushed to the nearest transmission array. Swish! A light flashed, and Yi Chen appeared on the transmission array. There were many people beside him, and they were all anxious, waiting to be teleported. These few breaths' time felt like years to them. Here. The green boring emperor found Yi Chen. Instantly the 3 sovereigns rushed over. 2 breaths' time. 3 breaths' time. Bus. The transmission array was activated. But then the light of the transmission array was shattered. Chapter 12:15. Get lost. In the teleportation formation there was not only Yi Chen but also a human sovereign. He was Wolf Fist King, the second disciple of Beast Fist King, a 4-star general of the human race. He had inherited Beast Fist King's Tao of Beast Fist, but it was more of his own. He had been raised by a giant wolf, so he had a deep understanding of wolves. His fist art was Wolf Fist, the ultimate wolf fist. Ow! The roar of a giant wolf rang out as the wolf boxing emperor threw a punch at the green boring emperor and the other 2. This punch transformed into countless vicious wolves that wanted to devour their target, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with a vigorous and ruthless momentum. Bang bang bang. Green boring emperor and the other 2 were not prepared for the sudden appearance of a sovereign. Caught off guard, they were all sent flying, their hair disheveled. It's a mid-level sovereign. And a little stronger than green boring emperor. Yi Chen judged the strength of Wolf Fist King based on the comparison. Among the mid-level sovereigns there were strong and weak ones. The weak ones were only a little stronger than the low-level sovereigns, while the strong ones were close to high-level sovereigns. Beast Fist King, the master of Wolf Fist King, was a high-level sovereign, so Wolf Fist King should not be too weak. Continue to activate the teleportation formation. Wolf Fist King did not dare to be careless. At this moment the entire Tianmu star was in a mess. Earlier, a supreme of the foreign races had sent out a palm energy to attack the Tianmu star, causing damage to the star. The energy inside was constantly fluctuating, and no one knew if it would explode. Therefore, if they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave later. A defeated army could only abandon their armor. If they could leave in an orderly manner, then they would not be defeated. At most, they would be at a disadvantage. Bus. The teleportation formation was activated again, flashing brightly. Whoosh. The next moment, the teleportation light swept into the void, and Green Boring Emperor and the other 2 failed to stop it. He escaped. Green Boring Emperor stomped his foot in anger, gritting his teeth. When this kid grows up, he will definitely be a disaster for us. What a pity. Another low-level sovereign shook his head. It is a pity, but it is nothing. Even if he can become a supreme in the future, it will be a few thousand years later. Within a few thousand years, perhaps the entire human race will be wiped out by us. Why should we be afraid of an immature genius? Green Boring Emperor, you are too serious. If this kid were a sovereign, then we would have to worry. The low-level sovereign realm cultivator with a beard didn't care much. He's good. Let's go. Although the Green Boring Emperor was unwilling, he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. The image of Yi Chen was deeply engraved in his mind. This man was too terrifying. His ability to survive was simply unparalleled. If he could not be killed today, he did not know if he would really leave a scourge behind. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. It took an entire week for all the humans in the Human Alliance to retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy. As for those who did not retreat, they were all dead. The top 10 military planets were completely emptied. It was impossible for the upper echelons of the human race to leave behind the treasures for the foreign races like the demons and the other races. All of them had been moved away. The only painful thing was that there were still countless humans on the Black Tortoise Galaxy's life planets who did not manage to move away in time. Most of them were ordinary humans, and their numbers were overwhelming. The upper echelons of the human race did not expect to be defeated so quickly, so ruthlessly. They were not prepared at all, otherwise they would have started the relocation plan long ago. Fortunately, the Black Tortoise Galaxy had experienced many wars, thus the number of humans living here was not too high, probably less than 1,000th of the number in the other 3 major galaxies. Moreover, when the news of the human race's retreat reached them, they also used transmission arrays to move to other galaxies. Some forces, families, and temporary organizations used puppet warships to migrate. Fleets of fleets flew across the void. In short, this week was known as the Black Tortoise Galaxy's Day of Darkness, and this month was the Moon of Darkness. All of humanity would remember this crushing defeat. After a series of teleportations, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the White Tiger Starfield. "Little brother, what's your name?" Wolf Fist Emperor was quite interested in Yi Qin. He was merely at the 6th layer of life and death realm, yet he was being chased by 3 emperors. More importantly, he was still alive. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Qin, many thanks for your help earlier. Yi Qin expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. They also blocked my way. Wolf Fist Emperor shook his head. I'm the 2nd disciple of Beast Fist Emperor. If you need any help in the future, you can come find me. Wolf Fist Emperor was not a person who would pursue the matter to the bottom. After leaving behind these words, he teleported away. Beast Fist Emperor? Yi Qin had heard Scarlet Wind Emperor mention him before. He was a 4-star marshal by Golden Spear Marshal's side. He was quite powerful, a peak existence among high-level emperors. To be able to become the 2nd disciple of Beast Fist Emperor, he was clearly not an ordinary person. No wonder he was so powerful, able to repel 3 emperors with a single punch. It's time to return to God Paradise. Next, I'll try my best to break through to the 7th layer. There was a huge gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer. After crossing it, one's battle strength would increase by 100-fold. After all, one would have enough Zhen Yuan to operate an emperor-grade weapon. Of course, the most important thing was that one's soul power would increase sharply upon reaching the 7th layer. For Yi Qin, this was like adding wings to a tiger. White Tiger Starfield, on a 9th grade life planet, human supremes were gathered in a palace. Gold Buddha Supreme, you must be careful. True Martial Supreme asked. Gold Buddha Supreme smiled bitterly. I'm afraid my battle strength won't recover to its peak within several thousand years. The power of the bloodthirsty spear can't be expelled at once. It can only be slowly worn away. Don't speak for now. True Martial Supreme walked behind Gold Buddha Supreme and pressed his palm on him. After a long while, True Martial Supreme slowly let out a breath of turbid chi. What a powerful bloodthirsty spear. It's on the same level as the immortal power and even more spiritual. True Martial Supreme, we've suffered a crushing defeat this time, and Black Tortoise Starfield has changed owners. Will the demons continue to attack White Tiger Starfield in the coming years? Black Tortoise Starfield and White Tiger Starfield were adjacent to each other. The Supreme asked. True Martial Supreme pondered for a moment before replying, what will come will come. It's said that our human race has an endless stream of geniuses. But compared to the demons, there's still a gap. This time we've finally seen the root of the problem. Although the bloodthirsty spear was the biggest factor, the human race didn't have the advantage in terms of the number of supremes. Even without the bloodthirsty spear, the human race wouldn't be able to win if they continued fighting. Just Supreme Langya and Supreme Zitherheart alone wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Now that Supreme Golden Buddha was heavily injured and his origin was damaged, the human race's peak combat strength was in danger. Black Tortoise Starfield will get it back sooner or later. Langya Supreme said solemnly. Nodding lightly, True Martial Supreme said, I've decided. In 100 years, we'll open the Supreme Holy Land. Chapter 12:16. The news of the human race's retreat from the Black Tortoise Starfield spread to the other 3 major life starfields. For a time, everyone was worried for their lives. The Demons' Alliance was too domineering. This time it was the Black Tortoise Starfield. Next time, would it be the White Tiger Starfield, Vermilion Bird Starfield, and Azure Dragon Starfield? Once all 4 major life starfields fell, the human race could only return to the inhabited worlds. That was akin to catching a turtle in a jar, never to see the light of day again. The barbarian race, the giant race, and the other races were also on alert. They were bound together with the human race for good or ill. Without the human race, they would not be able to compete with the Demons' Alliance. This was also the main reason why they spared no effort to help the human race. This time, the failure of the human race would not bring them any benefits. They did not have a competitive relationship with the human race, nor did they want to replace the human race as the leader of the Demon Alliance. The Barbarians. Doka Star Region, Barbaric Planet. The barbarian tribe's number 1 venerable barbarian, slowly said, It is not a good thing for the human race to lose the Black Tortoise Galaxy. From now on, the entire race will be on the 3rd level of alert. If necessary, we will raise it to the 2nd or even the 1st level. In normal times, no race would go on a level 3 alert, as it would consume too much resources. However, the current situation was different. The human race had suffered a setback while the Demons' Alliance had won a landslide victory. Who knew if the demons' followers would also be interested in the barbarian territories? Taking the human race as an example, if the Black Tortoise Starfield had not been invaded by the barbarian tribes, it would not be where it was today. Appetites were born bit by bit. Once there was one, there would be 2. They must not make a bad start. At the same time in the giant spirit star area, the giant race's #1 paragon, the giant spirit venerable, had given the order for the entire race to be on a level 3 alert. They refused to interact with the evil spirit race, the Wuxia race, and the other races. If there was any movement, the entire army would suppress them. In short, the loss of the human race caused the entire universe to be in a state of panic. Back at the Paradise of Gods, none of them knew that the human race had been forced to retreat to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. When Yi Chen told them about it, they found it hard to believe. The mighty Black Tortoise Galaxy had a new master in such a short time. No matter how they looked at it, it sounded like a fantasy story, but they had to believe it. How could such a big matter be fake? The future of the human race is going to be tough. After a long silence, the Myriad Arrows monarch finally spoke. It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise we'd be able to contribute to the human race, Lu Di said hatefully. There's no hurry. War isn't something that can happen in a day or two. If the Demons Alliance wants to devour the entire human race, it will take them countless years and energy. There will be a time when we go into battle. Lu Wenjie had always been very calm and had a good mentality. Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, Duguju, and others from Elysium also learned about this from Yi Chen. Duguju clenched his fists tightly. In the past, he only wanted to compete with geniuses on the same level as him. But now he felt that he was still too naive. Competition was fine, but one must have a lofty goal. Now, he had confirmed his goal, and that was to become one of the most dazzling people in the entire universe. It wasn't vanity, but only absolute strength could protect the human race and protect the place where he lived. He glanced at Yi Chen. In the future they would be fighting side by side. At the same time, there would be countless geniuses fighting side by side. Just thinking about it made him excited. On the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda. A few years ago, Yi Chen already had the strength to pass the God of War Pagoda. However, he had never put it into action, mainly because he didn't want to attract too much attention and attract the attention of the alien races. Now, it didn't matter whether they paid attention or not. Although the war in the Black Tortoise Galaxy had ended, the bigger war was just beginning. Both sides would definitely think of ways to cause trouble, and assassinating the other side's geniuses was undoubtedly the most important thing. Passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda would reward a large amount of Shinbi. As for the exact amount, Yi Chen had never heard of the exact number. After all, it had been countless years since someone had passed the 10th level. At present, Yi Chen had 15 million Shinbi. If the reward for passing the 10th level was also 15 million Shinbi, he would be able to exchange for a Peak Heavenly King set. In terms of defense, Peak Heavenly King set was equivalent to a low-level Emperor-grade armor. However, in terms of value, Peak Heavenly King set was comparable to a mid-level Emperor-grade armor. This was because of the energy amplification effect. Under the 7th layer of Life and Death realm, wearing a Peak Heavenly King set would increase one's energy by 10 times. 10 times didn't seem like much, but the key was that the higher the energy, the easier it would be to use Emperor-grade offensive artifacts in the future. After all, who would complain about having too much energy? The 10th level's opponent was a Sword King of Demons. The Sword King of Demons had a heaven-defying battle strength. Its cultivation base was the same as Yi Chen's 6th layer Life and Death realm. However, the majority of titled monarchs were not its opponent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the 10th floor's gatekeeper. The first time Yi Chen entered the 10th floor, he was instantly killed. The second time he withstood 8 moves and was cut into 2 on the 9th move. This time Yi Chen's strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. A black light flickered, and the Sword King of Demons slashed at Yi Chen with its huge black sword. For ordinary battle emperors, the Sword King of Demons' sword speed was exceptionally frightening. Not to mention resisting, even parrying would be an extremely difficult task. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, the opponent's sword speed was simply too slow. Clang. With a casual wave of the Eternal Night Emperor sword, the opponent's huge black sword was immediately repelled. In the next moment, a sword light flickered and a huge head flew into the air. 10th floor. Bus. For no reason at all, the God of War Pagoda's resounding voice resounded, as if foretelling something. Not only the God of Paradise's God of War Pagoda, but the demonic God Paradise, evil God Paradise, and every other Paradise's God of War Pagoda reverberated with the resounding voice again and again. What? Someone passed the God of War Pagoda? Who could it be? Could it be our demon's God-blessed queen? Let's go and see. Everyone walked towards the God of War Pagoda. On the left side of the God of War Pagoda's first floor, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was extremely tall, and it was densely packed with names. At a rough glance there were at least 10,000 names. These were all the geniuses who had passed the God of War Pagoda's 10th floor since ancient times. No one knew how long it had been since ancient times. Perhaps it had been hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps it had been billions of years or even trillions of years. Anyway, no one knew when the paradise of gods had first existed, and no one knew when life had developed into civilization. Therefore, these tens of thousands of names were actually very rare. As they looked down, some people saw an additional name. Yi Qin. It's the paradise of God's genius sword king Yi Qin. It's actually him. Only he can do it. In an instant, the news of Yi Qin passing the God of War Pagoda's 10th floor was known by everyone. Very quickly, the news spread from the paradise to the various races. Chapter 12:17. The reward for passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda was very high, beyond Yi Qin's expectations. There was a total of 10 million Shinbi. With Yi Qin's 15 million Shinbi, he had 25 million Shinbi. He was only 5 million away from exchanging for a top-tier Heavenly King set. One had to know that not only did the God of War Pagoda reward Shinbi, but the Survival Tower gave even more. Next, Yi Qin went to the Survival Tower. The 10th level of the Survival Tower was much more difficult than the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda, but that was only relatively speaking. Yi Qin didn't find it difficult at all. As expected, the reward for the 10th level of the Survival Tower was double that of the God of War Pagoda, 20 million. A total of 45 million Shinbi. The Paradise of Gods had a total of 3 levels. The first level was for low-tier Heavenly King sets, the second level was for mid-tier Heavenly King sets, and the third level was for high-tier Heavenly King sets. No one knew that there was a secret chamber on the third level, and there were very few top-tier Heavenly King sets. Purple, green, silver, gold, and red. A total of 5 sets. Purple was noble and mysterious. Green was natural. Silver was cold and murderous. Gold was domineering and cold. Red was merciless and bloodthirsty. What surprised Yi Qin was that these 5 sets had many parts. Helmet, inner armor, outer armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, wrist guards, gloves, leg guards, battle skirt, battle boots, and weapons. There were more than a dozen parts in total, more than double the number of high-tier Heavenly King sets. It was a dazzling sight. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin chose the silver set. It was a swordsman set. It had one more part than the other 4 sets. It was a pair of wings, a pair of sword wings. This pair of sword wings was completely made of sword blades and looked very sharp. When spread out, it was about 2 to 3 meters wide. Its name was Flying Sword Armor. The Flying Sky Sword Armor was 30 million divine coins without the Great Sword. Adding the Great Sword, it was 40 million divine coins. Of course, 10 million more was nothing to Yi Qin. With his current amount of divine coins and the speed at which he was earning divine coins, he simply couldn't spend them all. Leaving them here would be a waste. Swoosh, 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 one by one the parts flew onto Yi Qin's body. Very soon Yi Qin had become a swordsman wearing silver sword armor. He held a silver sword in his hand that flickered with light. This pair of sword wings is very powerful. Although Yi Qin had not refined the flying heaven sword armor into his body, he still had 90% control over it. With a thought, the sword wings on Yi Qin's back spread out and flapped rapidly. Chi 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 chi. Streaks of sword aura slashed across, hitting the walls of the secret pavilion, producing clanging sounds and sending sparks everywhere. In fact, whether he had the sword wings or not, it didn't affect Yi Qin much. The sword wings could make a warrior more agile, like a bird. However, Yi Qin had mastered space ultimacy, so he was more agile than a bird. Of course, it was more or less a bonus. Besides, the sword wings weren't just used to make a warrior more agile, they were also a means of attack. The treasured sword was the Flying Heaven Sword. Although it was just a part of a top Heavenly King set, and was only equivalent to a low-level Emperor Stage artifact sword, once it was used together with the Flying Heaven Sword armor, its power would increase by thousands of times, comparable to a low-level Emperor Stage artifact sword. Flying Heaven Sword and Flying Heaven Sword armor. With these, Yi Qin's battle power had increased by more than hundreds of times. If before he could only contend with low-level Emperor warriors, and his defense was a bit weaker than them, then now his battle power was already comparable to mid-level Emperor warriors. Of course, defense was still his weakness, and was still a bit weaker than low-level Emperor warriors. After all, he had a top Heavenly King set, and others also had Emperor Stage artifact sword. Moreover, their cultivation was 2 heavenly layers higher than his, and their energy was much purer. I'll go into seclusion to refine the Flying Heaven Sword armor first. After exchanging for the Flying Heaven Sword armor, Yi Qin couldn't exert its full power at the moment. He needed to refine it into his body in order to completely control it. The second floor of the Tower of Time. Yi Chen ran his Zhen Yuan to refine the Flying Heaven sword armor. The higher the grade of the treasure, the more powerful it would be, and the more difficult it would be to refine it. The difficulty of refining a set would increase by thousands of times. After a period of time, Yi Chen had only refined 1/10 of the Flying Heaven sword armor. Fortunately, there was no lack of time in the Tower of Time. 1 day in the outside world was 100 days in the Tower of Time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years in the Tower of Time was 1 month and 7 days in the outside world. Bus. The Flying Heaven sword armor was gradually refined into Yi Chen's body and integrated with the surface of Yi Chen's skin. Even the Flying Heaven sword was refined into Yi Chen's right arm, becoming a sword symbol. Come out. With a flash of sword light, the Flying Heaven sword appeared. The Flying Heaven sword was very light and didn't feel much when held in the hand. After refining it into the body, it felt connected with the flesh and blood just like a part of the body. Yi Chen performed the sword art at will, which was a bit stronger than the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Swish. With a thought, a pair of sword wings appeared on Yi Chen's back. The sword wings flapped like thousands of swords were waving. Originally, the sword wings were not real wings, but Yi Chen didn't feel that way. He felt that the sword wings were his own wings, just like how birds had their own wings. The sword wings flapped, and Yi Chen suddenly accelerated. With a dash, he was already far away. There was no difference between short-distance movement and teleportation. Good, with these two, I won't be at a disadvantage even if I have to face a middle-level emperor. Yi Chen believed that his defense was not as good as a beginner emperor, let alone a middle-level emperor. However, as long as the opponent couldn't hit him, he would have room to maneuver. If the opponent was a bit weaker, he might be injured instead. I wonder how Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others are doing. After refining the flying sword armor, Yi Chen decided to go out and ask around. At that time, the human race had been defeated, and the situation was too chaotic. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone know the safety of Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. Leaving the Paradise of Gods, Yi Chen asked around and found out that the White Tiger Starfield had 10 military planets, which became the front line of the human race, just like the 10 military planets of the Black Tortoise Starfield. One of the 10 military planets, the White Blade Planet. On the White Blade Planet, the Grand Marshal was Marshal Golden Spear. 3 of the 10 marshals had died, but Marshal Golden Spear was still alive. Here he might be able to find news of the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. You mean the Scarlet Wind Emperor? They are currently at the Boulder Barracks. After asking many people, Yi Chen finally got news of the 4. Fortunately, none of them died. This was undoubtedly a great fortune amidst the misfortune. After several years together, Yi Chen already considered them as true friends. The martial path was long and it was too lonely to have a few good friends. Arriving at the Boulder Barracks, Yi Chen instantly found the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Yi Chen. The 4 were overjoyed to see Yi Chen. Like Yi Chen, they were worried about each other's safety. Seeing you again, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Luckily, we are all alive. The Scarlet Wind Emperor patted Yi Chen's shoulder, sighing. Haha, what are you worried about him for? He'll probably survive even if we die. The Fire Sparrow Emperor said carelessly. That's true, we can't even catch up to your survival ability. The 4 knew Yi Chen's strength very well. Chapter 12:18. After chatting for a few days, Yi Chen returned to the God Paradise. This time he wanted to attack the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Although the Tower of Time could give him 100 times more time, he was very clear that once he reached the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm, one's comprehensive ability would increase drastically. Things that would take 100 years to comprehend before might only take 1 or 2 years at the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Of course, this was only for people with high comprehensive ability. Those with average comprehensive ability could stay in the Paradise of God for dozens or even hundreds of years. At present, Yi Chen already had 99% certainty of attacking the 7th layer. His foundation could be considered stable. If he didn't attack now, when would he? I heard you want to attack the 7th layer. Peerless King Ajio, who had somehow obtained this information, asked upon seeing Yi Chen. Right, it's time. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Alright, you go first. I'll be right behind you. Ajio didn't find Yi Chen's choice strange. Who didn't know the benefits of the Time Tower? Since Yi Chen had chosen to attack the 7th layer, he must have made a thorough plan. As for Ajio, he still needed to stay for a while. At present, he was also a battle emperor and had reached the 10th floor of the War God Tower. However, compared to Yi Chen, he was far inferior. In the first stage, Yi Chen had won and he was sincerely convinced. The second stage was the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Life and death realm was the starting point of the universe's experts. If one couldn't step over it, so what if one was a peerless genius? One's foundation would be far inferior to others. The only thing Yi Chen lacked was cultivation base. Breaking through to the 7th layer of life and death realm would require tens of millions of yuan stones or even more. Previously, when Yi Chen broke through to the 6th layer of life and death realm, he had spent 7 to 8 million yuan stones. The 7th layer of life and death realm would cost at least 10 times that amount. If it were Su Jing with her golden dragon physique, it would be several times or even 10 times more than Yi Chen's. In the Tower of Time, Yi Chen was sitting there with crossed legs quietly. He was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm. Instead, he slowly revolved his Zhen Yuan over and over again. This method was called the inertia method of breaking through to the next realm. It was just like a river. Once you blocked it and then suddenly let it go, the river would flow 1,000 miles in an unstoppable manner. However, that would be too overbearing. If he succeeded, it would be fine, but if he failed, it would be very easy for his body to explode. Therefore, before that, Yi Chen had to gradually accelerate his Zhen Yuan. After 1,080 cycles, Yi Chen began to accelerate greatly. A green light suddenly shone from his body, making Yi Chen look like a human-shaped jade. Dong, dong, dong. Breaking through to the next realm was a huge burden on the body, especially on the heart. At this moment, the blood circulation would be thousands of times faster than normal. Without an undying body, it would be impossible to break through to the next realm. Of course, which Life and Death King didn't have an undying body. The only difference was the strength. According to the strength, the realm one could break through to was different. The reason why breaking through to the 7th layer of Life and Death realm was even more difficult. It was also because he wanted to break through to the Enata realm and condense the Emperor's imprint. Without the Emperor's imprint, there was no way to break through. However, this was not a problem for Yi Chen. He could have condensed the Emperor's imprint a year ago, but it was still not the right time to break through. Therefore he suppressed it. Now there was no need to suppress it. Bus, 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 bus. The Enata realm was only a state where one could display their potential to the limit. It was an existence of nothingness. What Yi Chen wanted to do was to turn this nothingness into reality, which was the Emperor's imprint. Condensing the Emperor's imprint consumed a lot of mental and soul power. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't lack either. Gradually, a transparent imprint took shape in Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. This imprint looked like characters but also like a human. As it took shape, the Sea of Soul became even more stable. Of course, it was not only the Sea of Soul that was stable but also the potential. In the past, one needed to enter the Enata realm to burst out with the strongest potential. However, after condensing the Emperor's imprint, one could burst out with the strongest potential with every movement. This was the benefit of the Emperor's imprint. After an unknown amount of time, the Emperor's imprint was completely formed. Following this, Yi Chen's body was like a surging ocean. Even if he didn't purposely break through to the next realm, he would naturally enter the 7th layer of Life and Death realm. At this time, Yi Chen's foundation had already been formed. Breaking through to the next realm was no longer a surprise. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed in the outside world. Yi Chen had yet to come out of the Time Tower. Another month passed. On this day, in a certain space on the 2nd floor of the Time Tower, a boundless aura soared into the sky. This aura was too frightening, like countless sharp swords. Ordinary Life and Death Kings would immediately collapse upon contact with this aura. Even powerful 6th layer Life and Death Kings couldn't withstand the impact of this aura. Only 7th layer Life and Death titled monarchs could contend against it. However, this was merely the aura. If one were to directly face the source of the aura Zhen Yuan, they would also suffer. If a powerful Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor were here, they would definitely recognize that this was not ordinary Zhen Yuan, but Sword Yuan, the strongest sword energy of a sword artist. With Sword Yuan, one's destructive power would increase by tenfold. Ordinary objects that couldn't be sliced apart could be sliced apart with a single slash. Even the Astral Yuan of an evil spirit body king was somewhat inferior to Sword Yuan. The one releasing this aura was precisely Yi Chen. At this moment he had already broken through to the 7th layer of Life and Death realm. What made him pleasantly surprised was that his Zhen Yuan had finally transformed into Sword Yuan. He didn't know why it would transform into Sword Yuan, although there were signs of it before. Perhaps, it had something to do with Yi Chen's cultivation technique breaking through to the peak heaven grade. Perhaps it was because of the sword intent, or perhaps it was because of sword domain. Regardless, this was indeed Sword Yuan without a trace of falsehood. Apart from Sword Yuan, the ones with the greatest increase were Soul Power and Zhen Yuan. His soul power suddenly increased by tenfold, and his Zhen Yuan by nearly 50 times. Correspondingly, Yi Chen's consumption of Yuan stones was also an astronomical figure, no less than 300 million Yuan stones. This was Yi Chen. If it were any other sixth-layer life and death king without any background, they probably wouldn't have enough Yuan stones to break through. Is this sword Yuan? Yi Chen opened his palm and a strand of Zhen Yuan shot out. This strand of Zhen Yuan was extremely sharp like a soft sword. It swam in Yi Chen's palm, issuing chi-chi sounds. With a casual wave of his hand, this strand of sword Yuan instantly shot out. Its speed was countless times faster than Zhen Yuan, and it was simply like a flying sword. It should be known that this was merely sword Yuan, and not a sword art that was executed with sword Yuan. From now on, I can be considered to have the capital to protect my life. Yi Chen didn't know what realm his battle strength had reached, but he knew that middle-level emperor warriors were no longer his opponents. In terms of defense, he was stronger than low-level emperor warriors. Of course, he was still a bit weaker than middle-level emperor warriors, but the gap wasn't that big. Sword Yuan made up for the gap of one layer, but in terms of offense, middle-level emperor warriors wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Chapter 12:19. Bus. Right at this moment, a powerful force suddenly appeared, and Yi Chen was forcibly sent into the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the God Star. Sure enough, after reaching the seventh sky of life and death realm, one will immediately be expelled from the God Paradise. Yi Chen was not surprised, as he had long since prepared for this. Swish. Although the gravity on the God Star was extremely powerful, around 1/10 of that of an ordinary white dwarf star, Yi Chen's sword Yuan was even more powerful. With a burst of sword Yuan, Yi Chen flew out of the atmosphere. In Vermilion Bird Starfield there was an unknown stronghold. This stronghold was located on a desolate planet. There was no heat, no plants, no water, only strong winds and sandstorms as well as frightening violent lightning. This planet was called Desolate Star, and it was an uninhabited place. There was not a single planet in its vicinity. As far as the eye could see, the universe was pitch black, with one or two stars flickering occasionally. At the center of the desolate star was a huge palace shrouded in a dark halo. If someone came here and saw this palace, they would certainly be astonished. Scanning with soul power from the outside wouldn't be able to discover this palace. This palace was clearly shrouded in a concealing array that could isolate soul power. Inside the palace there was a huge conference room. At this moment, both sides of the conference table were filled with people. At a glance there were at least 30 people. These people were not from the human race or the beast race. They were all powerful warriors from the demon race, the evil spirit race, and the Wuxia race. Their cultivation bases were all at the 8th sky of the life and death realm. Judging from their auras, the weaker ones were much weaker than Green Boring Emperor, but the stronger ones were much stronger. Devil Hand Emperor, why have you gathered us? The third person on the left was a Green Spirit Emperor. His finger knocked on the table as he asked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Devil Hand Sovereign. They were the spies planted by the upper echelons of their race in the 4 major life star domains. They wouldn't gather together easily in case they were wiped out. After all, the 4 major life star domains were now the 3 major life star domains. They were like rats. Once they were exposed, they would only face death. Naturally, death was already a very good ending for them. They were only afraid that they would be soul-searched by some emperors or quasi-venerables with powerful soul force. The Devil Hand Emperor cleared his throat. I have gathered all of you here for an important matter. I believe all of you have heard about it from your own sources. The human race has an amazing genius. This genius has only been in the paradise of gods for a few decades, but he has already passed the 10th level of the God of War pagoda. You're talking about that Yi Chen of the human race, right? I've heard from the higher-ups that this child is indeed a scourge. If we don't get rid of him, we'll have another opponent in the future. An emperor of the Wuxia clan said. Opponent? The Devil Hand Emperor sneered. It seems like your higher-ups haven't paid enough attention to this child. I can say that if we let him grow, the human race will have another paragon in the near future. Moreover, he has a high chance of becoming a super paragon. Paragon? Super paragon? Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? It's not like we haven't seen geniuses before. Some of them aren't that much weaker than him, but less than 1 in 100 can become a paragon. All of them are at the peak emperors or quasi-venerables. It's not that easy to become a paragon, let alone a super paragon. The evil vulture emperor of the evil spirit race retorted. The Devil Hand Emperor didn't even look at him. He continued, of course I'm not that observant. The one who thinks that this child has a chance of becoming a super paragon is the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons. Shaman Demon Emperor. Hearing these 3 words, the whole scene quieted down. The Shaman Demon bloodline was the most special bloodline of the demons. It was so powerful that it could be said to be heaven-defying. However, the heavens seemed to be apprehensive of this bloodline, and had placed shackles on it. The Shaman Demon bloodline would never be able to enter the ranks of paragons, and could only reach the 8th layer of life and death realm. However, it would be a grave mistake to look down on the Shaman Demon bloodline. Liches were innately sensitive to time. After entering the life and death realm, their time profound would reach at least 30% completion. This made the Shaman Demon bloodline invincible in the same realm. Even among the demons, Dark Witch and Dark Goddess were not the opponents of the Shaman Demon bloodline within the same realm. Only the legendary Great Demon King bloodline seemed to be able to suppress the Shaman Demon bloodline. After reaching the 8th layer of life and death realm, only one person could be conferred the title of Shaman Demon Emperor, and this person was undoubtedly the strongest of the Shaman Demon bloodline. At present, the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons was already close to 100,000 years old. He was an old antique who would face the end of his lifespan at any time. His prophecies were like gold and jade in the eyes of the demons. This was because the Shaman Demon Emperor's attainments in time profound had already reached the pinnacle. As long as he had some information about a certain person, he could immediately deduce some fragments of that person's future. Of course, due to his cultivation base, the Shaman Demon Emperor couldn't deduce the future of a paragon. Once, the Shaman Demon Emperor forcibly tried to deduce the future of a human paragon and immediately suffered a backlash. It took several thousand years for him to gradually recover. Since it's the Shaman Demon Emperor's deduction, it shouldn't be far from the truth. The crowd could choose not to believe the Devil Hand Emperor, but they couldn't not believe the Shaman Demon Emperor. Although the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons wasn't a paragon, he had the strength of a paragon. He could be said to be one of the strongest paragons in history. Even the Shaman Demon Emperor believes that this kid has a high chance of becoming a paragon. Then this kid must die. The Greenman Emperor revealed a killing intent. Right, this kid deserves to die. If we don't kill him, our hearts won't be at ease. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The Devil Hand Emperor signaled for the crowd to quieten down. This kid must die, but we must have a meticulous plan. This plan can only succeed and not fail. Otherwise, the difficulty of assassinating him next time will increase by 10 or even 100 times. We might even be annihilated. Devil Hand Emperor, what plan do you have? Just say it. Let's listen. The Wuxia Emperor said impatiently. All right. The Devil Hand Emperor explained his plan in an orderly manner. Devil Domain. Lich Planet. This was a level 9 life planet, the headquarters of the Lich race. On top of the heaven-reaching tower, a gray-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back. This old man was very old. Although his hair wasn't completely white, his face was full of wrinkles. His flesh was about to fall off, and his face was full of age spots. His turbid eyes weren't focused, and there were no teeth in his mouth. This was an old man with one foot in the grave. However, no one would look down on him. As he stood there, the time around him seemed to have stopped. That moment was like an eternity. He was the strongest expert of the Lich race, the Shaman Demon Emperor. He was also the leader of the Shaman Demon race. Not only does he have a high chance of becoming a paragon, but he will definitely become a paragon. He might even surpass a paragon. However, I can't say it. If I say it, it will bring a greater disaster to the demons. The demons roam the universe. Their biggest opponent is here. Chapter 12:20. Nobody knew what Shaman Demon King had seen. In fact, even he himself didn't know what he had seen. He only knew that his whole body was trembling at that moment. It was the kind of trembling one would feel when facing a superior. That kind of power was simply undefiable. Then the whole world started to warn him as if he had predicted some kind of fate. The so-called fate of the heavens must not be divulged. This was not an empty saying. It wasn't that revealing the secrets of the heavens would result in immediate punishment. One must know that the future wasn't unchanging. Revealing the secrets of the heavens was equivalent to changing the future to a certain extent. In other words, revealing the secrets of the heavens would result in a different outcome, and that outcome would be even more disadvantageous to you. This was the rule of fate, the supreme rule of fate. Shaman Demon King couldn't directly state his prediction. He could only warn the upper echelons of the demons that this kid was very dangerous and had a great chance of becoming a supreme. He believed that saying this would attract enough attention. This is fate, this is fate. Whether or not this kid can be killed will be the turning point of the demon's fate. Shaman Demon King was very clear that changing fate would be very difficult. Killing this kid wouldn't be a matter of a day but a long time. At the same time, in the palace meeting on Wild Star, the plan had already been decided. The plan was quite simple. Each clan would send out 3 Emperor-level experts to kill Yi Qin together, not giving him any chance to escape. They were quite confident that, not to mention a mere 6th-layer life and death realm genius, even if it was a wily high-level Emperor-level expert, he would still die without a doubt. Yi Qin didn't know that a huge net was quietly covering him. After leaving the God Paradise, he headed straight for Vermilion Bird Star Region's Flame Star Planet. With the Star Transfer Array and Jianghu, Yi Qin arrived at Flame Star Flower City in a mere week. Master, the target has arrived at Flame City. On a desolate planet near Flame City, a human king bowed and reported. Very good. Continue monitoring. Remember, don't alert him. As soon as he leaves Flame City, immediately report. The grim middle-aged man with a horn on each shoulder was the Emperor of the Demons, the Iron Horn Emperor. In terms of strength, even Demonic Hand Emperor was not his opponent. However, strength didn't represent status. In human territory, he had to listen to Demonic Hand Emperor. This subordinate understands. After speaking, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Clearly it was only a projection. Not only on this planet but on the planets near and far around Flame Star, there were also alien race emperors hiding there. Every once in a while, someone would send a message through a projection. This way, none of Yi Qin's movements could escape their eyes and ears. All they had to do was wait patiently. The current Sparrow Flower City was extremely prosperous. Although the Yi family and the Dustfall Sword sect were the absolute overlords of Sparrow Flower City, they didn't deliberately suppress the other powers. Instead, they often cooperated with other powers. Of course, not every power could cooperate with the Yi family and the Dustfall Sword sect. It was already good enough that those notorious powers hadn't been eradicated. Prosperity and fairness made Sparkle City's reputation spread far and wide. Many small families were willing to move to Sparkle City. In other main cities they were like pieces of meat, but in Sparkle City they were protected. After reaching the 7th sky of life and death realm, his comprehensive ability had increased by 100-fold. Some of the things that were hard to understand in the past could now be comprehended with just a bit of time and a bit of thought. So it's more natural to use Space Upanishad this way. Yi Qin started with Momentary Glory. The same material but different people made it, so the effect would be different. The Space Profound was like a material. Before the 7th sky of life and death realm, Yi Qin had been able to raise his Momentary Glory to the 4th rank, which was already quite good. But now Yi Qin was no longer satisfied with the Momentary Glory. Of course, this was mainly due to the fact that his space ultimacy had improved a lot once again. He had successfully broken through to the Great Accomplishment Realm and was only a step away from the Great Accomplishment Realm. Standing beside the lake in the City Lord's mansion, Yi Qin faced the wind and swung his sword again and again, comprehending the connection between the sword and space. If someone were to come here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Within a radius of 1,000 feet around Yi Qin, there were sword lights everywhere. These sword lights seemed to have come out of the void, interweaving into a web of death without any loopholes. 3 days later, the net of death shrank from 1,000 zhang to 100 zhang. A week later, it had shrunk to 100 feet. 1 month. 10 feet. Done. Lightning flickered in Yi Qin's eyes as he slashed out with his sword. The frightening web of death condensed into a single point and shot out in a straight line. Hundreds of millions of li away from the flame star, an ordinary planet was suddenly dismembered like a butcher dismembering an ox. However, the speed of the process was 1,000,000 times faster. The current Momentary Glory has almost reached its limit. Everything had its limit. For example, a piece of tofu, no matter how it was cooked, could not be cooked to the point of being a delicacy. No matter how powerful the space ultimacy was, it was only a profound. It could not be infinitely powerful. 4th rank was its limit. Even if the space ultimacy reached the Great Accomplishment Realm, it would at most be a high-rank 4th rank martial skill. 4th rank martial skills were also divided into beginner, ordinary, mid, high, and then extreme. However, after the space ultimacy reached the Great Accomplishment Realm, the time ultimacy was another matter. Next, Yi Qin put all his effort into the second 4th rank martial art. Sun Essence Extreme Manifestation and True Inferno Sword were both extreme 3rd rank martial skills. It seemed to be a step away from 4th rank martial skills, but the difference in power was more than 1,000 times. A 3rd rank martial skill was a 3rd rank martial skill, it could not become a 4th rank martial skill. Yichen did not plan to spend time on the Sun Essence Extreme Manifestation and True Inferno Sword. Now he had to prepare to create a supreme martial skill. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Yichen planned to use these 5 profound to create a martial skill. Of course he had to do it step by step. If he really integrated these 5 profound into a martial skill, it would be a supreme martial skill. Let's start with metal, water, fire, and earth. Yichen did not have much experience with 4th rank martial skills. Fortunately, the 5 profound of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the foundation he often used to create martial skills. It should be easier. This time it took a lot of time. Half a year later. Go! Above the lake, Yichen casually slashed out with his sword. Boom! Like a superstar exploding, a burning lava sword light slashed out, and the whole Spark City flickered. So hot. Yichen's expression was a little strange. Just now he did not use sword intent or sword essence, but when he slashed out, all the water in the lake dried up. Shiner, what happened? After a while Yi Tianhao and the others came. Just now, the movement of that sword was too big, it was hard not to know. Nothing, I am practicing the sword. Yichen smiled and put away his sword. Oh my, the lake has dried up. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. He knew that his brother never used any sword intent or energy when practicing the sword, it was purely sword skills. Maybe it caused a chain reaction. Although this lake was just an ordinary lake, there were countless spirit formations covering it. Yet, a single sword strike had easily dried up the lake. It must have inadvertently made great progress. Chapter 12:21. Although this sword had not reached the phenomenal stage yet, Yichen had already given it a name, the Doomsday Meteor Sword. This sword was like a burning meteor streaking across the sky, looking like the end of the world. Of course, when the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present, this sword would become the real Doomsday Sword. Currently, it only contained the 4 profound meanings of metal, water, fire, and earth. The Doomsday Meteor Sword had a much better future than the Momentary Brilliance. Even if it only had 4 profound meanings, it could reach the peak of the 4th revolution, while the limit of the Momentary Brilliance was the advanced stage of the 4th revolution. But for now, the Momentary Brilliance was more useful. The Doomsday Meteor Sword had just reached the initial stage. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. It had been more than a year since Yichen left the Paradise of Gods. In this 1 year, the members of the Paradise of Gods had improved a lot. However, the ones who improved the most were Ajio, Duguju, and Su Jing. Ajio's strength was already unstoppable in the Paradise of Gods. Of course, the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan was not far behind. He was the only one who could compete with Ajio. As for Duguju and Su Jing, they were the latecomers. It would take them a long time to catch up to the 2 of them. If the era when Yichen was in the Paradise of Gods was the Golden Era, then after Yichen left, the Paradise of Gods was the Platinum Era. It was even better than the Golden Era. After all, although the monster Yichen was gone, there were a few more top experts, and the number of experts had increased. It was worth mentioning that the Goddess of Gods from the demonic paradise had also passed the 10th level of the God of War pagoda. It seemed that Yi Chen's existence had stimulated her improvement. The potential of the Goddess of Darkness was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In the past, there was no one stronger than her, so the pressure was not great. Now that there was a Yi Chen, she knew that there was always someone stronger than her. It would be strange if she did not improve greatly. In an era with many geniuses, there would be even stronger geniuses. This was an unchanging law of the universe. Yi Chen was not very concerned about the Paradise of Gods. With Ajio and Lung Fifan around, Duguju, Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, and the others were all growing rapidly, there was no need for him to worry about them. He should worry about the other paradises. Of course, the other paradises could not be underestimated. Although the Paradise of God was at its peak, the other paradises would also produce new geniuses. At most, the Paradise of God would have a slight advantage. In this half a year, Yi Chen finally comprehended the Doomsday Meteor Sword to great perfection. Even if he did not draw his sword, the sword intent of the Doomsday Meteor Sword was not something that ordinary sovereign personages could withstand. On this day, Yi Chen left planet Flaming Flame and rushed to the rock barracks on planet White Tiger Star Zone's White Blade. He had arranged to meet with the Scarlet Wind the Arch and the others next week. Master, the target has left planet Flaming Flame. On the dozen or so planets around planet Flaming Flame, a dozen or so projections appeared and reported the latest news to the foreign sovereign personages. You're finally willing to come out. This time you won't be able to return. The most outstanding genius of the human race is about to fall. Just thinking about it makes me excited. A dozen sovereign personages assassinated Junior. There's no chance of failure. In the starry sky, Yi Chen had just taken out Jianghu when he sensed danger. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of sovereign personages appeared out of thin air in all directions. There were demons, yakshas, evil spirits, and green men. There were a total of 13 of them. Among these 13, the weakest was a low-level peak sovereign personage, and the strongest was a mid-level peak sovereign personage. It was not hard for Yi Chen to imagine that his whereabouts were definitely being monitored. Otherwise, he would not have been surrounded the moment he left planet Flaming Flame. Those who came did not have good intentions, and those who had good intentions did not come. A sovereign personage had appeared in the human race's territory, and with great fanfare at that. It seemed like the higher echelons of the foreign races had already included him in their must-kill list. Sneering, Yi Chen said, "Everyone, you've waited for a long time." He was not afraid. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Instant of Glory and Doomsday Meteor Sword had never been used before. This was the perfect opportunity to see how powerful they were. Yi Chen's calmness made Devil Hand Emperor faintly crease his brows. The situation seemed to have changed. No matter who it was, encountering dozens of sovereign personages at once would certainly produce a trace of alarm. However, he couldn't see any negative emotions on Yi Chen's body. It was as if he didn't care about his situation at all. Or perhaps, he had a certain degree of certainty in escaping. As for whether or not Yi Chen had the strength to contend against them, Devil Hand Emperor didn't even think about it. What a joke. A 7th-layer life and death brat, no matter how much of a genius he was, couldn't contend against 13 sovereign personages at once, unless he had the strength of a high-grade sovereign personage. Moreover, even if he had the strength of a high-grade sovereign personage, they would still dare to clash head-on. "Kid, to die by our hands is your honor. Last time, we only sent 7 sovereign personages to assassinate human geniuses. This time we sent twice as many." The Green Man race's sovereign personage calmly looked at Yi Chen. "Is that so? But this time you're likely to return empty-handed." If there was a high-grade sovereign personage among them, Yi Chen might have thought of a way to escape. Unfortunately, they didn't. "Oh, quite confident." The Yaksha race's sovereign personage sneered. As far as he was concerned, all geniuses were confident. Even in the face of despair, they wouldn't despair. However, this kind of confidence excited him instead. Turning confidence into despair was a wonderful process. Killing the opponent in one go was not that interesting. "Devil Hand Sovereign, what's wrong?" The Iron Horn Emperor, who was familiar with Devil Hand Sovereign's character, felt a little strange. Devil Hand Sovereign had always done things swiftly and decisively, but now, he saw a trace of hesitation in his eyes. "Nothing." Devil Hand Sovereign smiled, dispelling the doubt in his heart. No matter how he speculated, he didn't think that Yi Chen could escape alive. The possibility was absolutely zero. Kill. With a wave of his hand, Devil Hand Sovereign launched an attack. The encirclement of 13 sovereign personages was no small matter. Yi Chen didn't dare to ignore it. After all, although his attack was powerful, his defense was much weaker. He was only a little stronger than a low-level sovereign personage. Momentary brilliance, let me see your real power. Yi Chen's figure flickered. Compared to before, Yi Chen's movement was even more erratic. The void didn't seem to be a hindrance to him at all. Other than the fact that he couldn't teleport, his agility had already surpassed a medium-level sovereign personage. Go. The Flying Heaven Sword waved. Countless sword lights fused together and condensed into a single point, flying towards the Peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage. This sword was unbelievably fast. However, its profoundness wasn't limited to speed. Just as the Peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage was about to teleport, the sword light suddenly exploded, turning into a death net that enveloped the opponent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage was instantly cut into thousands of pieces. Even a low-level sovereign personage's armor couldn't block it. Chapter 1222. What? Demonic Hand Emperor, Iron Horn Emperor, and the rest were incomparably shocked. Killing a Peak Novice Emperor with one sword strike was something even high-level emperors couldn't accomplish. After all, a low-level emperor grade armor was not that easy to break. At the very least, 80 to 90% of the damage would be blocked, and the remaining 10 to 20% wouldn't be enough to kill a Peak Novice Emperor. Demonic Hand Emperor finally understood what he had been worrying about. Yi Chen was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than he had imagined. He was no longer an ordinary peerless genius, but an unprecedented genius. Only those famous geniuses in history could compare to him. It should be known that his cultivation base was only at the 7th layer of life and death realm, and he seemed to have advanced in the past 2 years. If he reached the peak of the 7th layer, wouldn't even high-level emperors be his opponent? If he reached the 8th layer, who under the Supremes would be able to contend against him? Once one entered the 8th layer of life and death realm, one would be invincible under Supremes. It was not that there were none, but it was simply too rare. Demon race's Shaman Demon Emperor was one, and the strongest genius of Shaman Demon race was also counted. In the entire universe, the number of known such characters did not exceed 10. And this was not counting all of them. If one were to count all of them, there would be only 5. However, compared to Yi Qin, Shaman Demon lineage would never be able to reach the Supreme's realm, while Yi Qin didn't have any restrictions. In fact, Yi Qin's attack wasn't powerful enough to destroy a low-level Emperor-grade armor. This was mainly because when the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent were both at the 7th step, they could resonate with each other, greatly increasing one's cultivation speed. Currently, the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent had both reached the late 7th step, which was much more powerful than the early 7th step. In terms of defense, the Immortal Sword Intent could be said to be impervious to 10,000 evils. It could be said to be the bane of evil spirit race's evil arts. On the other hand, the Destruction Sword Intent's attack was extremely frightening. It could forcibly destroy things that were originally indestructible, and could even transmit sword chi into the opponent's body through the armor. The current Destruction Sword Intent truly had the aura of destroying all living things. Aside from that, the Moment of Glory itself had a strange ability. Although Yi Qin knew that the nature of the Moment of Glory would change after mastering space lore, he did not expect it to have such a change. It was similar to the Spacetime Cutter, or at least it had the initial state of the Spacetime Cutter. Kill him. Devil Hand Sovereign's eyes erupted with a powerful killing intent. This time, even if he had to sacrifice half of his emperors, he still wanted Yi Qin to fall. Kill. The Iron Horn Emperor was the strongest among them. He punched out, and the wind from his fist transformed into a huge horn, blasting towards Yi Qin. This was the ultimate art he was famous for, breaking hardness fist. Just as Yi Qin was about to dodge, his body suddenly froze. It turned out that the 2 sovereigns closest to him had each released their own domains. Their domains overlapped, but not only did they not cancel each other out, they instead strengthened each other, making it impossible for Yi Qin to dodge in an instant. Our overlapping waves domain isn't something to be trifled with. On Yi Qin's left and right were the 2 sovereigns of the Yexia clan. They were called Yi Jianghuang and Yi Hai Emperor respectively. Their domains were exactly the same, called Overlapping Waves Domain. As the name suggested, this domain could be overlapped, amplifying the power by 4 times. When these 2 brothers joined hands, even a high-level sovereigns would find it hard to advance or retreat, let alone Yi Qin. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Horn Emperor's breaking hardness fist had already arrived in front of Yi Qin. If this fist were to hit its target, it would be enough to pierce through Yi Qin. Clang. Although he couldn't dodge, it didn't mean that Yi Qin would give up without a fight. Raising his flying heaven sword, Yi Qin slashed at the horn-like fist wind. The black sword light was cold and mournful. Boom. An extremely violent shock wave radiated out in all directions, and Yi Qin was blown away. The breaking hardness fist was the Iron Horn Emperor's unique skill after all, so it wasn't that easy to resist. Moreover, under the suppression of the Overlapping Waves domain, Yi Qin couldn't perform his unique skill in a short time. However, the current him wasn't the same as before. With the Flying Heaven Sword armor, the Protective Sword Intent, and the Immortal Power, he had the confidence to face high-level sovereigns, not to mention the Iron Horn Emperor who was a peak mid-level sovereigns. After flying back for tens of thousands of miles, Yi Qin stopped his retreat. He actually blocked it. The Iron Horn Emperor looked at his fist and then at Yi Qin. His opponent's attack was powerful, but his defense wasn't bad either. The scattered fist wind had clearly hit Yi Qin. Kill. As soon as the Iron Horn Emperor's attack ended, the other sovereigns of the pagan clan attacked. They were like bombers attacking Yi Qin repeatedly. Dazzling energy waves exploded crazily, as if planets were exploding. Retreating again and again, blood leaked out of the corner of Yi Qin's mouth. It would be a lie to say that the combined attack of 12 sovereigns of the pagan clan was not powerful. It was already not easy for Yi Qin to defend until now. Of course, this was also thanks to the immortal power. Impossible. He is only at the 7th layer of life and death realm. How could he defend until now? Defending for a long time is bound to fail. I don't believe he has much immortal power left. Right, he can't defend. Let's exhaust him to death. While Devil Hand Emperor and the rest were shocked, their killing intent toward Yi Chen also intensified. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked at the 12 and said indifferently, "Courtesy demands reciprocation. Now it's my turn to attack." Holding the flying heaven sword with both hands, Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and raised the sword high. "This sword is something I've prepared for you guys." As he exhaled, Yi Chen's sword heavily chopped down. Nobody could describe the power and splendor of this sword. Several 100 million li of the pitch-black cosmos suddenly erupted with a frightening flame. Unlike in Inferno City, he didn't need to use his sword yuan and sword intent. But here he didn't need any restrictions, and could only wave his sword to his heart's content. Puchi. Flames flickered, and a several million li long sword light burst out like a fire dragon traversing the cosmos. Crackle. The meteor sword light was millions of miles long, and with a flash, it could travel hundreds of millions of miles. Then it flew even further away. Everywhere it went, stars exploded. Some ordinary stars were tens of millions of miles away from the sword light, but they couldn't withstand the pull of the Doomsday Meteor Sword. After a slight tremble, they suddenly exploded. Doomsday Meteor Sword was like a true Doomsday Sword. It triggered a chain reaction in the cosmos. Of course, this sword's consumption was also enormous, 100 times more than Instant of Glory. 1/3 of Yi Chen's Zhenyuan was used up. This was also the reason why he didn't use this sword art rashly. It consumed too much Zhenyuan. Puchi. 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 Devil Hand Emperor and the rest froze in place. In the next moment, 7 peak low-level Emperor Realm experts exploded into bloody mists, turning into flying ashes. Devil Hand Emperor and the other 4 mid-level Emperor Realm experts spurted out blood, looking dispirited. This sword strike had also destroyed their fighting spirit. Chapter 12:23. The power of the Doomsday Meteor Sword after reaching great accomplishment was very close to a 4th Revolution peak sword technique, while Momentary Brilliance was only a 4th Revolution middle-tier sword technique. The difference between the two was huge. Of course, Yi Chen didn't expect the Doomsday Meteor Sword to be so terrifying. Before he used it, he thought it would be good enough to kill 3 or 4 martial emperors who had just reached the peak. The plan failed. Let's go. The 5 people who survived lost all their courage. To assassinate Yi Chen, only high-level emperors could do it, and they needed 3 or more, or at least 1 peak-level emperor. If they relied on themselves, it would be suicide. The 5 of them split up and teleported in different directions. Yi Chen could not teleport, so he could not make all 5 of them stay. However, he could make 1 or 2 stay. Without hesitation, Yi Chen once again executed the Doomsday Meteor Sword. Millions of miles of sword aura flashed, and a mid-tier emperor warrior fell. After swallowing a Zhenyuan replenishing pellet, Yi Chen continued to use Doomsday Meteor Sword. This time it was aimed at Devil Hand Emperor. He could tell that Devil Hand Emperor was the leader of this group of emperors. Killing him would at least make the other emperors in the human territory stop for a while. Devil Hand Sovereign was already gravely injured. Although the inextinguishable energy could instantly heal any injuries, it was still insufficient against the sword light that contained the Destruction Sword intent. One had to know that Yi Chen's Destruction Sword intent had reached the late 7th rank, which was equivalent to an ordinary late 8th rank sword intent. This was in terms of power, and an ordinary 8th rank sword intent wouldn't have the destructive nature of the Destruction Sword intent. The sword light that tore apart the universe arrived. How could the Devil Hand Sovereign block it? He couldn't evade it either. The sword light was incomparably huge and had already locked onto him. A bloody mist erupted as Devil Hand Sovereign was vaporized into nothingness, leaving behind only his weapon and armor. As for the Ironhorn Emperor and the other 2, they had already escaped to a faraway place. Even if Yi Chen could teleport, he would not be able to catch up with them. After collecting the spoils of war, Yi Chen acted as if nothing had happened and rushed toward the nearest star teleportation formation. In a secret realm in the Vermilion Bird Star Field, the Ironhorn Emperor and the other 2 appeared at the same time. Ironhorn Emperor, what should we do next? The Ghost Spirit Emperor of the Evil Spirit race looked at the Ironhorn Emperor. The Ironhorn Emperor muttered, "Killing this kid is beyond our ability. We can only report to the upper echelons and ask them to send high-level or even peak-level emperors. Will the higher-ups agree?" Although there were many high-level and top-level beast sovereigns, they were not fools. If they ran into the territory of the human race, it was very likely that they would be discovered. Not to mention top-level beast sovereigns, even quasi-venerables or ordinary supreme beings would not be able to leave alive if they were discovered in the territory of the human race. The upper echelons of the human race were not to be trifled with. To be honest, the Ironhorn Emperor wasn't willing to stay in the human race's territory. He was sure that the human race's experts would have noticed some clues at the place where they had fought. After all, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more obvious the demonic attribute would be. It wouldn't dissipate even after several months. Some powerful quasi-sovereigns could temporarily reverse the flow of time and observe what had happened not long ago. You don't have to worry about that. The more amazing his performance is, the more the higher-ups won't tolerate him. Compared to that, sacrificing a few high-level or even peak-level emperors is nothing. It was none of his business. As long as he didn't throw his life away, it was fine, the Iron Horn Emperor thought. You're right. The other Wuxia Emperor nodded. White Blade Planet, Boulder Barracks? Yichen, you're the last one. Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other three welcomed him. Congratulations. Yichen was slightly bewildered before cupping his fists and congratulating. It turned out that Scarlet Wind Emperor had already entered the 8th layer of life and death realm. After the 6th layer, each step was like a whole new world. Countless titled monarchs were stuck at the 7th layer, unable to make any progress. Now that Scarlet Wind Emperor had entered the 8th layer, not only did his battle strength increase by many folds, his comprehension had also improved. His improvement speed was even faster than titled monarchs. Same to you. Scarlet Wind Emperor was originally planning to be proud of himself, but when he discovered that Yi Chen's cultivation base was at the 7th layer, he promptly shut his mouth. Yi Chen was already so powerful at the 6th layer, comparable to an emperor. At the 7th layer, Scarlet Wind Emperor reckoned that he wouldn't be Yi Chen's opponent. If he was a genius, then Yi Chen was a genius among geniuses. Indeed, comparisons were odious. How did you improve? So fast? Fire Sparrow Emperor was thoroughly convinced by Yi Chen. The latter had only been in the God Paradise for about 20 years at the very most, and yet, he had already entered the 7th layer of life and death realm in 20 years. This was simply unheard of. With Yi Chen's cultivation speed, it would only take him 100 or 200 years to reach the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, it was quite possible that he would reach the 9th layer within 1,000 years. Of course, she also knew that one thing was another. Some people's improvement speed was fast in the early stages, but it would gradually slow down in the later stages. There were only a few who could become supremes within 1,000 years. However, without a doubt, Yi Chen was the one with the most hope. This is truly smooth sailing. You and Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength has greatly increased, and your chances of obtaining an Emperor Spirit Root have increased. Snow Air Emperor said with a faint smile. Emperor Spirit Root? Yi Chen had never heard of this kind of spirit grass. Snow Air Emperor explained, reaching the 8th layer from the 7th layer is 10 times harder than reaching the 7th layer from the 6th layer. Without a good foundation, it would be impossible for one's whole life. Therefore, as long as one has the foresight, he or she would rather progress a bit slower than forcefully breaking through. Yi Chen nodded. He had done the same thing. Without 99% confidence, he would never make a breakthrough. Snow Air Emperor continued, Old Stone's talent is not bad, but because of revenge, he forcefully broke through, damaging his foundation. These years, although he has been trying to repair his foundation, he is still lacking a bit. Emperor Spirit Root can't help one break through to the 8th layer, but it can help stabilize one's foundation. The old stone she was talking about was Stone Emperor. I see. Yi Chen said, in that case, let's go find the Emperor Spirit Root. I believe you already have some clues. He had no use for the Emperor Spirit Root, but the fact that Stone Emperor could reach the 8th layer was a good thing for him. The stronger his friends were, the stronger their circle would be. Milky Way, the most mysterious river in the cosmos. No one knew where it came from, and no one knew where it flowed. It was not inferior to the illusory river of fate. Within the Milky Way, there were Milky Way's water beasts that had yet to awaken their spiritual wisdom. Each and every one of them was ferocious, and the powerful ones were even comparable to supreme beings. However, supreme water beasts usually appeared in the main branches of the Milky Way. Such powerful water beasts had never been seen in the tributaries. It was said that Emperor Spirit Roots could only be found in the Milky Way. Since there was a Milky Way, there would naturally be some islands. As long as one could find plants on these islands, even weeds, they would have unimaginable power. Of course, Yi Chen's group of 5 wouldn't go to the main branches or the larger tributaries. There was only one main branch of the Milky Way, and there were hundreds of tributaries. They were called the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade tributaries. Their destination this time was the 5th grade tributary. These tributaries were innumerable, and the danger was much lower. However, compared to the Purple Flower Secret Realm, the 5th grade tributary was countless times more dangerous. Chapter 12:24. Going to the 5th grade tributary wasn't just to find Imperial Path spirit roots for the Stone Puppet Emperor. If it was just that, the Stone Puppet Emperor would feel bad. After all, putting everyone in danger for his own benefit wasn't something a friend would do. The greater the danger, the greater the wealth. There were many treasures on the Celestial River. The first was the Celestial River Islands. As long as they found the islands, no matter what was on them, the trip wouldn't have been in vain. If they were lucky, they might even find rare ancient spirit herbs. The second was the Celestial River Water Monster. The Celestial River Water Monster was both a danger and an opportunity. Its essence blood could be used to strengthen the body and improve the spirit body. It could also be used to refine medicines. Its Niden was a treasure. A primary Niden was worth 10 million source stones. A middle Niden was worth 1 billion source stones. This was mainly because the Niden of the Celestial River Water Monster was very pure and could continuously replenish one's energy. It was much faster and more convenient than absorbing energy from source stones. The third was the unique treasures of the Celestial River. These treasures came in all shapes and sizes. Some could be a mystical piece of metal, some could be a piece of wood, and some could even be a huge leaf. While it might sound unremarkable, the people who had obtained these treasures all greatly valued them. The Celestial River traversed the entire universe with countless tributaries. A month later, Yi Chen's group arrived at a 5th grade tributary. From far away, Yi Chen could see the boundless Sky River. This 5th grade Sky River tributary was immeasurably long, wide, and thick. It was like a prehistoric white dragon as it floated there. The white river water flowed without a sound, tranquil and without ripples. The Stone Puppet Emperor said, "Looking at the Celestial River from the outside is different from entering it. The inside of the Celestial River is a world of its own. Once you get close, you'll be sucked in. You can't see the outside world from the Celestial River, but you can see the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun. Of course, there are also the fierce beasts and water monsters that live in the Celestial River. In order to come to the Celestial River, I modified the Scarlet Wind." The Scarlet Wind Emperor waved his hand and a giant ship appeared. Looking closely, one could see that the giant ship was very similar to the Scarlet Wind ship. Only the bow was modified with a deck, and the stern was modified with a cabin in the middle. The modification wouldn't affect the performance of the ship. Otherwise, the Scarlet Wind Emperor wouldn't be willing to do it. After all, the Scarlet Wind ship was an Emperor-class warship that couldn't be bought with money. Whoosh. The 5 of them flew onto the deck of the Scarlet Wind battleship. Under the control of the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the Scarlet Wind battleship rapidly flew toward the Celestial River. Wah! The sound of waves crashing against each other could be heard as the Scarlet Wind landed steadily on the surface of the heavenly river. Raising his head again, Yi Chen couldn't see the starry sky anymore. Between heaven and earth, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness. Their luck wasn't good. The place they appeared in had a mist which could absorb soul power. Even Yi Chen's soul power could only reach a few hundred meters. Any further and it would be beyond his reach. Damn, it's the heavenly river mist. The Scarlet Wind Emperor cursed. The mist above the heavenly river was naturally formed by the river water. The water of the heavenly river was originally able to absorb soul strength and block detection. Even after turning into mist, the effect was still the same. "Let's get out of this fog first," the Snow Air Emperor reminded. "And?" The Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded and controlled the Scarlet Wind to increase its speed. Traveling on the heavenly river was thousands of times slower than traveling in the universe. Even after half a day had passed, they were still unable to walk out of the fog. Instead, they were gradually going deeper into it. "Oh no!" The Stone Statue Emperor frowned. "This fog covers a large area. Without 10 days to half a month, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out. Let me evaporate this fog." The Fire Sparrow Emperor stood at the front of the ship. Suddenly she puffed up her mouth. Boom! A sky-high flame wave shot out from her mouth, turning into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. "Please don't." The Stone Statue Emperor couldn't stop her in time. A large amount of fog was evaporated. However, the phoenix flame that could turn everything into nothingness couldn't do anything to the fog of the heavenly river. Instead, it made the fog thicker and thicker. In the end, besides the deck, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Even with Yi Chen's soul power, he could only detect a few meters away from the deck. "What's going on?" The Fire Sparrow Emperor hurriedly closed her mouth. The Stone Man Emperor explained with a wry smile, "I forgot to remind you, as soon as the water leaves the surface of the river, it will immediately turn into mist. Although your phoenix fire evaporated a lot of the mist, it also pulled up the water below, causing the mist to become thicker and thicker." Yi Chen frowned and suddenly said, "Then the fog before wasn't formed naturally. There was some kind of ripple that formed it?" "Right." The stone statue emperor nodded. "Maybe there was a great battle between the water monsters. Or maybe it's the heavenly river's turbulence that happens every once in a while. Since we're already here, let's just go in one direction." Facing this kind of situation, there was no way to solve it quickly. Inside the heavenly river, no one knew the time. Using the chronograph, they knew that a week had passed. In this week, they didn't encounter any water monsters. In the 5th-rank tributary, the chance of water monsters appearing was relatively low. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people here. At least, without the power of a high-level king, no one would dare to come here. As the fog was getting thinner and thinner, and they were about to leave this area, trouble came. Boom. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the river and knocked the Scarlet Wind ship away. Waves swept across the sky and the fog thickened again. Not good. The Scarlet Wind Emperor reacted quickly and hurriedly controlled the Scarlet Wind ship to hover in the air. Standing on the ship's railing, everyone looked down. The river below was overflowing and a black head popped out. This head was only the tip of the iceberg, but it was already 1,000 times bigger than the Scarlet Wind ship. Its huge eyes were like 2 small stars, flickering with a bloodthirsty light. Its mouth was very long, a bit like a crocodile's. There were 3 rows of teeth inside, and each tooth was dozens of times bigger than the Scarlet Wind ship. With just a glance, they could feel an extremely tyrannical prehistoric beast's aura rushing over, shaking their minds. This is a mid-tier water monster, the Fear Beast. The stone statue emperor was very knowledgeable, and he immediately recognized the water monster. The heavenly river's water monsters were also divided into tiers. From weak to strong, they were low-tier water monsters, mid-tier water monsters, high-level water monsters, peak-tier water monsters, pseudo-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters. Normally, low-tier water monsters were equivalent to low-tier king warriors, mid-tier king warriors were equivalent to mid-tier king warriors, and behind them were high-level king warriors, peak-tier king warriors, quasi-venerable warriors, supreme venerable warriors, and powerful supreme venerable warriors. A mid-tier water monster was already so big. It wasn't hard to imagine how big the water monsters behind it would be. Chapter 12:25. The giant head of the evil beast was completely exposed. It looked like a giant island. It opened its mouth and roared, causing waves to soar up to the sky. Such a powerful sound wave. Although the Scarlet Wind warship was an Emperor-grade warship that could withstand the attack of a beginner combat Emperor, and a middle combat Emperor wouldn't be able to break the defensive barrier of the Scarlet Wind warship in a short period of time. However, the roar of the evil beast still shook the Scarlet Wind warship. The pale red defensive barrier kept distorting and deforming, producing a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache. Get down. After the main cannon finished charging, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's thoughts moved, and 2 beams of red light bombarded the terror beast's head. An earth-shattering sound rang out, but it was unknown if the terror beast was injured. However, the powerful impact caused the terror beast to sink to the bottom of the water. The splashing waves were like flying swords that struck the Scarlet Wind ship's defensive barrier, making pa-pa sounds. Without any hesitation, the Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the Scarlet Wind warship and flew away at a low altitude. It was an arduous and unrewarding task to fight a middle-level water monster to death. The combat strength of a middle-level water monster was similar to a middle-level emperor, but its life force was thousands of times stronger than a middle-level emperor. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Wind Emperor had miscalculated the difficulty of dealing with the evil beast. In the white mist, a long black shadow broke through the water and flew towards the Scarlet Wind warship. With a bang, the Scarlet Wind warship was sent flying. It eventually hit the surface of the water, sliding and rolling all the way. The black shadow was the tail of the evil beast. It was a few hundred miles long and was covered with a layer of cuticle like the skin of a crocodile. Swoosh. At this moment, a silhouette flew out from the Scarlet Wind warship and slashed at the eye of the evil beast. Pucci. No matter how strong the evil beast was, it only had the strength of a middle-level emperor. It only had a strong life force. The one who attacked was Yi Chen. After casting momentary brilliance, he instantly opened up a deep bloody hole on the left eye of the evil beast. Countless sword chi formed a spiral shape and sliced at the evil beast. Feeling the pain, the terror beast unceasingly slapped the heavenly river's surface. All of a sudden, a boundless white mist rose up like thick smoke, making one unable to see their own fingers in front of them. However, the terror beast was not affected by the white mist, and its tail accurately lashed out at Yi Qin. Troublesome. Yi Qin frowned. In the Milky Way, his soul power was restricted by the fog and could only spread out a small area. Only when the tail was about to reach him did he react. Clang. The flying heaven sword swept horizontally and Yi Qin firmly blocked the tail of the terror beast. However, the tail's power couldn't be removed, and it sent Yi Qin flying backward into the river. This is the water of the heavenly river. It's so cold. The moment he entered the bottom of the heavenly river, Yi Qin's first reaction was cold, and his second reaction was still cold. This kind of cold was not only on his body but also on his soul. It seemed like even his thoughts were frozen. Moreover, as the depth increased, the temperature of the river plummeted. There were even white ice crystals forming on Yi Qin's body. However, what made Yi Qin feel strange was that his vision was not restricted at the bottom of the heavenly river. Although his soul power was slightly restricted, it was not as big as above. He could see the scene tens of thousands of li away. He saw other water beasts. Based on their body shape, they were all low-grade water beasts. They didn't compete with the evil beast above for food. Moreover, at the bottom of the river, these water beasts were very lazy. They swam very slowly and their eyes were very dull. Too cold? When he reached 1,000 meters deep, he started to feel that he couldn't bear the cold anymore. If he continued, he might be frozen and fall into an eternal slumber. Fortunately, the power on his body had disappeared. Yi Qin operated his Zhenyuan and rushed up. The ice crystals on his body also shattered and fell off. Boom. The water column exploded and Yi Qin rushed out. Facing him was still the evil beast's tail. The heavenly river was the territory of the water beasts. They could easily observe their movements but not Yi Qin. Open. A silver light flickered between his eyebrows as Yi Qin opened his soul eyes. Once he opened his soul eyes, the situation became much better. His vision could see more than 1,000 li away. The flying heaven sword clashed with the evil beast's tail. Yi Qin borrowed the force and moved hundreds of li away as if he was weightless. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin performed his strongest sword art at the evil beast, Doomsday Meteor Sword. The flying heaven sword was like a huge fire god sword as it slashed out. The huge sword light was many times bigger than the evil beast's body. The evil beast couldn't dodge at all, and was directly hit by the meteor-like sword light. Swoosh! Black blood burst out. The center of the evil beast's body was cut open. Its internal organs were black like the blood. Only that huge inner dan was white, as pure as the heavenly river's water. However, the evil beast didn't die after receiving this attack. Its body sank and it was about to sink into the water. Where are you going? How could Yi Qin let go of this opportunity? The Doomsday Meteor Sword had used up 1/3 of his sword energy. If he didn't get anything out of it, it would be a waste. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin performed the Doomsday Meteor Sword again. The sword energy in his body was instantly reduced by half. With a rumbling sound, the heavenly river's water was cut open, and the evil beast's body was cut into 4 pieces. The violent Doomsday Sword Chi wreaked havoc, killing the evil beast's vitality. After struggling for a while, the evil beast finally died completely. It floated on the river's surface, and its black blood dyed the water black. With a gentle push, Yi Qin landed on the evil beast's body. With a wave of his hand, a white inner dan the size of a small mountain flew over. By the time it reached his hand, it had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Waves of white light surged around it and essence surged. The inner dan of a mid-ranked water monster was worth 1 billion essence stones. It was more or less enough to replenish Yi Qin's sword energy thrice. Of course, Yi Qin himself had lost 2/3 of his sword energy. When he left, Yi Qin discovered dozens of low-ranked water monsters rushing over, fighting over the evil beast's corpse. The black blood seemed to be nourishing to them and they fought over it crazily. In just a short while, the evil beast's mountain-sized body was snatched clean. The river's surface also recovered its white color, without a trace of impurities. Revealing a pensive expression, Yi Qin didn't go and kill them. The fog here was too thick. If he didn't leave now, he would sink deeper and deeper. Moreover, he could faintly sense a horrifying aura attacking him. Yi Qin, what happened to the evil beast? Seeing that Yi Qin had returned to the Scarlet Wind, the Scarlet Wind Emperor asked. Dead. Yi Qin took out the evil beast's inner dan. Mid-ranked inner dan. It's indeed dead. Impressive. You've just entered the 7th layer of life and death realm, and you already have the strength to contend against high-ranked emperors. Perhaps in a few years, when you enter the 8th layer, you'll be an invincible existence under supremes. The Scarlet Wind Emperor raised his thumb. Although he was at the 8th layer of life and death realm, his strength was far inferior to Yi Chen's. He was only equivalent to an ordinary emperor. A while after the Scarlet Wind ship left, an even bigger head appeared. This head's eyes were much bigger than the evil beast's, and its body was completely hidden in the river. Time flowed like the water of the heavenly river. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed. During this year the group didn't find any heavenly river islands. They were extremely rare and not that easy to find. However, they did obtain a lot of low-ranked Inner Dawn and mid-ranked Inner Dawn, which were better than nothing. On this day the 5 of them observed an island far away from where they were. It's an island. Fire Sparrow Emperor and Snow Air Emperor were pleasantly surprised. A joyful expression flickered on Stone Emperor's face as he smiled bitterly. That's a modified island for trading. There's no harm in going there. Who knows, we might be able to trade for something good. Chapter 1226. There were many experts roaming in the Milky Way. It could be said that the Milky Way was the largest secret realm in the universe. Even Supremes would come here to search for treasures. After a long time, someone came up with an idea to build trading points on some of the islands that had already been mined. After all, there were some things that you didn't need but others did. You could exchange things you didn't need for things you needed. That way everyone would be happy. Of course, there weren't always people at the trading points. The Milky Way was too big and there were many trading points. The experts who came here might not appear at the same time. Therefore, if you were unlucky, there might be no one at the trading point. Apart from that, there was another kind of situation. That was greed. Every year, there would be a large number of experts who didn't die in the hands of the water monsters, but died in the hands of other experts. This kind of thing was not uncommon. However, everyone was already used to it. In the universe, the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't just the Milky Way, other places weren't safe either. The only thing that could make one safe was strength, cautiousness, and some luck. No one. Yi Chen's group of 5 didn't have good luck. The island was empty. The hall that was originally used for trading was covered in dust. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time. After a casual observation, Yi Chen frowned slightly. He had vaguely sensed a trace of the power of a formation. With a trace of vigilance, Yi Chen opened his Eye of the Soul and began to investigate seriously. Leave quickly. This is a trap. Suddenly Yi Chen waved his hand. Boundless sword energy swept out and wrapped around the 4 of them as they soared into the sky. Haha, where are you going? Stay here. Colorful light shields lit up in all directions. These light shields were densely packed and stacked on top of each other, forming a hemispherical light shield that covered the entire island. At the same time, colorful dark clouds started to appear above everyone's heads. In the dark clouds, 5-colored lightning condensed and produced earth-splitting noises. Small 5-elemental lightning formation. What a good move. The Scarlet Wind Emperor had a grave expression. The small 5-elemental thunder light array was a combination of attack and sealing. The higher the strength of the person who set it up, the more powerful the array would be. Although it was a small 5-elemental thunder light array, it was divided into 3 stages. The primary stage small 5-elemental thunder light array required 480 million primal stones to set up and could completely seal several primary stage Emperor Realm experts. The intermediate stage small 5-elemental thunder light array required 1.28 billion primal stones to set up and could seal several intermediate stage Emperor Realm experts. This kind of magic array was classified as a top-secret magic array. The number of people who knew how to set it could be counted on one hand. Although the human race had magic arrays that were not weaker or even stronger than this one, they did not have the small 5 elements lightning array. The master of this magic array was the 3 ultimate supremes of the demons. The supremes of the 3 absolutes had 3 absolutes, and formations were one of them. The stone puppet emperor stared at the 5-colored clouds above him and said, "The minor 5 elemental lightning formation's lightning is endless. If we cannot break the formation, we will die sooner or later." That's right. Since it dares to call itself the 5 elements to a certain extent, it is already an independent world. The Snow Air Emperor said worriedly, "Watch as I burn it." The Fire Sparrow Emperor opened his mouth, and a fire dragon whizzed out, rushing towards the 5-colored clouds. Crack. Following the flow of energy, a 5-colored lightning struck down, landing on the fire dragon. The fire dragon was like a living thing turning into ashes. Doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Chen's soul, I saw clearly that the 5-colored lightning had directly destroyed the fire dragon. Normally, fire dragons were made of energy so they could not be destroyed. At most they would just disperse. From the name of the magic array, this lightning should have been infused with the profound meaning of the 5 elements. It was the 5 elements lightning. Crack. The five-colored clouds became denser and denser, turning chaotic. The five-colored lightning was like a group of snakes, gathering in the depths of the clouds. All of a sudden, a hole appeared in the clouds and a waist-thick five-colored lightning struck down. Along the way, the five-colored lightning turned into a five-colored dragon, roaring. Break. The Scarlet Wind Emperor waved the iron fan in his hand, and a tricolored light shot out, colliding with the five-colored divine dragon. With a rumble, a mushroom cloud spread out, and the five-colored divine dragon and the tricolored light perished together. Such power. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was slightly shocked. A five-colored lightning could actually cancel out his secret art. If there were 10 or 20 of them, he would not be able to block them at all. Fortunately, they had Yi Chen here, or else they would definitely die. I will look for the flaws of the magic array. The Snow Air Emperor was quite knowledgeable about magic arrays. Even if she found the flaws of the magic array, she would not be able to break it with her strength. Unfortunately, the person who set up the magic array did not know that Yi Chen's strength could not be judged by cultivation. The small 5 elements lightning light magic array could trap several intermediate emperor warriors, but Yi Chen was much stronger than several intermediate emperor warriors. Crack, crack. This time, 3 five-colored lightning struck down, turning into 3 divine dragons. Let me. Yi Chen pulled out the flying heaven sword and performed moment of glory. Puchi. The 3 divine dragons were instantly shattered, and the sword chi's remaining power did not dissipate. It pierced into the clouds, and with a crackling sound, a big hole appeared in the 5-colored clouds as if the sky had been pierced through. Ah! In the magic array, a person exclaimed in surprise. Someone next to him said, "This person's combat ability is very high. He can actually pierce through the 5 elemental clouds. This is not something an ordinary intermediate emperor warrior can do. Only a high-level emperor warrior can have such attack power." No worries. If it was just a magic array, it should not be able to do anything to him. But with us in charge, he will not be able to escape even if he grows wings. A person in the middle was full of confidence. Was a young man. He was the last disciple of the 3 absolutes of the demons, the Demon Array Emperor. He had inherited the 3 absolutes array Dao. Among the young emperor warriors, he could be considered an influential figure. This small 5 elements lightning light magic array was one of the magic arrays he was most proficient in. As a disciple of the 3 absolutes, he was not a person who just copied everything. After learning the essence of the small 5 elements lightning light magic array, he used his imagination and used 5 people to set up the magic array. Everyone had to be proficient in one of the 5 elements, and it would be better if 2 or more of them were proficient. This way the magic array would have more flaws, but its power would be stronger and more terrifying. Kill the enemy quickly, metal attack. The Demon Array Emperor shouted and waved his hand. The next moment, a 5-colored lightning with golden light blasted at Yi Chen. Wood attack. Water attack. Fire attack. Earth attack. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements combine into one chaos thunder. 5 types of lightning with the same color but different texture struck at Yi Chen. Then the 5 types of lightning started to fuse, turning into huge thunderballs. These thunderballs were completely chaotic in color. Even before they struck down, it gave people the illusion that they were going to split the sky and earth, exploding everything. It was as if these were thunder that came from chaos. If they were perfectly fused, I would naturally not be his opponent. But this kind of lightning cannot do anything to me. The true chaos thunder was a supreme martial art, a supreme thunder art. Even 100 Yi Chens would be annihilated. However, that was the method of a supreme being. Break. If chaos thunder was the thunder that split the sky and earth, then the Doomsday Meteor Sword was the sword art of the end of the world. Once the sword was unleashed, everything would perish and decay. Chapter 12:27. The lightning ball and the meteor sword light clashed. In the next moment, a faint crack appeared. This was a spatial crack. Normally, only a battle between peak emperors could tear the space apart. Yi Chen was still some distance away from peak emperors. However, the Doomsday Meteor Sword and Primal Chaos Lightning Ball had a special nature, so it wasn't hard to understand why they would create spatial cracks. The appearance of the spatial crack caused the entire space to shake. The Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth turned chaotic, showing signs of going berserk. Found it. Emperor Shui Kong formed hand seals, searching for the weak point of the minor 5 elemental thunder light array. It had to be said that the minor 5 elemental thunder light array was practically flawless. Even if it had a weak point, it was not something that a titled monarch like Emperor Shui Kong, who had yet to become an emperor, could detect. Even if Emperor Shui Kong had done some research on arrays, the appearance of the spatial crack, no, to be exact, it was Yi Chen's attack on the Great Array that had caused the Great Array's operation to pause for a moment. It was precisely this slight pause that Emperor Shui Kong caught. He hurriedly took out a small array flag from his storage ring, and with a flick of his hand, inserted it into the weak point of the Great Array. This array flag was no ordinary item, but a formation-breaking flag. Its value was no less than a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. With the existence of the array flag, the minor 5 elemental thunder light array's operation would have to pass through the array flag. In other words, the array flag had already fused with the minor 5 elemental thunder light array, becoming a part of it. It could be described as a tumor. Finding the weak point would make breaking the formation much easier. Of course, if they relied on Yi Chen to forcefully break the formation, their attacking power wouldn't be enough. Not good. Demon Array Emperor's face turned ashen. Originally, he had the confidence to exhaust Yi Chen's group of 5 to death by relying on the formation. However, with the Snow Air Emperor's existence, this plan was ruined. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Demon Array Emperor took the lead and left the Great Formation, rapidly flying away from the island. He still had self-awareness and knew that he wasn't Yi Chen's opponent. Once the latter broke out of the formation, the 5 of them wouldn't be able to stop him. With a huge bang, the formation collapsed. As for the 5, they had long since left the place. They're lucky they ran fast. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was extremely depressed. They had been trapped in the formation for no reason at all. If not for Yi Chen, they would have died without even their ashes remaining. His heart was extremely sullen. Taking out an elementary inner core, Yi Chen replenished his lost sword energy. He glanced at the direction that the Demon Formation Emperor and the others fled to. If he was alone, he wouldn't mind chasing after them. However, this was the Heavenly River. It was inconvenient to communicate with each other, and it would be easy to get separated. The Heavenly River had no year, moon, or day, but it had endless flowing water. The river flowed at an extremely fast speed, and it possessed the property of spatial fluctuations. Often, it would travel hundreds or even thousands of light years without anyone noticing. Of course, spatial fluctuations didn't happen all the time. There was a pattern to it. The time of the tide was the peak of spatial fluctuations, and it was very difficult to encounter it during normal times. On this day, as the tide rose, the scenery around the Scarlet Wind immediately became blurry. The next moment, the world spun and the Scarlet Wind arrived at an archipelago. An archipelago? The Flamingo Emperor cried out in alarm. In the Celestial River domain, encountering an island was already a fortunate thing, but encountering an archipelago was a sign of great luck. It was possible that one would never encounter an archipelago in their entire lives. It is indeed an archipelago. The Stone Man Emperor revealed a smile and let out a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, they had drifted on the Heavenly River for almost 2 years. If they still couldn't find the Imperial Spirit route, he had the thought of returning home. After all, he couldn't let Yi Chen and the others keep drifting on the Heavenly River with him. Maybe we can find the Imperial Spirit route this time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Snow Air Emperor smiled. Although it was called an archipelago, the number of islands was actually limited. There were 8 in total. The 2 larger islands were the closest to each other, while the other 6 guarded the 2 larger islands. Among the 8 islands, 7 of them were lush and full of life. The last island was a volcanic island, and the smell of sulfur spread far and wide. However, what disappointed the 5 was that this archipelago seemed to have been visited before. There weren't many precious primordial spirit herbs, and even if there were some, their age was very young. It seemed that they had only grown in the last 1,000 years and weren't very useful. Let's go to the volcanic island and have a look. Soon, the 5 of them had searched the 7 lush islands and decided to search the last one, the volcanic island. The 5 didn't know the growing environment of the Imperial Spirit route. Perhaps, the volcanic island still had a glimmer of hope. Arriving at the volcanic island, the Snow Air Emperor couldn't help but cough a few times. The smell of sulfur here was too dense and different from ordinary sulfur. The sulfur on the volcanic island carried an intense fire poison that could instantly kill any king under the 6th layer of life and death realm. Although it couldn't kill the 5, it wouldn't feel good either. Only the Fire Sparrow Emperor wasn't affected. She was a fire attribute demonic beast, the descendant of the phoenix. She naturally liked places with fire. After searching for a while, the 5 still didn't find anything. Eventually, their gazes landed on the active volcano at the center of the island. We can only enter the volcano. The Snow Air Emperor said. I'll lead the way. The Fire Sparrow Emperor soared into the sky and turned into a line of fire, shooting toward the active volcano. Yi Qin and the others followed behind her. The active volcano was huge, tens of thousands of meters tall, and immeasurably deep. The fiery mouth at the top was like a fiery abyss, making one's heart tremble with fear. Waves of heat rose up, bringing up thousands of meters of pale red chi flow. Yi Qin gave it a try. Merely the pale red chi flow could melt a heavenly king-grade artifact. Yi Qin wondered if the emperor-grade artifact would also be melted if he went deeper. This place naturally contained extreme fire profound, poison profound, yang profound, and earth profound. Along with the pale red chi flow, a red figure suddenly shot out and attacked the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Courting death. The Fire Sparrow Emperor spat out a fire dragon, using fire to fight fire. The phoenix flames were the strongest flames in the world. The red figure was clearly a fire monster, but it was unable to block the phoenix flames. It cried out miserably as it was burned. The five of them looked carefully and saw that it was a fire monster that looked like a crow. Puchi. The flame extinguished and the fire monster was burned to ashes, leaving behind a red crystal. Holding it in his hand, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said, "This is also a beast Dan." The beast Dan of a fire monster wasn't very big. It couldn't compare to the beast Dan of a low-level water monster, and its effect was much weaker. But different from the water monster Dan, the fire monster Dan had an element, so it wasn't suitable for people who didn't cultivate fire element arts. With the Fire Sparrow Emperor leading the way, the five went deeper and deeper. Along the way, more and more fire monsters appeared. At first, there were fire monsters that looked like crows, and they had the strength of 3-star generals. Later, 3-headed fire birds appeared. 3-legged fire birds had the strength of 5-star generals. Continuing down, human-faced bird monsters suddenly appeared. These human-faced bird monsters were no weaker than low-tier water monsters, and they had the strength of low-tier emperors. Although the Fire Sparrow Emperor was a descendant of the phoenix and could naturally suppress fire element beasts, the difference was still the difference. Therefore, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and Yi Qin had to take the lead. Chapter 12:28. The volcano was 30,000 meters high, and Yi Qin's group gradually went deeper. Due to the powerful updraft, their speed was not fast. After half a cup of tea's time, they had only reached 6,000 meters from the bottom. The color has changed. The updraft turned from light red to dark red. 3,000 meters from the bottom, the color changed again, turning scarlet. At 3,000 meters, the scarlet color turned black. When they reached the bottom of the volcano, the color of the airflow had turned black, and the origin of the airflow was the black magma at the bottom of the volcano. Although it was called magma, the strange thing was that the temperature around the magma was very low. The ground was covered in black ice, and when one stepped on it, the bone-chilling cold immediately drilled in like little snakes. Strange, there is actually bone-chilling magma, so why is the updraft hot? Snow Air Emperor could not figure it out. She cultivated an ice attribute art, and although she still felt a little uncomfortable, it was not a big deal. Stone Emperor bent down and touched the black ice. Kacha. It seemed that he did not use Jin Yuan to protect himself, and his palm immediately turned into a black ice sculpture. When Stone Emperor circulated his Jin Yuan to expel it, his palm instantly shattered. This black ice was extremely tyrannical, and once frozen, it would be impossible to expel the cold chi. Stone Emperor circulated his undying body, and his palm recovered. He sighed and said, "If I guessed correctly, this is the legendary 9 nether cold ice, which can freeze everything in the world. Moreover, it is divided into 9 grades. If it was high-grade 9 nether cold ice, we would have been frozen and shattered the moment we landed." 9 nether cold ice? It was Yi Qin's first time hearing about such a strange thing, and from Stone Emperor's tone, it seemed to be very frightening. Stone Emperor explained, "I'm afraid you all do not know this, but in the ancient era, this Sky River was not only called Sky River, but also 9 nether yellow spring, which connects to Hell. Legend has it that Hell has ice and fire. The ice is the 9 nether cold ice and the fire is the Hell fire. Being sealed by the 9 nether cold ice, even the soul would be frozen and turned into powder. This is not possible, right? Is there really a hell?" The Scarlet Wind Emperor had a look of disbelief. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at the Scarlet Wind Emperor with disdain and said, "Although I haven't seen any information about hell, my Phoenix clan has heard of hell since ancient times. It is said that one of my Phoenix clan's primogenitors entered hell, but there was no news of them afterwards. However, another primogenitor said that the primogenitor who entered hell had already fallen. Hell was a synonym for mystery and terror in every race. It was just that no one had ever entered hell before. Perhaps some people had entered hell before, just like the ancestors of the Phoenix race, but none of them had ever come out. Naturally, there was a lack of evidence. Then why is there 9 hells frozen ice here? 9 hells frozen ice should only appear in hell. Snow Air Emperor asked. Yi Chen guessed, perhaps this is an entrance to hell. Entrance? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't want to enter hell. Not to mention anything else, just the black lava alone was unbearable. Stone Emperor said, there are many entrances to hell. Every living world has a blood-weeping ghost region. It's said that it's a small projection of hell, and those with great abilities can find the entrance. As for the depths of Heavenly River, there is a barrier that can only be seen after reaching a certain depth. If you want to enter, it'll be much more difficult. You'll have to break the barrier in order to enter, and that's Yellow Spring. Yellow Spring and Heavenly River are two sides of the same coin. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Elysium indeed had a blood-weeping ghost region, and Yi Chen had entered it once. However, it was very desolate and there wasn't anything that Yi Chen needed. Therefore Yi Chen hadn't entered again. For some reason, Yi Chen thought of the blood-severing ghost finger he had obtained in Dragon God's Celestial Palace. This thing was very strange. Once cultivated to greater completion, a ghostly shadow would appear behind one's back. Moreover, this ghostly shadow didn't seem to be illusory, and seemed to have its own thoughts. Yi Chen had once seen this ghostly shadow reveal an eerie smile. A long time ago, Yi Chen had stopped using the blood-severing ghost finger. Apart from discovering the flaws of the technique, the ghostly shadow was also too strange. Although the 5 had determined this was the entrance to hell, they didn't intend to return empty-handed. They began to search the surroundings for treasures. This seems to be the 9 hells frozen ice pearl. Soon, the Snow Air Emperor found the first treasure. Yi Chen looked over and saw that the Snow Air Emperor was holding a dark green pearl in his hand. The cold chi inside the pearl was restrained, but the aura emitted from it still caused ice to form on the Snow Air Emperor's palm. Fortunately, the Snow Air Emperor had already circulated his Zhenyuan, and the cold chi was isolated outside of his Zhenyuan. Therefore his hand wasn't injured. 9 hells frozen ice pearl was a treasure on the same level as the Darkness God Crystal. After pouring Zhenyuan into it and throwing it out, it could create a cold chi whirlpool. Under Emperor Realm, almost no one could escape from it. Soon Yi Chen also found a 9 hells frozen ice pearl. 9 hells frozen ice pearl was the essence of 9 hells frozen ice. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless, so he circulated his sword yuan and picked it up. This thing was useless to him, but he could give it to the people around him. The more the better. The volcanic area was tens of thousands of meters wide. 9 hells frozen ice pearls were usually hidden in the 9 hells frozen ice. It was hard to scan with soul power, so one could only search with their eyes. After half a day, Yi Chen had collected a total of 10 9 hells frozen ice pearls. No more. Let's leave. After searching for a while, the Stone Emperor suggested. All right. Everyone nodded. This place was too cold. Even with the protection of Zhenyuan, it wouldn't feel good after a long time. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Chen suddenly saw a black human figure in the black lava. This black human figure climbed out of the black lava and stuck close to the ground, silently shooting towards the Snow Air Emperor who was the closest to it. Watch out. Yi Chen instantly pulled out his flying sword and threw out a beam of sword chi. Swoosh. The black shadow was split into 2. However, not only did the 2 halves of the shadow not die, they even dashed towards Emperor Shui Kong at an even faster speed. Emperor Shui Kong's figure suddenly stopped, and soon after his eyes began to turn black, and the whites of his eyes disappeared. In Yi Chen's previous life, he had always heard people talk about being possessed by ghosts. Now it was his first time seeing it for himself. Shui Air, are you okay? The Scarlet Wind Emperor hurried to the Snow Air Emperor's side and grabbed her shoulders. The Snow Air Emperor smiled weirdly. His eyes turned into 2 black whirlpools as he stared at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor only felt a wave of coldness pouring down from the top of his head. In the next second, his expression became sluggish. Don't get close to them. Let me do it. Yi Chen warned the Stone Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor as he carefully walked over. As he approached, the Snow Air Emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Yi Chen with his black eyes. Destroy. Yi Chen roared as his destruction sword intent burst out of his body. Whoosh. A cold wind spread out and the surrounding temperature dropped even more. Chapter 12:29. The immortal sword intent was invulnerable to all evils, while the destruction sword intent was even more tyrannical, able to destroy any form of existence. According to Yi Chen's understanding, ghosts, were a special kind of soul, and the destruction sword intent could definitely harm or even destroy them. Behind the Snow Air Emperor, half of a black shadow's body was blown out, with green smoke rising from its body. However, this shadow was very tenacious. After the destruction sword intent dispersed, it once again entered the Snow Air Emperor's body. Unfortunately, Yi Chen would not give it the chance to control the Snow Air Emperor's body again. Yi Chen's right hand reached out like lightning, pressing on the Snow Air Emperor's shoulder. In the next second, the Immortal Sword intent, which was different from the Destruction Sword intent, poured into the Snow Air Emperor's body. He did not dare to use the Destruction Sword intent because while it would kill the shadow, it would also cause unimaginable damage to the Snow Air Emperor. The shadow tasted pain this time. Although the Immortal Sword intent was not as tyrannical as the Destruction Sword intent, it still had the effect of suppressing ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Sword intent filled the Snow Air Emperor's body, forcing the shadow out. The holy white light ignited the shadow's body. Die. His left hand turned into a claw, and Yi Chen reached into the shadow's body, bursting out the Destruction Sword intent. Buzz. The sharp black ripple spread out, and the shadow suddenly became blurry, almost disappearing. As the shadow tried to escape, Yi Chen's right hand followed, also reaching into the shadow's body. Under the attack of the two Destruction Sword intents, the shadow let out a silent howl before disappearing completely. What happened? The Snow Air Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor woke up at the same time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was only confused for a second, not as badly as the Snow Air Emperor. The Stone Man Emperor let out a breath of relief. Just now, hearing the Stone Man Emperor's explanation, the Snow Air Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor both had cold sweat. They did not think that they would encounter such a strange thing here. Now, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was starting to believe that there were ghosts in hell in this world. I can't stay here for long. I should leave first. Yi Chen had a new understanding of ghosts. In the world he was in, there was no proof of the existence of ghosts. But even if ghosts did exist, they would not be this powerful. One had to know that the Snow Air Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor were not ordinary people. Their bodies contained a powerful aura, and these kinds of evil ghosts could not even get close to them. However, this black shadow was able to invade the Snow Air Emperor's body in an instant and control his mind. Then it confused the Scarlet Wind Emperor the moment their eyes met. If not for Yi Chen having the Destruction Sword intent and the Immortal Sword intent, he might not have been able to save the two of them. Following the flow of air, the five of them flew toward the crater. Along the way, Yi Chen vaguely felt that his body had passed through something. A seal? Yi Chen speculated. Only a seal could explain why there was a bone-chilling cold below and a scorching heat above. Only a seal could explain why there were no ghosts in the outside world but only this place. Of course, all of this was still uncertain. The heavenly river was boundless, and there might be ghosts that left this place and wandered around. Not long after Yi Chen and the others left, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the black magma. This black shadow slowly floated above the black magma, and a black substance slid off its body. Not long after, a lifeless face was revealed. Its eyes had no pupils and were deathly pale, which was horrifying. The Scarlet Wind ship rode the wind and waves, shuttling above the heavenly river. Unknowingly, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the intersection of a 5th-grade tributary and a 4th-grade tributary. At the center of the intersection, the waves were towering. If one were to get closer, they would discover that there was a huge whirlpool there. This whirlpool was unimaginably huge and there were layers upon layers of it. It was even bigger than a galaxy. Anyone below the Supreme Being level would face life-threatening danger if they tried to pass through here. There's an island there. What surprised the five of them was that there was actually a small island at the edge of the intersection point. This island was not very far from the whirlpool, but it was not very close either. The island was surrounded by reefs and it was very tall. The monstrous waves could only hit the sides of the island, and were unable to completely submerge this isolated island. The edge of the intersection is still relatively safe. Let's go and take a look. The Stone Emperor suggested. Yi Chen and the others had no objections. They had finally found an island, but they would definitely regret it if they went and took a look. The island seemed very close, but time and space were unpredictable above the heavenly river. Sometimes it seemed close but it was actually very far. Sometimes it seemed very far but it could be reached with a single step. After a full day and night, the Scarlet Wind ship finally reached the shore. What a terrifying Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. When they arrived at the island, the five were shocked by the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. The density of the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here was beyond imagination. There were layers of clouds in the sky, which were condensed from the heaven-earth yuan qi. The rain of heaven-earth yuan qi nourished the flowers and trees on the island. As far as the eye could see, there were spirit grasses everywhere. Even the most common weeds were superior grade. Of course, the 5 of them had high standards. They wouldn't be interested in ordinary spirit grasses. Only monarch spirit grasses and above could enter their eyes. Extreme young wood. Profound yin grass. 7-colored divine fruit. 5 elements flower. Leaving aside the monarch spirit grasses, there were many monarch spirit grasses on the island. After a short while, Yi Chen found 4 stalks of monarch spirit grasses. Extreme young wood and profound yin grass were mid-grade monarch spirit grasses. With the 2 of them, one's yin yang qi would be more harmonious, which was quite useful in improving the spirit body. Yi Chen's current spirit body was at the early stage of the 7th rank. With the extreme young wood and profound yin grass, along with some other materials, he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. One had to know that the higher one's spirit body was, the harder it was to improve. Except for body refinement monarchs, after reaching the 7th rank, every step forward would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, requiring the assistance of extremely precious treasures. However, treasures weren't cabbages that could be easily obtained. Moreover, he had used the extreme young wood and profound yin grass this time. The next time he used these 2, it wouldn't have any effect and he would have to use more precious treasures. As for the 7-colored divine fruit and the 5 elements flower, one was a high-grade monarch spirit grass, while the other was a supreme-grade monarch spirit grass. The 7-colored divine fruit was a rare treasure that could strengthen one's yuan spirit. As for how much it could strengthen, it depended on the age of the 7-colored divine fruit. This 7-colored divine fruit grew on the ground, and it was at least 100,000 years old. It could make Yi Chen's yuan spirit more condensed, and once the yuan spirit grew stronger, his talent in martial arts would also improve. The 5 elements flower contained the profound of the 5 elements. Observing the 5 elements flower might allow one to comprehend a supreme martial art that integrated the profound of the 5 elements, which was equivalent to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Unknowingly, the 5 of them arrived at the center of the island. At this moment, the 5 of them stopped. There was a glacier in the center of the island, which looked rather strange and out of place with the environment of the island. Yi Chen was about to activate his soul eye to see through the glacier. Crack. Cracks spread out on the glacier and the cracks grew larger and larger, spreading in all directions. Eventually, the entire glacier shattered, and there was an icy white ball of light in the center. Let's go. Yi Chen had a bad feeling. He could clearly see a figure sitting in the icy white ball of light. This figure's aura was restrained, but the pressure he emitted was much stronger than that of the Golden Spear Marshal. He was at least a peak martial emperor or even a quasi-venerable. It was best to run as far as possible when encountering such an expert on the heavenly river. Even if he was from the human race, he couldn't be careless. Where are you going? The icy white ball of light shrank and merged into the body of an old man with a cold expression. He reached out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. The time and space started to shrink, and Yi Chen and the other 4 who had flown far away were like small fish swimming against the current. They were instantly caught in the old man's palm. It was as if his right hand was a world of its own, an ancient mountain, and the 5 of them couldn't move at all. This was not something a peak martial emperor could do. This was definitely a quasi-venerable. Chapter 1230. This is a quasi-sovereign? Yi Chen's strength was at the peak among high-grade emperors, but compared to peak emperors he was several times weaker. Compared to a quasi-sovereign, the gap was immeasurable. However, he didn't expect the gap to be this huge. The opponent could easily grab the 5 of them with a single hand. It was like the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Sword domain and sword yuan erupted at the same time. Yi Chen shouted and tried to break free from the opponent's grasp. The old man was slightly surprised. The power Yi Chen released was incomparably sharp. It was even stronger than high-grade emperors. Hee, do you still want to run after falling into this old man's hands? The palm exerted a bit of force and Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan and sword domain collapsed. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen, don't be rash. If he wanted to kill us, he could have killed us all just now. Don't anger him. Stone Emperor hastily transmitted his voice to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Just as Stone Emperor had said, with the opponent's methods, they wouldn't be able to kill them even if they had 100 lives. Even peak emperors wouldn't be able to contend against a quasi-sovereign's methods. You're smart. Indeed, I won't kill you. As long as you do me a favor, I can let you go. The old man's voice transmitted over. Stone Emperor's face paled. The opponent could actually hear his soul transmission. It was too frightening. Senior, you're a quasi-sovereign. If even you can't do anything, I'm afraid we'll be even more helpless. Stone Emperor smiled bitterly. The old man shook his head and sneered, there's nothing absolute in this world. Otherwise there wouldn't be any accidents. This old man can't do it alone. With you guys there's a bit more hope. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. The Stone Puppet Emperor knew that if they didn't agree, they would only suffer more. The other party might kill one of them out of anger, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At this moment they had no choice but to lower their heads. Even if the other party wanted them to die, they wouldn't be able to resist. At the same time, the Stone Puppet Emperor blamed himself. Yi Qin and the others had come to the Heavenly River mainly to find the Sovereign Path spiritual route for him. If it wasn't for him, even if Yi Qin and the others wanted to come, they wouldn't have come now. At the very least, they would only be able to travel the Heavenly River after a long period of time. With Yi Qin's talent, even if he couldn't defeat a quasi-venerable at that time, he would at least be able to protect himself. I don't know which race this old man is from, but he shouldn't be from the demons, yakshas, or evil spirits. It's also unlikely that he's from the Green Man tribe. He should be from another race. That technique just now contained the profound of the 5 elements, forming a world of its own. However, even I could see some flaws in it. It's probably just superficial. It can't be considered a real supreme martial art. Supreme martial arts contain several kinds of profound that reinforced and restrained each other, and the profound of the 5 elements was one of them. The old man's degree of integration of the 5 elements was not high. Otherwise, Yi Qin wouldn't have chosen to struggle because he had no way to do so. Of course, even if it was just a superficial supreme martial art, it was still thousands of times stronger than Yi Qin's Doomsday Meteor Sword. Still sitting cross-legged on the ground, the old man stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. With a pop, a dazzling 5-colored ball of light appeared before him. Very quickly, the old man threw Yi Qin's group of 5 into the 5-colored ball of light. Then he closed his eyes as if he was healing. The 5-colored ball of light was only the size of a palm, but Yi Qin's group of 5 didn't think so. Yi Qin's soul force spread out and immediately discovered that the diameter of the 5-colored ball of light had reached an astonishing 5 million miles. Although it couldn't be considered a world or a plane and could only be considered a subspace, it was still very terrifying. What should we do now? The Scarlet Wind Emperor frowned. If he had known that there was a quasi-venerable of a foreign race on this island, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Yi Qin said, since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. I believe we'll be safe for a while. The Stone Statue Emperor said, if I'm not wrong, this old man should be a quasi-venerable of the spirit race. His name is Old Ancestor Wuling. It is said that he has lived for almost 100,000 years and is reaching the end of his lifespan. The spirit race was a race born from the heavens. Although there weren't many members, each of them was extremely powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in terms of average battle strength, whether it was the demons or the Yiksha race, they were worlds apart. Of course, in terms of overall strength, the spirit race was far behind the demons or the human race. The spirit race had a total of 5 supremes, which wasn't too many or too few. They lived in a star field called the Spirit Zone, which was very far from the 4 major star fields in the Demon Zone. They were a neutral race. In the near future, the neutral races wouldn't necessarily continue to live in peace. However, for now, any neutral race would be the target of the demons and the human race. Even if they couldn't win them over, they wouldn't offend them, lest they join the enemy's alliance out of anger. Not good. This old man is reaching the end of his lifespan. He must have come to the Heavenly River to find some heaven-defying treasure that can increase his lifespan. The environment of such a treasure is extremely dangerous. No wonder he got injured. The Fire Sparrow Emperor's brows creased. The lifespan of a life and death king was 100,000 years. Normally this was the limit. However, the heavens would always leave a way out. Some heaven-defying treasures could indeed increase one's lifespan. For example, back in Elysium, Dragon King had lived for 1,000 years, creating a miracle. Hearing these words, the Stone Statue Emperor's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Snow Air Emperor asked. The Stone Statue Emperor sucked in a deep breath and said bitterly, this is indeed bad. Do you know that Old Ancestor Wuling specializes in a secret art called the Sky-Seizing Puppet Secret Art? Sky-Seizing Puppet Secret Art? Yi Qin looked at the Stone Statue Emperor. The Stone Statue Emperor explained, the Sky-Seizing Puppet Secret Art is an ancient secret art. It's useless to the user himself, but it can turn others into puppets and give them 50% of the user's battle power. You're saying that he wants to turn us into puppets to open a path for him? Yi Chen's heart shook as he said. Most likely. The stone statue emperor's expression was bitter. Soon after, he raised his head and said to Yi Chen and the others, "It's all because of me that you guys ended up like this. In my next life, I, the stone statue emperor, am willing to do anything for you guys." Although the Scarlet Wind Emperor wasn't in a good mood, he still tried to persuade the stone being emperor. "It's still unknown whether or not we will be refined into puppets. Let's not worry too much. Perhaps the situation will be much better than this." "I hope so." The stone statue emperor nodded. Yi Chen's mood was also very heavy. However, he had experienced countless adversity and would never give up. This time was no exception. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen tried to find a flaw in the five-colored space, hoping to find a way out. The premise was that old ancestor Wuling hadn't put away the five-colored light ball. Suddenly Yi Chen's face flashed with joy. The space inside the five-colored light ball wasn't as stable as the outside world. It would occasionally emit clear spatial fluctuations. When his soul force scanned these spatial fluctuations, Yi Chen's space profundity seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. If I can comprehend the space profundity to perfection, I might have a chance to escape. With that thought, Yi Chen sat down and spread his soul force to comprehend the space profundity. Chapter 1231. Time flew by and no one knew how much time had passed. Inside the five-colored space, Yi Chen's space ultimacy was gradually increasing, and it had reached the critical point. Space ultimacy's great completion and space ultimacy's completion seemed to be a step away, but without the right opportunity, it was normal for one to not be able to comprehend it even after tens of thousands of years. After all, space ultimacy was not an ordinary ultimacy. It was an existence just below the power ultimacy and time ultimacy. Once it was completely comprehended, there would be a chance to comprehend time ultimacy. Originally, it was impossible for Yi Chen to have a chance to improve space ultimacy to completion in a short period of time. However, the world was strange. Wuling old ancestor catching them was a disaster, but putting them in the five-colored space was a blessing for Yi Chen. As for why it was a blessing, it was mainly because the five-colored space was composed of the five kinds of yuan qi and ultimacy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, because Wuling old ancestors' five elements ultimacy wasn't integrated to a high degree, the spatial fluctuations were very obvious, giving Yi Chen a chance. Misfortune and blessing came hand in hand. Until the end, no one knew what the result would be. Space, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the five elements reinforce and subdue each other. Yi Chen was completely immersed in comprehension. In the past, he had only comprehended space ultimacy and didn't think about anything else. But now he found that comprehending space ultimacy wasn't that simple. If he could use the five elements ultimacy and space ultimacy to complement each other, he could comprehend space ultimacy even faster. This was because the five elements ultimacy contained everything, including time. Wisps and wisps. Yi Chen's soul sea became more and more transparent, and a kind of enlightenment came straight to his heart. Click. In his heart there seemed to be a huge door opening. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a strange light spread out, as if he could see through space and time. Is this space ultimacy at completion? Yi Chen felt that he could teleport. Buzz. A faint spatial fluctuation spread out, and Yi Chen instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the multicolored space. The spatial barrier there was multicolored, like a thick layer of multicolored crystals. This five-colored space no longer has any secrets in my eyes. However, this spatial barrier is extremely profound. It contains many layers of space. Once I enter it, I'm afraid that I will need to spend a great amount of effort to escape. At that time, Ancestor Wuling will definitely stop me. Other than that, I will not be able to bring anyone away. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The five-colored space was connected to Patriarch Wuling's mind. Yi Chen didn't think that Patriarch Wuling wouldn't know that he had broken through the spatial barrier. Rather than taking the risk, he might as well wait for the right opportunity. Strolling leisurely, Yi Chen teleported to the center of the colorful space. At this time, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other three were cultivating in seclusion. Over the past few years, everyone had gathered quite a lot of good things and some of them could be used now. The space ultimacy has reached completion. Now it's time to improve my spirit body. Taking out the extreme young wood and the profound Yin grass, Yi Chen rubbed his hands together. The two items immediately turned into two streams of air that were absorbed into Yi Chen's body. These two streams of air were extremely pure yin-yang energy. Ordinary yin-yang energy naturally couldn't improve Yi Chen's spirit body, but the yin-yang energy contained in these two was incomparably strong and didn't have too many impurities. They were actually nourished by the yin-yang energy. The yin-yang energy formed a yin-yang diagram in Yi Chen's body, harmonizing the yin-yang and 5 elements in his body. At this time, using treasures to improve his spirit body would be twice the result with half the effort and wouldn't be a waste. Immediately after, Yi Chen took out a large number of treasures. There was the purple electric spirit liquid, form refining flower, and fairy lady grass. Of course, these were all supplementary materials and wouldn't have any effect on a rank 7 spirit body. The last item Yi Chen took out was a human-shaped fruit. This human-shaped fruit was called the human spirit fruit. It had the effect of nourishing a rank 7 spirit body. If there were 2 human spirit fruits, it could directly improve the spirit body from rank 7 initial stage to rank 7 middle stage. However, now that Yi Chen had the extreme yang wood and the profound yin grass, he shouldn't need 2 to succeed. Everything was ready and he was only missing the right thing. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen jumped into a jade bucket that was half the height of a person. The liquid inside was the purple electric spirit liquid, form refining flower, and fairy lady grass. Soaking inside, Yi Chen swallowed the human spirit fruit, closed his eyes and put his palms together. In fact, Yi Chen had underestimated the effects of the extreme yang wood and profound yin grass. After consuming a small portion of the medicinal energy, Yi Chen's spirit body successfully broke through to the rank 7 mid-stage. The yin-yang diagram formed from the extreme yang wood and profound yin grass was like a transfer station that could increase the medicinal energy by 4 to 8 times. Originally, Yi Chen thought that 2 times would be the limit. Compared to the rank 7 mid-stage spirit body, the rank 7 mid-stage spirit body was several times stronger, and the inextinguishable energy within it was also several times stronger. Why don't I go all out and break through to the rank 7 mid-stage? Compared to the rank 7 mid-stage, the rank 7 late stage was several times stronger. Putting his thoughts into action, Yi Chen focused all his attention on the yin-yang diagram in his body. 3 days later, Yi Chen opened his eyes and a bright light burst out. Just a little bit more and I can reach the rank 7 late stage. I still have the yin-yang qi, but I don't have the materials to break through. At this time, the liquid inside the jade bucket had turned transparent, no different from water. All the energy inside was absorbed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I still have some here. Suddenly, 10 purplish-red crystals were thrown into the jade bucket. They were the Stone Emperor. He had stopped his seclusion a few days ago, and when he discovered that Yi Chen was breaking through, he stood by the side to protect him. These purplish-red crystals were called purple spirit crystals, and they were extremely rare. The Stone Emperor was originally preparing them for his own breakthrough, but he gave them to Yi Chen without any hesitation. After all, he still didn't know whether he would live or die this time, and he felt extremely guilty. Many thanks. Yi Chen nodded his head slightly. The moment the purple spirit crystals fell into the water, a drastic change occurred. Waves of purplish-red energy spread out, changing the color of the water completely, and a bubbling sound could be heard. Not daring to delay, Yi Chen absorbed the energy of the purple spirit crystals with all his might. With the addition of new energy, Yi Chen's stagnant spirit body continued to improve. Crack! The jade bucket shattered and water splashed everywhere. With a blue flash, a set of blue clothes appeared on Yi Chen's body. A late-stage 7th rank spirit body was formed. A late-stage 7th rank spirit body, and the inextinguishable energy had begun to take shape. If the inextinguishable energy in the past was described as a very limited pool of water, then now it had transformed into a meandering stream. Not only did it increase in quantity, but its recovery speed was much faster than before as well. Congratulations. The Stone Emperor smiled. It's all thanks to your purple spirit crystals, Yi Chen said. The Stone Emperor shook his head. What I owe you isn't even enough for 100 purple spirit crystals. This time. Yi Chen interrupted him. You and I are friends. How can the friendship between friends be valued by external objects? Don't say such things again. All right. The Stone Emperor nodded vigorously. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen and the others even thought that Ancestor Wuling had completely forgotten about them. On this day, Ancestor Wuling woke up from his healing. Now that I've fully recovered, I will definitely obtain the abyssal fruit. Swish. With a flash of white light, Ancestor Wuling instantly left the island. Chapter 1232. Above the heavenly river, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. A multicolored ship quickly sailed over. A person was sitting cross-legged in the cabin of the ship. It was old ancestor Wuling. This multicolored ship was his most precious treasure. It was an advanced Emperor-level warship. When a warship reached the Emperor level, its value would increase tenfold or even 100-fold with every minor grade. Even with his quasi-venerate strength and close to 100,000 years of accumulation, he only had one advanced Emperor-level warship. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have the financial resources to buy it, but that he had nowhere to buy it. Otherwise, he was confident that he could even buy a top Emperor-level warship. He opened his right hand and a spot of light slowly lit up in his palm. Soon, a multicolored ball of light flew out and floated in front of old ancestor Wuling. I didn't have the time to control them while I was treating my injuries. Now it's time to use the heaven-seizing puppet secret technique. The heaven-seizing puppet secret technique was a mysterious ancient secret technique. It was a priceless treasure that old ancestor Wuling had obtained from an ancient secret realm. The world only knew that the heaven-seizing puppet secret technique could refine a puppet with 50% of the original strength, but they didn't know that 50% was not the limit. Generally speaking, ordinary martial emperors could only be refined into puppets with 50% of the original strength. As for titled monarchs, they could only be refined into yellow-grade puppets with 10 or 20% of the original strength. However, old ancestor Wuling had seen records in the secret technique that some rare peerless geniuses could be refined into earth-grade puppets with 70% of the original strength. The strength of the puppet was related to the puppet's own cultivation, but it wasn't an absolute relationship. Geniuses who could challenge those of a higher cultivation level had a mysterious substance in their bodies. It was this substance that determined the strength of the puppet. The reason why old ancestor Wuling had captured Yi Chen's group of 5 was that there was not only a low-level martial emperor among Yi Chen's group of 5, but there was also a peerless genius among them. This peerless genius was naturally Yi Chen. With the earth-grade puppet, ordinary quasi-venerates are no match for me. Even if I encounter a powerful quasi-venerate, I can easily escape. Old ancestor Wuling was currently in a very good mood. The gloominess from losing a quasi-earth-grade puppet decades ago had been swept away. Thinking of that quasi-earth rank puppet, Wuling Patriarch could not help but think to himself, Emperor in green clothes, this old man will take revenge sooner or later. The materials for quasi-earth step puppets were also rare geniuses that could only be chanced upon. After all, there were some truly powerful geniuses that Wuling old ancestor didn't dare to touch, nor could he touch. If he provoked the supremes behind them, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Hence, to Wuling old ancestor, quasi-earth step puppets were extremely precious, and the more the better. As for earth step puppets, he didn't even think about them. He didn't believe that a peerless genius with no background would appear in the starry skies of the universe. Yi Chen's appearance made him wild with joy. According to the information, there was absolutely no supreme being behind Yi Chen. This was practically a pie that fell from the sky. Let's start with the lad with the worst aptitude. Old ancestor Wuling grabbed the Stone Man Emperor first. In his eyes, the Stone Man Emperor had the worst talent. The other 4 were younger and had great potential, especially Yi Chen. The moment the Stone Man Emperor was grabbed, he fell into a coma and was at old ancestor Wuling's mercy. Within the 5-colored space, Yi Chen and the other 3 had ugly expressions. A 5-colored palm had reached in and grabbed the Stone Man Emperor. They didn't even have time to react. Bastard. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was anxious. Let me see if I can break through the spatial barrier and escape. Yi Chen didn't plan to wait for death. Old ancestor Wuling capturing the Stone Man Emperor was definitely not a good thing. Then what about old Shi? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked hesitantly. Yi Chen was silent. Old ancestor Wuling was a quasi-venerable, and they couldn't save the Stone Man Emperor. It was unknown whether he could escape or not. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's eyes were red as he said, "If we stay, everyone will die. If we can escape, there will be a chance to take revenge for old Shi in the future." His relationship with the Stone Man Emperor was indescribable, but things had to be prioritized. If he could save the Stone Man Emperor, the Scarlet Wind Emperor wouldn't hesitate. But if he stayed, he would still die. Lang Feng is right. The Snow Air Emperor was in a bad mood. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen flew toward the edge of the 5-colored space. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 2 followed behind. Arriving in front of the spatial barrier, Yi Chen opened the soul eye between his eyebrows. After his space profound reached perfection, Yi Chen's gaze had the spatial attribute. He could see through the void within his sensing range. With the help of the soul eye, this range would be expanded by 100 times. Within his line of sight, there was a three-dimensional square frame with countless dotted lines. These dotted lines were the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations. The trajectories of the spatial fluctuations in the outside world were more subtle, but the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations in the five-colored space were much more obvious. Of course, it would be very difficult to bring the three of them away, so he could only try. Open. After a long time, Yi Chen suddenly pulled out the flying heaven sword and slashed at the void. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void. Go in. Yi Chen's figure entered. This opening was where the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations overlapped. If one attacked from here, it would be easier to tear space apart and enter a mezzanine in the spatial barrier. As for the spatial barrier, it was like a 1,000-layer cake. There were many interlayers. 1 space mezzanine, 2, 3. In a short period of time, Yi Chen's group of 4 passed through 323 interlayers. If Wuling Forefather was healing, Yi Chen's actions would definitely be known by Wuling Forefather. This was because the five-colored space was hidden in Wuling Forefather's palm. Once there was a ripple, his mind would immediately sense it. Now, because Wuling Forefather was refining the stone puppet emperor into a yellow rank puppet, his mind's perception was much weaker. Adding on the fact that the five-colored space was placed outside, his mind's perception was weakened again. 455th. 468th. Vaguely, Yi Chen could already see the outside world. Finally, Yi Chen's group of 4 arrived at the outermost interlayer. Turning around, Yi Chen said solemnly, "Next, we need to rush out in an instant and fly straight out of the battleship. At that time, I can only take care of myself. I hope you can understand." Scarlet Wind Emperor patted Yi Chen's shoulder. "It's good that one of us can escape. If you can escape, take revenge for me in the future. In turn, I will take revenge for you." Lang Feng is right. You have already done what you should do. Snow Air Emperor nodded sadly. Everyone get ready. Yi Chen had no distracting thoughts. Life or death depended on this. After 3 breaths, Yi Chen slashed open a crack with his sword. His entire body flew out like a beam of light. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The place where the 4 appeared was the cabin of the 5-colored battleship. The cabin door wasn't closed, which saved a lot of time. Yi Chen arrived at the door in an instant. Along the way, he turned around and saw Stone Emperor. Stone Emperor's entire body was covered in 5-colored light, and his eyes were dull. On Wuling Old Ancestor's body, rays of 5-colored light merged into Stone Emperor's body. Suddenly, Wuling Old Ancestor opened his eyes. "Good lad, you can actually completely comprehend the space profound and escape from my 5-elemental space." Wuling Old Ancestor wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. With a wave of his hand, the cabin door immediately closed. However, Yi Chen was faster than he imagined. At the critical moment, he flew out through the gap of the cabin door. As for Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 2, they were a step slower and were trapped inside. Chapter 1233. Yi Chen, you must escape. Scarlet Wind Emperor roared. "Humph, if you want to escape, you'll have to ask if I'm willing." Wuling Old Ancestor's expression darkened. He gave up on refining the Stone Emperor and spread his consciousness across the entire multicolored ship. Under normal circumstances, the puppet warship could only be exited and not entered. However, if the owner of the puppet warship was willing, it was completely possible for the puppet warship to be in an alert state. Arriving on the deck, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit and flew out of the protective cover. As long as he left the protective cover, with his teleportation ability and the special environment of the Celestial River, it would be very difficult for Wuling Old Ancestor to catch him. One day he would find Wuling Old Ancestor for revenge, not only for himself but also for the 4 Scarlet Wind Emperor. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to break through the protective cover, the color of the protective cover suddenly changed from 5 colors to a chaotic color. With a bang, Yi Chen was bounced back. Not good. Yi Chen's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, the flying heaven sword in his hand slashed at the protective cover. Gotcha. The multicolored ship was a high-level puppet warship that could withstand many attacks from high-level Monarch Realm experts. Yi Chen's attack was not inferior to that of ordinary high-level Monarch Realm experts. With one slash, a crack immediately appeared on the protective cover. Although the crack quickly healed, it at least gave Yi Chen hope. Circulating his sword energy to the limit, Yi Chen used his strongest sword art, Doomsday Meteor Sword. Suddenly, a lava sword light that could destroy the world burst out and slashed at the protective cover. The protective cover twisted crazily, and with a boom, a wide sword mark appeared. The crack was healing at an astonishing speed. Yi Chen could not pass through it in time. One more time. Yi Chen took a deep breath and was about to continue his attack. Can you escape? Unknowingly, Wuling Ancestor was standing on the deck, looking at Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, but as long as he was within his attack range, the opponent could not escape. With a grab, Yi Chen once again landed in Patriarch Wuling's hand. This is probably fate. For the first time, Yi Chen felt a trace of despair. Old Ancestor Wuling was too strong, thousands of times stronger than him. There was no way he could contend against him. Although he had experienced countless adversities in the past, and escaping from desperate situations was like eating and drinking to him, it was different this time. When the difference was large to a certain extent, any effort would be useless. The stronger you are, the happier I'll be. Be a good boy and be my puppet. You'll be much stronger than you. You'll be an Earth-grade puppet at the very least, and will have 70% of my power. Patriarch Wuling turned around and walked into the cabin. The moment they saw Yi Chen, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others fell into despair. If even Yi Chen couldn't escape, who else would avenge them? Yi Chen. It was unknown what method Patriarch Wuling used on the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. The three could speak but they couldn't move. At this moment, the Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at Yi Chen bitterly. Yi Chen's eyes had regained their calmness, and an unyielding light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Don't be delusional. My heaven-seizing puppet secret art has never failed. Once you become my puppets, you'll be my puppets for the rest of your lives. There will be no accidents. Patriarch Wuling seemed to know what Yi Chen was thinking and said indifferently. After releasing Yi Chen, Patriarch Wuling pointed at his glabella. In the next moment, Yi Chen's chi, blood, and sword energy all stopped circulating. His entire body seemed to have entered a state of rest, and only his thoughts were still operating. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Patriarch Wuling continued to refine the Stone Emperor. Because he couldn't even use his soul force, Yi Chen could only use his eyes to see. He saw runes appear on the Stone Emperor's body. These runes seemed to have a life of their own as they drilled in and out of the Stone Emperor's body. When a huge human rune appeared and imprinted on the Stone Emperor's body, the Stone Emperor's aura instantly changed and became very unfamiliar. Purely using soul force to sense it, Yi Chen couldn't guess that this was the Stone Emperor. At this moment, the Stone Emperor's eyes were dull and lifeless, but his aura was unimaginably strong. Compared to himself, it was hundreds or thousands of times stronger. It was probably comparable to a peak emperor. His aptitude really isn't good. He only has 10% of my strength. Adding on the puppet's lack of intelligence, it would be good if he could use half of his strength in battle. Patriarch Wuling wasn't satisfied with the yellow stare puppet in front of him. To him, it was dispensable and just cannon fodder. It's your turn. Patriarch Wuling made a grabbing motion, and the Snow Air Emperor floated over. The Snow Air Emperor's aptitude was second from the bottom, only a bit better than the Stone Emperor. Soft skin and tender flesh. If I were 10,000 years younger, I might refine you into a pleasure puppet. Nearing the end of his lifespan, Patriarch Wuling didn't have the mood to enjoy himself. An hour later, the Snow Air Emperor had also become a yellow stare puppet. Then it was the Scarlet Wind Emperor's turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's aptitude was third from the top, and also third from the bottom. However, he was an 8th layer life and death realm heavenly emperor, and could easily be refined into a profound grade puppet. This time it took a lot longer. 12 hours passed before the refinement was completed. The moment the refinement was completed, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's aura expanded endlessly, and only slowed down when it approached the quasi-sovereign level. Patriarch Wuling roughly estimated that the Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength was a bit more than 50% of his own. Of course, whether or not the Scarlet Wind Emperor could bring out 50% of his strength was still unknown. It would depend on whether the Scarlet Wind Emperor's puppet consciousness was high enough, and the puppet's consciousness depended on the user's battle consciousness. This little girl is from the Phoenix clan. Her physique is very powerful and she is a good material. Patriarch Wuling glanced at the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor said in a panic, "If you refine me into a puppet, my Phoenix clan's elders will not let you go. You're just a junior. Do you think the Phoenix clan will incur enmity with my Spirit clan for you?" The reason why Patriarch Wuling was so unscrupulous was because of the Spirit clan's status. The Spirit clan was neither big nor small, and was also a medium-sized clan. There were 5 supremes in the clan. Regardless of whether it was the Demons Alliance or the Human Race Alliance, if they could obtain the Spirit clan's support, their strength would immediately increase by a lot, and they would be able to suppress the other party in a head-on battle. If it was during peaceful times, Patriarch Wuling would really hesitate and think about whether it was worth it. In the end, the Phoenix Emperor could not escape this calamity and was refined into a profound-grade puppet. Compared to the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor's aura was slightly inferior. However, the Phoenix Emperor's puppet consciousness was slightly higher than the Scarlet Wind Emperor's. This was due to their aptitude. According to Patriarch Wuling's experience, if they were to fight, the Phoenix Emperor should be slightly better. Even with Patriarch Wuling's quasi-sovereign cultivation, it was a bit difficult to refine 4 puppets at once. However, he could not wait any longer. In his eyes, Yi Qin was simply a priceless treasure. He really wanted to see how strong Yi Qin would be after being refined into a puppet. It's your turn, he. Patriarch Wuling waved his hand, and Yi Qin involuntarily floated over. Chapter 1234. Taking a deep breath, old ancestor Wuling's eyes shone brightly. Immediately after, a dazzling 5-colored light burst out from his body. This 5-colored light first expanded before suddenly shrinking and entering old ancestor Wuling's body. When it came out again, it had turned into many 5-colored threads. If one were to look at these 5-colored threads, they would discover that they were made up of groups of tiny runes. They were like gene chains, and these 5-colored threads also contained old ancestor Wuling's will. Without a sound, countless 5-colored threads drilled into Yi Chen's body and began to take over Yi Chen's body and soul. 2 hours passed and Yi Chen's eyes started to become dull. He would only wake up once every 10 breaths. Good lad, your soul consciousness is actually so strong. Old ancestor Wuling was both shocked and delighted. Previously, when he was refining the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor, it only took him 5 minutes to refine their consciousnesses into puppet consciousnesses. Now that 2 hours had passed, Yi Chen's soul consciousness still hadn't turned into puppet consciousnesses and was still resisting. I want to see how long you can resist for. I hope you won't disappoint me. Gradually 1.5 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yi Chen's eyes would only wake up once every 10 minutes. Moreover, they seemed to be awake but they weren't. They were in a chaotic state. At this moment, if someone used their soul consciousness to observe the interior of Yi Chen's body, they would discover that all the tissues in Yi Chen's body were entrenched with 5-colored threads. It was as if Yi Chen's body was originally scattered, but now it was strung together by the 5-colored threads. Of course, the 5-colored threads had already touched the most basic flesh particles. 6 hours passed and Yi Chen's eyes were no longer in a dull state. Instead, they turned into 5-colored gems that shone brightly like 2 5-colored gems. It really is an Earth-rank puppet. Old ancestor Wuling laughed loudly. The symbol of an Earth-rank puppet was that its eyes would emit 5-colored light. The quasi-Earth-rank puppet that was killed by Green-Robed Emperor had a trace of this characteristic. He has become an Earth-rank puppet before he has finished refining. This lad is terrifying. I've gotten lucky. Patriarch Wuling suppressed his joy and continued refining. Wuling Forefather no longer poured the 5-colored strands into Yi Chen's body. He began to condense 5-colored runes and imbue them into Yi Chen's body. He imbued a total of 588 runes into the Stone Man Emperor's body, 622 runes into the Snow Air Emperor's body. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor's body were about the same. One had 1,444 runes while the other had 1,500 runes. As for Yi Qin, he had already imbued 3,888 runes. Not enough. This old man wants to refine the strongest Earth-grade puppet. I need at least 4,200 runes. 4,000. 4,100. 4,200. The refinement was not over yet. 4,300. 4,500. In the end, 3 days and 3 nights passed. Patriarch Wuling had imbued a total of 4,800 runes. When the last human-shaped rune was imprinted on Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's aura expanded at the speed of a planet exploding. The aura of an ordinary peak-level emperor, a mid-level peak-level emperor, a top-level peak-level emperor, and a quasi-supreme. Yi Chen's aura only stabilized when the quasi-supreme aura appeared. 70%, no, it's 79% battle prowess. It's infinitely close to 80%. Looking at Yi Chen, Patriarch Wuling felt as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. A puppet with 80% of the original body strength was equivalent to a super powerful clone. In the past, he could completely suppress those who were slightly stronger than him. Heaven is helping this old man. Standing up, Patriarch Wuling was in high spirits. His dying body exuded a disdainful aura. From today onwards, you will be called D.E. Patriarch Wuling gave the name D.E. to Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen gave off a very strange feeling. He didn't have the slightest sluggishness and was very obedient. If one observed carefully, one could vaguely distinguish him from a normal life form. After all, there were still some differences between a puppet and a life form, even if this puppet was very perfect. Go and kill him. Suddenly, Patriarch Wuling pointed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor and ordered. Yes. Yi Chen looked at the Scarlet Wind Emperor and pulled out the Flying Heaven Sword. Patriarch Wuling had a playful expression and a hint of scrutiny. He was very confident in other puppets, but he was still a little worried about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's soul consciousness was too tenacious, and he couldn't guarantee that Yi Chen's soul consciousness had completely transformed into a puppet's consciousness. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he put in some effort, any hidden dangers would be eliminated sooner or later. Holding the Flying Heaven Sword with both hands, Yi Chen slashed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor with all his strength. Clang. This strike didn't kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Unknowingly, a five-colored light appeared on the surface of the Scarlet Wind Emperor's body. This five-colored light didn't come from the Scarlet Wind Emperor. With the Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this strike. The source of the five-colored light came from Patriarch Wuling. Of course, he didn't want Yi Chen to really kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor. He was just probing. All right. Patriarch Wuling waved his hand. The Flying Heaven Sword was sheathed. Yi Chen took 3 steps back and stood to the side. It's really perfect. If I wasn't at the end of my life, I could use you as my cauldron and possess you. Patriarch Wuling was very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. There wouldn't be any problems for the time being. I'm tired. Guard the door. With that said, Patriarch Wuling waved his hand and the door to the room next door opened. He slowly walked in. Yi Chen took a few steps forward and stood guard outside the door. A moment passed. Yi Chen stood there motionless. His eyes didn't change and he couldn't sense anything strange. Even his mind didn't fluctuate. He was like a statue with a life aura. After observing with his soul power for a while, Patriarch Wuling retracted his attention. He had refined 5 puppets in a row, especially the last Supreme Grade Earth Grade puppet. It had exhausted his mind and spirit energy. He hadn't felt this way in tens of thousands of years. He couldn't help but sigh. With the end of his life approaching, his energy was weakening. Closing his eyes, Patriarch Wuling entered an ethereal state. Yi Chen did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been 3 days or perhaps 5. Suddenly, his eyes, which had not blinked at all, blinked once and a trace of intelligence appeared. However, this intelligence was mixed with confusion as if he was deep in thought. This state didn't last long. After 100 breaths, the intelligence disappeared and he returned to his original state. As for the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3, they were like wax figures as they stood there in a daze. On this day, the 5-colored ship arrived at the periphery of an archipelago. If Yi Chen and company were in a sober state, they would definitely discover that this archipelago was the archipelago that they had passed through previously. On the volcanic island, the smell of sulfur filled the air. If they knew that they would experience such a calamity after leaving the volcanic island, they would probably choose to live in the volcano for several years to guard against ghostly attacks rather than become a puppet. Chapter 1235. Have we arrived? Patriarch Wuling opened his eyes, and 2 beams of 5-colored light shot out, disappearing along the way. This time I have to acquire the abyssal fruit. A single abyssal fruit could increase one's lifespan by 5,000 years. Ancestor Wuling was confident that he could become a sovereign within 5,000 years. At that time he would have a chance to change his fate. The door to the room opened and Patriarch Wuling waved his hand. Yi Chen and the other 4 turned into 5 beams of light and entered the 5-colored space in Patriarch Wuling's palm. Putting away the multicolored ship, Wuling Patriarch looked at the volcanic island. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Frowning slightly, old Ancestor Wuling hesitated. Every time he entered he would hesitate for a while. This was not a good place. Even with his strength as a quasi-venerable, he had to be on tenterhooks. If not for the fact that his lifespan was almost up, he would not enter even if he was beaten to death. Forget it. This is the last time. If I don't succeed this time, I can only choose other methods to increase my lifespan. The hesitation on old Ancestor Wuling's face disappeared, and an astonishing light burst forth from his eyes. With a whoosh, his body turned into a 5-colored light and flew down the volcano. After a while, Patriarch Wuling arrived at the mouth of the volcano. To old Ancestor Wuling, the cold air created by the 9 nether cold ice was just the cold air of winter. Even if he didn't circulate his spiritual source, it wouldn't be a big problem. What he was afraid of was the nether ghost guarding the entrance. In hell, not to mention ordinary ghosts, there were powerful ghosts such as the Yellow Springs ghosts, the Nether Ghosts, the Impermanence Ghosts, and the Monarch-like Ghost Kings. Ordinary people didn't know about these things. Even quasi-venerables didn't know much about them. Only Supremes knew some information about them. As for Wuling Old Ancestor, he had once obtained a tattered ghost book, so he more or less knew about the levels of ghosts. The strength of ghosts couldn't be judged by the strength of the universe because they didn't have a physical body. Unless it was a supreme martial art, normal attacks would be ineffective against them. This was also why ghosts were so difficult to deal with. Their martial arts were almost useless. Stepping on the 9 nether frozen ice, Ancestor Wuling walked toward the black lava step by step. Glug glug glug. The black magma made a bubbling sound, but what came out was bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed towards Ancestor Wuling. "We have fought so many times. Why don't you know your place?" Old Ancestor Wuling waved his hand and a 5-colored light spread out, turning into a barrier that blocked the black shadow. Bang! The black shadow bounced back, but a layer of ice formed on the multicolored barrier, showing signs of collapsing. The black shadow floated above the black magma, and the blackness on its body gradually faded, revealing a face without any signs of life. This face was very strange, as if it was wearing a mask. Its eyes had no pupils, only sclera. No matter from which angle you looked at it, you would feel that it was looking at you. That kind of cold and vicious gaze was like maggots in the tarsal bone, impossible to get rid of. Old Ancestor Wuling frowned. With his lethality against ghosts, it was really difficult for him to eliminate the other party. Moreover, it was a little irrational to fight to the death with a nether ghost. Formed the formation. Wuling Old Ancestor opened his right hand, and Yi Qin, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and Fire Sparrow Emperor rushed out. The three of them formed a square formation with Wuling Old Ancestor, surrounding the nether ghost in the center. In the next moment, a 5-colored light surged out from the 4 of them, forming a 5-colored cube that sealed the nether ghost. "Come back." After putting away Yi Qin and the other 2, Wuling Old Ancestor dove into the black magma. This 4 symbols barrier couldn't seal the nether ghost for long, so he had to enter hell in a short time. In the black magma, it was bone-chilling. Wuling Old Ancestor circulated his spiritual source and formed a spiritual source barrier outside his body. Even so, traces of cold aura still passed through the barrier and reached Wuling Old Ancestor's body. Gradually, 2 specks of dim light appeared below. That was the entrance to hell. When the dim lights were right in front of him, he discovered that it was an illusory door. The door had 2 plates and there were 2 torches on it. The torches were burning with ghostly flames. Crick. Wuling Old Ancestor took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His figure flashed and he flew in. Above the black magma, the 5-colored cube collapsed. The nether ghost looked around, and when he saw that there was no one, he slowly sank into the black magma. In hell there was no sunlight and there were no bright plants. Although the entire environment wasn't pitch black, it was very dark, like dusk on a human planet. Dead silence, bleak and gloomy. This was hell and there were no signs of life. If a normal person stayed here for a period of time, they would go crazy if they weren't killed by the ghosts. This is the 5th time I've come to hell. I hope my luck is better. Wuling Old Ancestor was already used to the environment here, so he didn't make a fuss. After all, in most people's imagination, hell should be like this. After looking around, Wuling Old Ancestor suddenly teleported toward the east. After about 3 days, Wuling Old Ancestor saw a terrifying mountain that was 500,000 feet tall. This mountain was filled with cold aura, and it wasn't as open as the mountains in the human world. Of course it was grand. In hell, mountain peaks were also called Een Mountains, and they were treasured lands that powerful ghosts fought over. Those who successfully seized a Een Mountain would have the title of Mountain Ghost, which was equivalent to the lord of a city. Many ghosts who weren't strong enough would fight to join them and become one of their subordinates. According to the size of the Een Mountain, one could tell how powerful the power of the Een Mountain's master, Mountain Ghost, was. The smallest Een Mountain was 300,000 feet tall, followed by 300,000 feet, 500,000 feet and 10 million feet. The Een Mountain, which was 100,000 feet tall, had the smallest power. 300,000 feet tall was already a small scale. The 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain was considered a powerful power. After all, there were differences in strength among mountain ghosts. The weakest was a grade 1 mountain ghost, and the 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain Ghost was a grade 3 mountain ghost. As for the nether ghosts that guarded the entrance to hell, they weren't even mountain ghosts. Otherwise they wouldn't be used to guard the entrance to hell. If this 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain had a grade 3 mountain ghost, Wuling Old Ancestor definitely wouldn't have come. He was confident that he could handle a grade 1 mountain ghost, but he wouldn't be able to handle a grade 2 mountain ghost. A grade 3 mountain ghost could completely devour him, unless a few powerful quasi-venerables like the azure-robed emperor came. This Een mountain was discovered by Wuling Old Ancestor the second time he came. What surprised him even more was that this Een mountain was actually sealed. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, there were a total of 49 seals. Each seal corresponded to a layer. In other words, there were a total of 49 layers. When Wuling Old Ancestor came the second time, he didn't rashly charge in. On his third time he was nearing the end of his lifespan, so he took the risk and fought his way to the 34th layer. On his fourth time he fought his way to the 38th layer. This was his fifth time. According to the Tattered Ghost book, every Een mountain had a chance of growing a nether tree. The nether tree would bear a fruit every 10,000 years. This fruit was the nether fruit that could increase one's lifespan. Wuling Old Ancestor didn't see the nether tree on the 38th layer. He pinned his hopes on the 40th layer and above. Chapter 1236. At the foot of the mountain, there was a greeting platform that emanated a gloomy aura. It was over 10,000 feet in both width and length, and in the middle of it was an unknown skull the size of a small hill. The eyes of the skull were burning with a ghostly fire, as if it had intelligence. The Een mountain and the guest stand were connected by a stone path that was tens of thousands of feet long. Red lanterns made of paper were hung on both sides of the stone path. When the chilly wind blew, the red lanterns swayed and made a rattling noise. At that moment there were already 4 figures standing on the platform. The aura they exuded was no weaker than Old Ancestor Wuling's. However, just like Old Ancestor Wuling, these people were very old. Although their auras were strong, they seemed to be dying. These old guys are here too. Old Ancestor Wuling's eyes flickered when he saw the 4 figures on the platform. Old Monster Wuling, since you're here, why don't you come over and have a chat? A skinny old man said to Old Ancestor Wuling with a hoarse smile. Old Young Monster, it's fate that I can see you every time. Old Ancestor Wuling laughed and instantly appeared on the platform. The old Young Monster he mentioned was a quasi-venerate of the evil spirit race called Yang South. He was older than Old Ancestor Wuling and had lived for nearly 110,000 years. The reason he could surpass the limit was that he had obtained 2 netherworld fruits, which increased his lifespan by 10,000 years. Yang So was proficient in the profound of Yin and Yang. His ultimate technique, Yin Yang Extreme Change, was one of the most difficult ultimate techniques Old Ancestor Wuling had ever seen. Hehe, I'm lucky every time I see you. I hope it'll be the same this time. Yang So's eyes were dark, and the evil aura around him was not inferior to the ghostly aura in hell. Ahem, Old Monster Wuling, since we can meet here, why don't we work together to pass the trial? The old woman standing not far away coughed with her walking stick. Old Ancestor Wuling looked at her and said hesitantly, "This should be Night Ghost Granny." "That's right, it's me. What do you think?" Night Ghost Granny was a quasi-venerate of the Yeksha race. She had lived for more than 14,000 years. Working together to pass the trial seems to be a good idea. As for these 2, I don't know them. Please introduce them to me. There were too many old monsters of the various races. Old Ancestor Wuling did not know all of them, especially some of them who had been in seclusion for a long time. Yang So sneered, "This is Ancestor Herculean of the Barbarian tribe, and this is Ancestor Golden Light of the Demon tribe." Patriarch Hercules was tall and sturdy. He was more than 2 meters tall, but his back was a bit stooped. His eyes flickered with an aura of death, a sign that he was close to the end of his lifespan. Patriarch Golden Light was the complete opposite of Patriarch Herculean. He was extremely short, clearly a midget. His murky eyes occasionally flashed with a golden light that was extremely sharp. In the outside world they were all mortal enemies. However, in here, everyone was here to survive. There was no point in fighting to the death. This was also the main reason why the 4 of them did not kill each other before this. I have long heard of Patriarch Wuling's name. Now that I see you, you are nothing special. Patriarch Herculean seemed to have some animosity towards Patriarch Wuling. His tone was unfriendly. Old Ancestor Wuling wasn't a kind person. He put on a fake smile and said, "The barbarian race seems to be a bunch of arrogant people. However, the geniuses of the barbarian race are not bad. They were refined into puppets and their bodies are very strong." Patriarch Herculean snorted coldly. A ferocious glint appeared in his eyes as he said, "Let me ask you, did you kidnap my old friend Heavenly Wolf's 7th disciple? If you know what's good for you, you'd best return him to his original form. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "The Heavenly Wolf you speak of should be Old Monster Heavenly Wolf, right?" He is also quite a character. However, everything needs evidence. Did you personally see me kidnap his seventh disciple? Although Patriarch Wuling wasn't afraid of Patriarch Herculean or Old Monster Heavenly Wolf, he wasn't willing to form a death grudge with them. Thus he absolutely wouldn't admit to it. Of course, he had indeed refined Old Monster Heavenly Wolf's seventh disciple into a puppet. Back then, that Junior had also said that he was Old Monster Heavenly Wolf's disciple. Old Monster Wuling, don't try to deny it. I know you did it. Patriarch Herculean was 70% certain that Old Monster Heavenly Wolf had done it. As long as Old Monster Heavenly Wolf admitted to it, this matter would be easy to handle. Old Monster Herculean, do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll say it again. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Even if I have to get injured, I'll kill you. Alright, the two of you. This is the infernal realm. You are not allowed to mention anything that happened in the outside world. We can talk about our grudges after we leave the infernal realm. I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, please mind your manners. Old Yin Yang didn't want to bother with Patriarch Wuling and Patriarch Herculean. However, these two were quasi-exalts. If they caused trouble, they might alarm some of the nearby powerful mountain ghosts. Old Yin Yang is right. I came to the infernal realm for the abyssal fruit, not to listen to your quarrel. Granny Night Ghost spoke up as well. Patriarch Herculean had always had a fiery temper. Just as he was about to speak, Patriarch Golden Light stopped him with a glance. Don't be rash. We'll talk about this later. Patriarch Golden Light sent a voice transmission to Patriarch Herculean. Patriarch Herculean clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. Then, he snorted coldly and turned to the side, not looking at Patriarch Wuling. This old fellow is truly despicable. If I have the chance, I must kill him. Otherwise, he will only be a scourge, Patriarch Wuling thought coldly. At some point in time, the reception platform had fallen silent. The five old monsters were all silent. Granny Night Ghost even sat cross-legged on the platform, meditating and adjusting her breathing. About 3 days passed. The ghostly fire in the eyes of the giant skull on the reception platform suddenly expanded. It opened its mouth and let out a sinister voice. Welcome to the Weeping Ghost Mountain. Each person who enters the mountain must pay 10 ghost stones. Otherwise you will suffer a calamity. Granny Night Ghost opened her eyes. With a flip of her palm, she tossed 10 pitch-black stones into the skull's mouth. Patriarch Wuling and the others did the same. Ghost stones were the currency of hell. They were equivalent to the primordial stones of the outside world, but they were countless times more precious. The Weeping Ghost Mountain was rather strange. If one didn't hand over the ghost stones, they would indeed suffer a series of misfortune. One of the old monsters who traveled with Patriarch Wuling refused to hand over the ghost stones because he didn't believe in this. As a result, he heard the sound of ghosts crying from the moment he entered the Weeping Ghost Mountain. In the end, he had a mental breakdown and disappeared inside the Yin Mountain. As people from the outside world, the 5 of them naturally didn't have any ghost stones. However, they could rob in hell. Some of the more powerful ghosts would always have 1 or 2 ghost stones. Accumulating them, it wasn't difficult to get 10 ghost stones. After handing over 10 ghost stones, Patriarch Wuling still had 14 ghost stones. It was enough for him to do it again. You are all generous people. Please enter the mountain. The skull cackled. The red lanterns on both sides of the stone path leading to the reception platform lit up one by one. Let's go. Old Man Yin Yang led the way and walked on the stone path. The moment the 5 of them walked on the stone path, the mournful sound of a zither rang out. It was as if there was a large band performing around them. Damn, this is strange. Patriarch Herculean cursed. The 5 of them walked further and further away. Finally, they disappeared at the end of the stone path. On the reception platform, the skull cackled. 38 more. 38 more. Not far. Chapter 1237. The 500,000 feet tall Wailing Ghost Mountain had a total of 49 layers of seals. In other words, there was a seal every 100,000 feet long. The 100,000 feet long mark was just the surface height. The 5 of them could easily pass through the first 20 layers without having to work together. The remaining 10 layers were not difficult either. It would just take them some time. The 31st layer became more difficult. Back then, Patriarch Wuling had spent a lot of effort and even suffered injuries to reach the 38th layer. It was also because of his injuries that he stopped at the 38th layer. The 35th layer. The 36th layer. The 38th layer. Finally, Patriarch Wuling arrived at the 39th layer. There were no enemies on the 39th layer. There was only a staircase leading to the 40th layer. The staircase was about 13,333 meters long. Of course, Patriarch Wuling and the other four did not think that the staircase was that simple. There must be something more to it. As expected, the moment they stepped on the staircase, the five of them immediately felt a gravitational force pressing down on them. So it's a test of resistance to gravity. Patriarch Hercules smiled confidently. As a barbarian quasi-venerable, he was very satisfied with his physical body. He was also a body cultivator. Interesting. That suits me. Night Ghost Granny laughed. 30,000 meters. 60,000 meters. 90,000 meters. 100,000 meters. After 100,000 meters, the first person to feel the strain was Inyang South. In terms of strength, he might not be the strongest among the five, but he was definitely in the top three. However, in terms of resistance to gravity, he was the last. If Yi Qin appeared, he would definitely find that the gravity here was countless times stronger than that of a white dwarf star. Neutron stars were nothing compared to it. Ordinary top emperors would be crushed into powder in an instant. 11,000 meters. Patriarch Wuling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. There are 23,333 meters left. I have to get through it. Patriarch Wuling's physical body was not weak, but compared to Patriarch Hercules, Night Ghost Granny and Patriarch Golden Light, he was undoubtedly much weaker. 12,000 meters. Apart from Patriarch Wuling and the other two, Inyang So's bones were already making creaking sounds, as if they would be crushed at any time. Patriarch Wuling was slightly better, but he was also at the end of his rope. Inyang Extreme Change. Inyang So shouted and a shadow condensed behind him. The silhouette was exactly the same as his, but the expression was extremely cold. It did not seem illusory. Old Ancestor Wuling tilted his head to look at Inyang So, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Inyang So had shifted a portion of the gravity to the figure behind him. No one dared to underestimate such a miraculous ability. Patriarch Hercules and the other two also knew about Inyang So's ability. There were no treasures appearing at the moment, and there were no conflicts between them. Once a precious treasure appeared, everyone would be a competitor. In this place there was no distinction between races. Who would have the last laugh? Inyang So of Mountain. Patriarch Wuling suddenly let out a low shout, and a five-colored armor appeared on his body. The moment the armor appeared, the vast and mighty gravity disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. Only a few % of the gravity could affect Patriarch Wuling. This was the five-elemental armor formed by the five-colored space. It had its own space inside. Although it looked like a thin layer, for gravity to affect Wuling Patriarch's body, it would need to travel tens of millions of miles. In the end, the five of them successfully reached the 40th floor. During this time, only Inyang Old Man and Wuling Patriarch had revealed some of their trump cards. Herculean Patriarch, Golden Light Patriarch, and Night Ghost Granny had relied on their powerful bodies to hold on. When they reached the 40th floor, the five of them did not attempt the trial immediately. Instead, they each found a place to sit down and took out the inner cores of the water monsters to replenish their energy. Although the 39th floor was not dangerous, the consumption was too great. At every moment, energy was flowing away like water. After half a cup of tea's time, the five of them opened their eyes one after another. 49 layers of seals. Every 10 layers, the difficulty will increase by 1 level. Now we must all work together. We'll talk when the treasure appears, Night Ghost Granny said in a hoarse voice. That would be best. Inyang Old Man nodded. The shadow behind him did not disappear. Instead, it became more solid. The environment of the 40th floor made one's heart numb. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless black void. Above them were layers of dark clouds, and below them was an immeasurably deep abyss. As for how deep it was impossible to tell. As soon as their soul powers entered it, they immediately disappeared. What made the five of them startled was that this black void obviously had a forbidden formation. The five of them wanted to fly up, but they could only jump 30 to 50 zhang. Any higher and they would fall back down. There was nothing they could do to stop it. Thankfully, the black void was connected by a chain so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Although the chain was covered in rust, it at least looked very sturdy. Patriarch Golden Light's Golden Strike Wave was unable to cut through the chain. There are 10 chains here. We'll choose the 5 in the middle. If we find any enemies, we'll work together to kill them. Does anyone have any objections? Inyang Old Man said. I'll choose this one. Night Ghost Granny chose the 3rd chain. She was a cautious person and did not want to be stuck in the middle. Next, Golden Light Patriarch and Hercules Patriarch chose the 6th and 7th chains respectively. Inyang Old Man chose the 4th. Ah, I have fate with 5. I'll take the 5th one. There was only one chain left in the middle. He had no choice, but he did not care. The 5 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye they had traveled a long distance. They still could not see the stone platform behind them. It was covered by the black void. Suddenly, Ancestor Golden Light pointed down and said with slight surprise, "What's that?" In the depths of the black void below, 2 huge lights were approaching. They were dozens of feet in size. Wuling Old Ancestor scanned them with his soul force, and his heart skipped a beat. How were these lights? They were clearly a pair of eyes, and the strangest thing was that he could only see the eyes. He couldn't see who the owner of these eyes was. It was as if his body had merged with the black void. "Ghost beasts," Wuling Patriarch said. "Oh, you know them?" Everyone looked at Wuling Patriarch. Wuling Patriarch explained, "Ghost beasts are not pure ghosts. They are ferocious ghosts formed by countless ghosts. The weakest ghost beast is equivalent to a grade 1 mountain ghost. They are not easy to deal with." In hell, mountain ghost was a title. It was not a type of ghost. There were 3 types of powerful ghosts. From the weakest to the strongest, they were Yellow Springs Ghost, Nether Ghost, and Impermanence Ghost. These 3 types of ghosts could become mountain ghosts. Of course, Impermanence ghosts were much stronger than mountain ghosts of the same level. Then what is the level of the ghost beast below? Inyang Old Man asked. Wuling Patriarch examined it carefully and said hesitantly, "This is my first time seeing a ghost beast. But there is a red line in its eyes. It is at least a grade 1 mountain ghost." This time Wuling Patriarch was wrong. Ghost beasts did use the red line in their eyes to identify their strength. But he did not realize that there was a darker red line below the red line. In other words, this ghost beast already had the strength of a grade 2 mountain ghost. Chapter 1238. Everyone don't disturb it. Although it's approaching, it hasn't attacked yet. There's still room for maneuver, said Patriarch Wuling. Although he wasn't afraid of a grade 1 mountain ghost, ghosts were the hardest to kill. The nether ghost that guarded the entrance to hell wasn't even a grade 1 mountain ghost, but it still wouldn't be able to kill him in a short amount of time. Patriarch Wuling estimated that even if the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill it in less than an hour. Unfortunately, Old Ancestor Wuling's words were in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying roar came from below. Then the pair of red eyes grew larger and larger, and a bone-chilling wind swept up from below. Everyone stopped in their tracks. The night ghost Granny's cloudy eyes shone brightly as she said in a low voice, "Everyone, let's work together to kill this beast. Otherwise both you and I will be in danger." As she spoke, the night ghost Granny shook her walking stick. Countless staff shadows shot down from above and towards the ghost beast. However, it wasn't the staff shadows that landed on the ghost beast first. Instead, it was a golden beam of light from Patriarch Golden Light. The golden beam of light was dazzling and as thick as a bucket. The black void below was also dyed by the intense golden light. They could vaguely see a huge shadow rising up and rushing towards the 5 of them. Next, Patriarch Wuling spread his fingers and slammed down with a palm print. The palm print was colorful. After it left his palm, it grew larger and larger until it was twice the size of the shadow below. It seemed to be endless and could contain the heavens and earth. Inyang So's attack was the strangest. He stretched out his right hand and a stream of air formed in his palm. Then the shadow behind him injected some power into the stream of air. Immediately the transparent stream of air turned chaotic. In the blur, one could see the dividing line between the 2 streams of air. It was similar to the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The last to attack was the Herculean ancestor. His attack was much simpler. He simply threw a punch downwards. However, no one dared to underestimate this punch. It contained the most powerful esoteric power. As the punch was thrown, the power acted on the black sky, creating endless ripples. Ah, 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 boom. First, a ball of dazzling light exploded. That was Old Ancestor Golden Light's golden light pillar colliding with the ghost beast. Then, countless staff shadows descended from the sky and struck the ghost beast, forcing it to pause for a moment. Then, Old Ancestor Wuling's 5-colored palm imprint arrived. It was like a huge ancient mountain pressing down on the ghost beast, pressing it down for dozens of miles. Just as the ghost beast rushed up again, Old Ancestor Inyang's chaotic air current flashed like a dim meteor and drilled into the ghost beast's body. In the next moment, the ghost beast let out a shrill roar. Chaotic flames exploded from its body, almost drowning half of its body. That was not the end. Old ancestor Herculean's fist wind was thousands of times stronger than the most violent whirlwind in the starry sky. With a shake and a blow, half of the ghost beast's body began to disintegrate and melt. The next moment, the ghost beast's body began to melt. This old monster is not to be underestimated? Patriarch Wuling's pupils shrank. The power of Patriarch Hercules made him wary. If it had been a normal ghost beast, it would have been seriously injured under the combined attack of the 5 of them. However, this ghost beast was many times stronger than they had imagined. It turned around in its illusory state and absorbed the disintegrating half of its body back into its body. Its ferocity did not diminish as it flew towards the night ghost granny, who was the closest to it. "You're asking for it." The night ghost granny was not afraid at all. Her skinny body suddenly expanded, growing from 1.5 meters to almost 2 meters. A pair of wings spread out behind her, covering the sky like 2 black clouds. The walking stick in her hand suddenly changed shape, turning into a long spear that glowed with a gray light. Holy shadow light. With the gray spear in her hand, the night ghost granny let out a low growl and smashed the spear down. The spear shone brilliantly, but in the depths of the light, there was an inexhaustible shadow. The light and the shadow coexisted, and it was a strange sight. Holy shadow light, it looks like your light ultimacy and shadow ultimacy have merged even more deeply. Young old man was the person who was most familiar with the night ghost granny. Although she had not created a supreme martial art, she had created a lesser supreme martial art. The so-called lesser supreme martial art was a martial art that contained ultimacy. Although it was not as powerful as the 5 elements yin and yang, light and darkness, or time and space, it was a system of its own. Light and shadow were natural opposites, and they were more profound than water and fire. Of course, light ultimacy was not light ultimacy. There were differences between the two. Light ultimacy was purer, while light ultimacy was more inclusive. In comparison, lesser supreme martial arts were far inferior to supreme martial arts. However, lesser supreme martial arts were easier to increase in power. After all, before becoming a supreme, everyone was just scratching the surface. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the ghost beast and the night ghost granny clashed. Young old man and the others were shocked. The night ghost granny was not the ghost beast's opponent. She flew backward and was about to fall into the black void. Whoosh whoosh. The wings on her back flapped crazily and the night ghost granny landed on the 10th chain. Her face was gloomy. This beast is not just a grade 1 mountain ghost. It must be a grade 2 mountain ghost. Although she had not used 100% of her strength, she had used at least 90% of it. Hearing this, Ancestor Wuling took advantage of the moment when the ghost beast was stopped by the night ghost granny to look at its eyes. Under the bright red line there was a dim red line. It was indeed not a grade 1 mountain ghost. He laughed bitterly and said, "It is indeed not a grade 1 mountain ghost. It was my mistake." After being stopped by the night ghost granny, the ghost beast did not attack again. It clearly knew that with its strength, it could only fight 1 or 2 of them. There were 5 of them. With its strength, it could not devour them at all. If the fight dragged on, it would probably be the one to lose. Brr. The ghost beast roared, and the sound waves spread into the depths of the black void. Ancestor Wuling frowned. He had a bad feeling. Not good. It's calling for its companions. The first to sense that something was wrong was Ancestor Golden Light. His eyes seemed to be made of gold, and he could see very far into the black void. Roar, 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 roar. As soon as Ancestor Golden Light finished speaking, countless roars came from below. Countless pairs of eyes, like bright lamps, appeared one after another. It was impossible to count them all. Few of these eyes had a red line, but there were so many of them. It should be known that ordinary ghost beasts had the strength of an ordinary quasi-venerate. With so many of them, only a supreme being would be able to kill anyone who encountered them. Run. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them rushed forward along the chain. They could not let the ghost beasts surround them, or they would die without a doubt. Chapter 1239. Night Ghost Granny's speed was the fastest. The pair of wings on her back flapped violently, and she instantly traveled hundreds of kilometers. Next was Patriarch Golden Light, followed by Patriarch Yin Sod and Patriarch Wuling. Patriarch Herculean's speed was the slowest, but that was only in comparison. He stepped on the chains, and every step he took covered 100 to 200 kilometers. Unfortunately, there were too many ghost beasts. The entire black void was filled with ghost beasts, and the roars of these ghost beasts contained soul attacks. Everyone could withstand a single ghost beast's roar, but when hundreds and thousands of ghost beasts roared together, the terrifying soul sound waves were like a tsunami that spread in all directions. Patriarch Wuling grunted. His soul felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and he felt a piercing pain. This is only the Een Mountain of level 3 mountain ghosts. Why are there so many ghost beasts? Patriarch Wuling couldn't figure it out. While he was in a daze, Patriarch Wuling's vision blurred. 7 ghost beasts appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Earth 1, come out. In the past, Patriarch Wuling could deal with 7 ordinary ghost beasts alone. However, now was the time to fight for time. If he was a step slower, he might be devoured by the following ghost beasts. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qin, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Fire Sparrow Emperor appeared at the same time. Attack. As he spoke, Patriarch Wuling took the lead to attack, and a 5-colored palm pressed over. Just like Patriarch Wuling, Yi Qin and the other 2 waved their palms and attacked fiercely. Their palm techniques were exactly the same as Patriarch Wuling's, and they all contained the 5 elemental profundity. Boom. The profundity contained in supreme martial arts was flawless, and it also had a strong destructive power against ghost beasts. 4 5-colored palm prints blasted out side by side, and an opening was immediately blasted out. Swoosh. Patriarch Wuling put away Yi Qin and the other 2, and his figure flashed as he rushed over through the opening. Gradually, everyone could see the stone platform on the other side. Once they reached it, they could leave the 40th level and enter the 41st level seal. Scram. Behind them, Patriarch Herculean was blocked by the strongest ghost beast. Both sides fought wildly, and Patriarch Herculean's angry voice could be heard from time to time. Even the heavens are helping me. This old monster is dead for sure. Old Ancestor Wuling glanced back and revealed a smile. If he were to make a move against Old Ancestor Herculean, the chances of him killing Old Ancestor Herculean were close to 0. However, once Old Ancestor Herculean was surrounded by ghost beasts, as long as he was not a prime, he would not have any hope of surviving. Unfortunately, before Patriarch Wuling's smile could be fully displayed, he saw a scene that shocked and angered him. A disc had appeared in Herculean Patriarch's hand. The disc was black and white, and there was a black and white air current slowly flowing in the center. Herculean Patriarch flicked his hand, and the disc flew into the air. In the next moment, a black air current shot toward Herculean Patriarch, and a white air current landed on Wuling Patriarch. Then Patriarch Wuling felt time and space change. When he came back to his senses, there was no longer nothing in front of him. Instead, it was the strongest ghost beast. Patriarch Hercules had appeared in front of him and was running for his life. Old Herculean monster, I'm not done with you. Patriarch Wuling's eyes were bloodshot. How could he not tell that the black and white disc was a treasure that could shift positions? It could switch positions with another target. Unfortunately, he had become Patriarch Herculean Patriarch's target. Old Herculean monster, I'm sorry. We'll meet again at the 41st seal. I hope to see you again. Patriarch Herculean Patriarch chuckled and continued running without looking back. Damn it. When I escape, I'll definitely make you pay the price in blood. Patriarch Wuling hated Patriarch Herculean to the bone. If not for Patriarch Herculean Patriarch, he would have reached the stone platform on the other side without any danger. However, he also knew that he had to get rid of this ghost beast leader as soon as possible. Although this ghost beast leader, which was equivalent to a level 2 mountain ghost, found it strange that its opponent had changed, it did not care. What it needed were souls. It did not matter who it was. Roar. The ghost beast leader was not in a hurry to attack. It roared and summoned its subordinates. 5 elements seal. Patriarch Wuling forced himself to calm down. He stretched out his palm and flipped it over. Immediately, a 5-colored cube enveloped the ghost beast leader, trapping it inside. 5 elements escape technique. After doing all this, Patriarch Wuling's body emitted an astonishing 5-colored light. He turned into a 5-colored meteor and shot out. However, as soon as he left, the 5-colored seal collapsed. How could the ghost beast leader watch its prey escape? It opened its huge mouth and a black flame shot out. It instantly collided with the 5-colored meteor. Poochie. As if a spark had landed on a cotton cloth, the 5-colored light immediately tore a small hole. Patriarch Wuling's speed suddenly decreased. He was like a leaking ball and began to become unstable. Hell's fire. Patriarch Wuling exclaimed. The black flame that the ghost beast leader spat out wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the most mystical Hell's fire. Hell's fire contained the will of hell and could burn almost anything. Even a soul that came into contact with it would turn into ashes, never to be reincarnated. He did not expect that the ghost beast leader had mastered a trace of Hell's fire. The short period of instability caused Patriarch Wuling to be completely surrounded by ghost beasts. There were ghost beasts everywhere. At a glance there were hundreds of them. Damn it, you forced me to use the puppet array. I will definitely take revenge for this. As a quasi-venerable, old ancestor, Wuling's ability to survive was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. His hands rapidly formed hand seals. In an instant he had formed thousands of hand seals. Suddenly, with a low roar, a huge circular formation descended from the sky and landed on the ground. One figure after another appeared in the circular formation. These figures were not real people. Instead, they were wooden people. These wooden people were like a tide. They were born in a frenzy. Soon, their numbers surpassed the ghost beasts by 10 times, and they were still increasing. The puppet array was one of the heaven-seizing puppet's secret technique. This array could continuously create wooden puppets. Although each wooden puppet only had 1% of Patriarch Wuling's strength, they had the advantage in numbers. In order to refine this array, Patriarch Wuling had spent countless years, endless energy, and countless materials. Sometimes, he would think that if he had not spent so much time on the heaven-seizing puppet's secret technique, he might have already become a paragon. With the obstruction and impact of the puppet array, Patriarch Wuling successfully broke out of the encirclement. Just as he was about to enter the 41st seal, Patriarch Wuling looked back with a pained expression. He had not used this puppet array many times in his life. In the past, when he used it, he could recycle it. Now he could only waste it here. Old monster Herculean. With a furious roar, Patriarch Wuling rushed into the 41st seal. Behind him, tens of thousands of wooden puppets had already emerged from the puppet array. These wooden puppets contained Patriarch Wuling's martial will and the power of the 5 elements. They were more or less harmful to ghost beasts. Chapter 1240. When Ancestor Hercules saw Wuling Old Ancestor appear at the 41st layer of the seal, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. As a quasi-venerable old monster who had lived for nearly 100,000 years, it was impossible for him not to have some life-saving abilities. If he had one, then others definitely had one as well. However, he didn't know what Wuling Old Ancestor's life-saving ability was. Herculean old monster, I'll fight you to the death. Patriarch Wuling acted as though he had seen his enemy. He immediately summoned Yi Qin and the other two to attack Patriarch Herculean. You think I'm afraid of you? This time it was Ancestor Wuling who took action. Ancestor Hercules felt that he was on the right side. A punch was thrown out, and the boundless fist energy acted on the void, stirring up waves of ripples. Everything in the world was in a state of movement, and movement required power. Even the operation of one's thoughts required power to be propelled. When the profound meaning of power reached its limit, it would be close to the great completion of a supreme martial art. In the early stages, one's power would be able to defeat everything. Boom. Old Ancestor Wuling was sent flying. He wasn't Old Ancestor Herculean's match in a head-on confrontation. His opponent wasn't an ordinary quasi-venerable either. However, Patriarch Wuling wasn't just that. He was just testing how strong Patriarch Herculean was. Great 5 elements capture. As Wuling Patriarch retreated, his hands formed seals at lightning speed. In the next moment, a huge and majestic 5-colored shadow appeared behind him. It was like a god, and when the god opened its eyes, the sky and earth changed color. As Wuling Patriarch extended his palm, the 5-colored shadow's huge palm also reached out and grabbed Patriarch Hercules. Good, look at my totem golden body. Physique refinement kings were already superior to other martial artists in terms of spirit body. What was more terrifying was that physique refinement kings could also cultivate body-refining martial arts like the 9 Revolutions Golden Body and the Totem Golden Body. Even if they were at the same rank 8 Spirit Body or rank 9 Spirit Body, the one who cultivated the 9 Revolutions Golden Body or the Totem Golden Body would be more than twice or even 10 times stronger than their opponent. Just by relying on their mortal body, they would be invincible. Suddenly, the Herculean ancestor's body shone with an intense dark golden light. On the surface of his skin, dark golden light patterns started to converge. These light patterns were like living creatures, drilling and drilling around his skin, eventually forming into a perfect totem tattoo. Buzz. The moment the totem tattoo was formed, the 5-colored hand reached out. Patriarch Hercules let him grab him. Crunch. The 5-colored hand grabbed the Herculean Patriarch and suddenly exerted force as if it wanted to crush his body. However, no matter how much force the 5-colored hand exerted, the Herculean Patriarch remained impregnable. The dark golden tattoos on his body even pushed the 5-colored hand away a little, not giving it the best angle to exert force. One of the 5 great body-tempering martial arts of the barbarian tribe, Totem Golden Body? Old Ancestor Wuling frowned. The barbarian tribe basically walked the path of body refinement, and they had the most powerful body refinement martial arts. There were only one or two in the human tribe that could compare to the 5 great body refinement martial arts of the barbarian tribe. As for the spirit tribe, there was none. Old man, take a punch from me as well. The power of the 5-colored hand grew weaker. Herculean Patriarch gave a low shout and broke free of the 5-colored hand's restraints. Then he punched at Wuling Patriarch. This punch was incomparably ferocious, incomparably wild. The powerful fist force even affected the surrounding space, making everyone feel as though they had returned to the primordial era. At this moment, Wuling Ancestor's old strength had already been used up and he hadn't gathered any new strength. In a hurry, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this fist. Although even if he forcefully attacked, the other party wouldn't be able to hurt him in a short period of time, he would still lose face. Earth first. Wuling Patriarch ordered. Yi Chen blocked in front of Wuling Patriarch and struck out with his palm. There was a loud bang. A large amount of blood spurted out from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he flew backward. Herculean Patriarch's fist force had been blocked and weakened by more than half. It was easily destroyed by Wuling Patriarch. What a powerful puppet. Herculean Patriarch looked at Yi Chen in shock. He didn't take Yi Chen seriously at first. He thought that it was just an ordinary puppet that had at most 50% of Wuling Patriarch's strength. However, that attack just now had at least 70 to 80% of Wuling Patriarch's strength. A genius of the human tribe? Patriarch Golden Light's eyes were sharp. Although the aura that Yi Chen emitted came from the same source as Wuling Patriarch's, there was a faint hint of something else. I wonder where this old monster found such a top genius of the human tribe. Patriarch Golden Light's expression was a little gloomy. The human tribe and the demon tribe were one. They would prosper together and suffer together. Such a genius of the human tribe would definitely be a great general in the future. His eyes turned and Patriarch Golden Light looked at Wuling Patriarch with a cold gaze. However, this coldness was quickly hidden. As for Yi Chen, he had been sent flying by Herculean Patriarch. He had used up a lot of his 5-element power. His power came from Wuling Patriarch, so he had to constantly replenish it in order to maintain his peak state. However, no one knew that after this attack, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with the light of spiritual wisdom. He glanced at Wuling Patriarch and the light of spiritual wisdom quickly dimmed, becoming no different from before. Enough. Old Man Yin Yang stepped forward to mediate. Old Man Yin Yang ignored Yi Chen and said to Old Man Yin Yang in a low voice, "Old Man Yin Yang, we agreed that we would join forces to fight when we enter. However, this old bastard actually plotted against me. If I didn't have some life-saving abilities, I would have died on the 40th level. This matter definitely won't end so easily." Old Man Yin Yang looked at Old Man Yin Yang and said coldly, "Is this true? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? I've already joined forces to fight. As for the other things, you didn't say anything and I didn't agree." He had found a loophole. "It seems that you aren't sincere." Granny Night Ghost also stood on Old Man Yin Yang's side. "Alright, this is a misunderstanding. We haven't found the abyssal fruit tree yet, but we've already started fighting. Aren't you afraid that all our efforts will go to waste?" Patriarch Golden Light knew that it was time for him to speak. He couldn't let Old Man Yin Yang become the target of everyone. After all, Old Man Yin Yang was the closest to him. "Old Man Golden Light, nothing can be accomplished without rules. I don't trust him." Old Man Yin Yang threatened. "Ah." Patriarch Golden Light laughed, then said in a sinister voice, "Since that's the case, then let's fight. No one can even dream of acquiring the abyssal fruit." He was certain that the other side wouldn't choose to fight. Old Man Yin Yang was enraged. Old Man Yin Yang gave Patriarch Golden Light a deep look. He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Let's drop this matter for now. I'll say the ugly words first. In the future, if anyone dares to ignore our agreement, I will kill them even at the cost of being injured." As he spoke, a sinister, murderous look flashed through his eyes. He had already made up his mind. After acquiring the abyssal fruit, he would join forces with Granny Night Ghost and Old Man Yin Yang to forcefully kill Old Man Yin Yang and Patriarch Golden Light. In any case, prior to coming here, he hadn't planned on splitting the abyssal fruit evenly. To him, the more abyssal fruits he had, the better. Fine. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the situation was dire, I wouldn't have acted in such a manner. Old Man Yin Yang gave himself a way out of this awkward situation. Of everyone present, the one he feared the most was Old Man Yin Yang. He couldn't see through this old fellow. Chapter 1241. The 41st level was a desolate and cold desert. It was vast and boundless. In this desert there would be a tower every few hundred miles. The tower stretched from the lowest to the highest, stretching all the way into the distance. Rumble, a huge dragon-like black whirlwind suddenly appeared in the distance. Before the whirlwind even got close, a piercing chill blew over and frost formed on the surface of the desert. What's this? Old Ancestor Wuling had a bad feeling. This whirlwind had caused his soul sea to become slightly unstable. Take a detour. Inyang Kajer didn't dare to be careless and chose to take a detour. Unexpectedly, the whirlwind also started to change direction. Umph. Old Ancestor Hercules snorted and punched. The illusory fist shadow affected the void and struck the whirlwind. However, what surprised everyone was that although the fist shadow caused the whirlwind to disperse a little, the actual lethality wasn't that great. It was as if the whirlwind was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the black whirlwind was already near the 5 of them. Everyone looked closely and instantly felt their blood run cold. This wasn't an ordinary whirlwind. It was clearly a ghostly whirlwind formed by countless ghostly creatures. Ghostly figures were faintly discernible within. It's the Yellow Spring Storm. It's filled with Yellow Spring's ghosts. Old Ancestor Wuling's hair stood on end as he exclaimed. The Yellow Spring Storm was one of the most terrifying storms in hell. This storm wasn't formed naturally but was formed by mixing Yellow Spring's ghosts. Even the rarest impermanence ghosts in hell had to retreat when encountering the Yellow Spring Storm. This was because after the Yellow Spring Storm was formed by the Yellow Spring's ghosts, their disadvantages were weakened and their advantages were strengthened. Once one was caught in it, they would immediately become a part of it. Old Ancestor Wuling began to suspect if Ghost Weeping Mountain was the territory of a Grade 3 mountain ghost. How could an ordinary Grade 3 mountain ghost have a large number of ghost beasts and a Yellow Spring Storm? However, it made sense. Since this place was sealed, it was definitely unusual. Seal it? How could Inyang Kajer allow the Yellow Spring Storm to get close to him? He quickly formed a seal with both hands and a ball of white air formed in front of him. Shortly after, the illusory figure behind him injected a black air current into the white air current. In the next moment, a black and white yin-yang diagram enveloped the Yellow Spring Storm and completely restrained it. Patriarch Wuling wasn't slow either. The 5-element seal descended from the sky and enveloped the Netherworld Storm and the black-white yin-yang image. Patriarch Golden Light also unleashed his own golden light dimension. Numerous mirrors that emitted intense golden light combined together. The golden light was blinding to the eyes. As for the Night Ghost Granny and the Herculean Ancestor, they weren't good at trapping, so they didn't interfere. After doing all this, the 5 of them rushed forward at full speed. Although the 3 layers of seals could trap any quasi-venerable for a very long time, the Yellow Spring Storm was much more terrifying than a quasi-venerable. About a quarter of an hour later, a loud explosion came from behind them. The 5 of them knew that the seal had been broken. Rumble. The entire desert seemed to be trembling. The Yellow Spring Storm chased after them at a speed 10 times faster than before. One could see that as the speed increased, the thickness of the Yellow Spring Storm was also shrinking. However, with the distance between the two sides, the Yellow Spring Storm could catch up to the 5 of them if it shrunk by 10%. At that time, any of the 5 of them would be in danger if they were caught. It's too fast. In just 100 breaths it will catch up to us. Patriarch Wuling's heart sank after calculating the distance. Regardless of whether he had the strength or not, he didn't want to fight to the death with the Yellow Spring Storm. That would be a foolish move that would harm himself. The Yellow Spring Storm was getting closer and closer to the 5 of them. The entire Crying Ghost Mountain contained a unique sealing law that prevented teleportation. It would be good if they could reach 1,000th of the speed in space. Rumble. Good things never come in pairs, but misfortune never comes alone. The surface of the desert not far from the 5 of them suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black whirlwind rushed up. It was another Yellow Spring Storm. Because the distance was too close, and the 5 of them maintained their maximum speed, they couldn't react in time. They could only subconsciously turn left and right. The result was obvious. The 5 of them were split in two. Old Yin-Yang Man, the Night Ghost Granny, and the Herculean Ancestor flew to the right, while Patriarch Golden Light and Patriarch Wuling chose the left. Lure it away from me. Patriarch Wuling flicked his hand, and a figure flew in another direction. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was the Stone Emperor with a dull expression. Unfortunately, the Yellow Spring Storm didn't care about the Stone Emperor at all. It continued to chase after Patriarch Wuling and Patriarch Herculean. Could it be that this Yellow Spring Storm is only interested in powerful souls? Patriarch Wuling guessed. There was no time to think. Patriarch Golden Light and Patriarch Wuling's expressions changed again. In front of them, the desert exploded, and the third yellow spring storm appeared. Damn it. Patriarch Wuling hurriedly turned right, and Patriarch Golden Light flashed left. Just like that, the two of them had a yellow spring storm behind them and they ran for their lives. After chasing for a long time, the yellow spring storm howled. As the wind howled, the yellow spring storm's speed increased tenfold, just like the first yellow spring storm. Sensing the movement behind him, Patriarch Wuling's pupils shrank. Fight. Patriarch Wuling flew toward the nearest tower. He was betting that the tower could defend against the yellow spring storm and buy him a breath of time. As for how he would escape, that was a matter for later. 1,000 miles. 500 miles. 300 miles. Patriarch Wuling was getting closer and closer to the nearest tower, but the yellow spring storm behind him was getting closer and closer. It was less than 25 miles away. Given the yellow spring storm's speed, it would catch up before Patriarch Wuling could reach it. A pained expression flashed across Patriarch Wuling's face. He made his second difficult choice. He waved his hand and a 5-colored light flashed. A figure charged towards the yellow spring storm. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen's soul was far more powerful than that of ordinary sovereigns. Although he couldn't compare to powerful sovereigns in terms of quantity, in terms of quality he surpassed them by quite a bit. He wasn't inferior to a quasi-exalt. At this moment, Patriarch Wuling had no choice but to abandon Yi Chen. It was just like how he had abandoned his most precious golem formation on the 40th level. If I can't obtain the abyssal fruit this time, I'll have suffered a double loss. Yi Chen was one of the best materials he had seen in all these years. Perhaps he was the best. Yi Chen had nearly 80% of his original body's strength. This was much more precious than anything else. If his life wasn't in danger, he wouldn't abandon Yi Chen even if he was beaten to death. Patriarch Wuling couldn't help but hate Patriarch Hercules even more. If Patriarch Hercules hadn't plotted against him, he could have used the golem formation to block the yellow spring storm and buy some time for him. He wouldn't have needed to abandon Yi Chen. Patriarch Hercules, just you wait. With a low roar, Patriarch Wuling scurried into the tower. The moment he was thrown out, Yi Chen had already woken up. Of course, when he had clashed with Patriarch Hercules, Yi Chen had already woken up quite a bit. Although Patriarch Wuling's control over him was strong, there was a limit. After clashing with Patriarch Hercules, this control had been greatly weakened. Given Yi Chen's willpower, he had naturally seized control of his mind. However, due to Patriarch Wuling's strength, Yi Chen had been hiding his sobriety. At this moment, Yi Chen's vision was filled by a dragon-like yellow spring storm. The next moment, his entire body was submerged in the yellow spring storm. Chapter 1242. Swoosh. Taking advantage of the short moment when the yellow spring storm engulfed Yi Chen, Patriarch Wuling rushed into the tall pagoda. There was nothing else on the first floor of the tall pagoda. There was only a black stone tablet with 6 blood-colored words written on it. Those who enter this place will die. This place? Patriarch Wuling knew that the other party should be referring to the 41st floor seal and not the tall pagoda. When he arrived at the second floor, there was the same stone tablet and the same words. The third floor was the same. Patriarch Wuling's heart gradually sank. If the other party was not exaggerating, then this place was really very dangerous. The 6 blood-colored words were like a brand, deeply imprinted in the depths of Patriarch Wuling's soul. Forget it. If I can successfully leave this place this time, I won't come back in the future. Patriarch Wuling was afraid. This place was too strange. It was not something a quasi-venerate like him could do. When he returned to the first floor, Patriarch Wuling stood at the door and looked at the yellow spring storm that engulfed Yi Chen. This child is talented. What a pity. Patriarch Wuling sighed inwardly. Then he sat down cross-legged and recovered his spiritual yuan. Inside the yellow spring storm, an illusory Yi Chen was pulled out. This was Yi Chen's soul. On this soul, there were densely packed 5-colored threads and runes. The key to Patriarch Wuling's control over Yi Chen was these 5-colored threads and runes. Crack. As the yellow spring storm spun intensely, the 5-colored threads and runes broke and disintegrated inch by inch. The runes disintegrated. Inside the tall pagoda, Patriarch Wuling's expression was gloomy. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope that Yi Chen could survive. Now this hope was shattered. The runes were broken and Yi Chen's soul would not be any better. It would definitely be completely engulfed by the yellow spring storm and disappear from this world. The yellow spring storm did not have much lethality to the physical body, but it was fatal to the soul. Yi Chen felt as if his soul had entered a meat grinder. At every moment, it was spinning and slicing thousands of times. But at this moment, the uniqueness of Yi Chen's soul was also reflected. Not to mention the soul of an ordinary emperor, even the soul of a quasi-venerable would not be able to resist the Yellow Spring storm and would become weaker and weaker. Apart from being weakened at the beginning, Yi Chen's soul gradually rebounded. The stronger the pressure, the stronger the rebound. An inextinguishable soul fire burned fiercely. In fact, the souls that had awakened the eye of the soul were all special. The will of the universe had given them an inextinguishable characteristic. Of course, it was not absolutely inextinguishable but to a certain extent. In addition, Yi Chen's immortal sword soul also played an inextinguishable role. Without the immortal sword soul, Yi Chen's soul would not have been able to withstand it a long time ago. The inextinguishable flame burned and the immortal radiance bloomed. Yi Chen's soul was as transparent as a god. Gradually his soul returned to his body. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The will of hell. So that's how it is. At this moment Yi Chen vaguely understood what hell was. If his guess was correct, hell should be the negative side of the universe, equivalent to the projection of the universe. And the will of hell was also the negative side of the universe, one positive and one negative. The Yellow Spring storm was still spinning crazily, as if it would not stop until it devoured Yi Chen's soul. Absorb for me. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's body. A mystical suction force was born. This suction force did not devour the Yellow Spring storm, but rather the will of hell contained within it. In hell, all ghosts had the will of hell just like the martial will of a martial artist. The difference was that one was innate while the other was acquired. A large amount of the will of hell entered Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen's soul began its second evolution. Yi Chen had no other choice. If he didn't absorb the will of hell, he wouldn't be able to break free from the Yellow Spring storm. After all, this Yellow Spring storm had gathered a large number of Yellow Spring's ghosts, and its power was boundless. No matter how strong his soul force was, it would still be devoured. After devouring a large amount of the will of hell, Yi Chen's body underwent a drastic change. First, the silver vertical eye on his forehead opened. In the next instant, this silver vertical eye split into two. The two silver vertical eyes appeared on Yi Chen's forehead, one on the left and one on the right. Their color gradually changed from silver to crimson, then to golden red and finally to pure gold. The pure gold vertical eye shifted downwards, fusing with Yi Chen's eyes. The intense pain caused Yi Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. Streams of blood flowed out from the slits of his eyes. Ah! An earth-shaking roar erupted as the Yellow Spring storm exploded. Only a figure floated in the air. Yi Chen's aura was still as sharp as before, like beams of sword chi shooting out. But this sharpness contained a pressure as vast as the sea of hell. At this moment he was the center of this area. Crackle. Golden lightning danced. Yi Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were immeasurably deep, and his pupils were surrounded by a golden halo. If one looked closely they could see two vortexes in Yi Chen's pupils. They were arranged in the shape of twin stars, slowly spinning. Seeing through space-time. Is this the evolved form of the soul eye? After his space profound reached completion, although Yi Chen could see through space within a certain range, it didn't include space-time. Moreover, he had to rely on space profound to sense it. It was like looking at a person through glass. But after his soul eye evolved, not only could Yi Chen see through space-time, but he could also see what had happened not long ago. It was like a movie rewinding. This kind of eye had already touched upon the changes of time and space, and was born with both profound mysteries of space and time. However, Yi Chen didn't know what this eye was called. Up until now, he only knew of two kinds of evolved forms of the soul eye. One was the soul destruction heavenly eye, and the other was the soul enchanting divine eye. If some old antiques were here, they would definitely recognize that this pair of eyes was very similar to the legendary Netherworld Sacred Eye. The Netherworld Sacred Eye was born from the will of hell, and it was like a fish in water in hell. Any ghost that encountered it would be innately restrained. That was because it could absorb the will of hell. Without the will of hell, it was the same as turning into a walking corpse. Of course, the difference couldn't be too great. For example, if he encountered a ghost king, even if the Netherworld Sacred Eye was 10 times stronger, it would still be useless. The two sides simply weren't on the same level of life or soul. It seems it's still not strong enough. When the Netherworld Sacred Eye first formed, Yi Chen felt that its source power wasn't strong enough. It seemed he needed to absorb more of the will of hell. If he could nurture his own will of hell, then the Netherworld Sacred Eye would be the true Netherworld Sacred Eye. This was his instinctive belief that it was close to an inheritance. The yellow spring storms that others flocked to were undoubtedly a delicious meal in Yi Chen's eyes. He didn't even need to search for them. As long as the netherworld sacred eye scanned them, he would be able to see where the yellow spring storms were. 1 storm, 2 storms, 3 storms. In just 2 hours, Yi Chen had absorbed a total of 10 yellow spring storms. The will of hell in his eyes surged like the sea, and even Yi Chen couldn't control it. Wherever his eyes looked, he would feel a terrifying divine pressure. The last yellow spring storm was destroyed by Yi Chen's gaze. Chapter 1243. After absorbing 10 underworld storms, Yi Chen's netherworld sacred eye had reached its limit. If he didn't consolidate it, he would explode from the underworld will. In his sea of soul, the destruction sword soul and the immortal sword soul were also trying to balance the new relationship. Previously, the world was divided into 2, but now it was a tripartite balance. Yi Chen discovered that after this near-death experience, the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent had made great progress. They both broke through to the peak of the 7th step, only a step away from the 8th step. The 8th step of the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent were equivalent to ordinary 9th step sword intent. They had reached the limit of ordinary sword intent and were comparable to ordinary supremes. According to the legends, when the sword domain reached the peak of the 9th level, one would have a trace of the power of sword god. Similarly, when the sword intent reached the peak of the 9th step, one would also have a trace of the power of sword god. It was unknown whether this sword intent was ordinary or attributed. Of course, no matter what, even if the ordinary sword intent reached the peak of the 9th step, it would have an unimaginable divine might. However, until now, no supremes had been able to push their will and domain to the peak. The power of God wasn't that easy to obtain. A trace of coldness appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. He saw old ancestor Wuling leave the tower and move further away. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. His 4 friends were still in the enemy's hands. However, with his own strength, even if he used the netherworld sacred eye, it was almost impossible to defeat him. If a quasi-venerable could be defeated with a pair of eyes, then it wouldn't be worth anything. Yi Chen's current strength could at most contend with a peak emperor, and the 5 elements power that old ancestor Wuling gave him had long been dissolved by the underworld storms. It couldn't increase Yi Chen's strength, and Yi Chen didn't need it. Although the 5 elements power could increase his strength, it was also a means for old ancestor Wuling to control him. However, this was hell. After absorbing the underworld will, Yi Chen discovered that he could control the underworld storms through the underworld will. The underworld storms could kill quasi-venerables, and Yi Chen could control the underworld storms. This meant that Yi Chen could kill quasi-venerables. That was how the world worked. In no time, Yi Chen controlled 3 yellow spring storms. With a flash, Yi Chen entered one of the yellow spring storms and led the other 2 yellow spring storms in pursuit of old ancestor Wuling. The speed of the yellow spring storm was much faster than Wuling Patriarch. After 5 minutes, Yi Chen could see Wuling Patriarch with his naked eyes. 3. Patriarch Wuling's pupils constricted. 5 elements escape. 5-colored light emanated from Patriarch Wuling's body, and his speed increased exponentially. He was like a 5-colored meteor. Do you think you can escape? Within the yellow spring storm, Yi Chen muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow spring storm's speed increased 10-fold. This was a method of increasing speed at the cost of burning the power of ghosts and the will of hell. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Patriarch Wuling's ruthlessness surged. He turned around and slammed his palm at one of the yellow spring storms. The 5-colored palm contained the power of the 5 elements and was flawless. It was extremely destructive even to ghosts. The yellow spring storm was a combination of countless yellow springs ghosts, and a portion of it was dispersed. However, the other 2 yellow spring storms took the opportunity to attack Patriarch Wuling. They could have devoured him, but he was protected by a layer of 5-colored light, and the yellow spring storm was deflected slightly. Boom, boom, boom. If the first time didn't work, the second time, the third time, gradually the 5-colored light protecting Patriarch Wuling grew weaker and weaker. In the end, there was a popping sound like a bubble bursting. 5 elements seal. As one of the powerful quasi-venerables, Patriarch Wuling had countless powerful life-saving methods. This time, the 5-element seal wasn't used to seal the yellow spring storm. With his power, he could only seal 1 yellow spring storm at most, and he couldn't seal it for too long, let alone 3. He used the 5-element seal to seal himself, which was equivalent to adding a protective barrier to himself. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Yi Chen didn't want to waste too much time with his opponent. The netherworld's sacred eye flashed, and one of the yellow spring storms shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it had shrunk in size, the yellow spring storm's density had increased countless times. It was like a spinning awl that stabbed at the seal. Crack. Cracks appeared on the five-element seal. Under Yi Chen's control, the other yellow spring storm also transformed into the same form. They attacked the five-element seal from the left and right. More and more cracks appeared on the five-element seal, and they spread out like a spider web. I haven't lived long enough. I can't die. Patriarch Wuling's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He waved his hand and a miniature puppet array descended from the sky. Of course, a small puppet array couldn't stop the yellow spring storm from devouring him. Patriarch Wuling pointed at his chest, and with a puff, a thick arrow of blood spurted out. The arrow of blood didn't land on the ground but floated in the air. Patriarch Wuling pointed his finger, and the arrow of blood turned into blood-colored runes. Buzz. When the so-called blood-colored runes were born, a ring of light mixed with blood and 5 colors spread out. Circle after circle, it was like ripples in the water. I will use the price of 90% of my remaining lifespan to summon the puppet True God's Will. Patriarch Wuling shouted loudly. The puppet True God's Will. Yi Chen's eyes were solemn. He didn't believe that Patriarch Wuling could summon the true puppet True God's Will, but as long as there was a remnant, it was terrifying enough. The power of a true god wasn't limited to the surface. They could change the world and turn the impossible into the possible. Even a trace of remnant will had terrifying power. For the first time the space of hell fluctuated. A huge shadow appeared from the void, and it enveloped Patriarch Wuling. This shadow was expressionless, and its eyes were a mass of emptiness. But when Yi Chen looked at this mass of emptiness, his mind immediately became muddled, and he felt like he had forgotten everything. So strange. Yi Chen didn't dare to look anymore. Haha, so what if it's the yellow spring storm? This is my final trump card. If a person blocks, I will kill him. If a god blocks, I will kill a god. Patriarch Wuling seemed to have gone mad. This method of summoning the puppet True God's Will was the highest profound meaning of the heaven-seizing puppet secret technique. He didn't summon the puppet True God's Will, but he gathered the remnant of the puppet True God's Will in the human world. The moment it became a true god, a part of its will would be integrated into the universe and become a part of it. Those miracles were the manifestation of the True God's Will. However, the True God's Will couldn't be controlled. Even if it was a remnant, it wasn't something that mortals could touch. Patriarch Wuling had used up 90% of his remaining lifespan to barely gather a bit of it. As for whether it would be assimilated by the puppet True God's Will, he didn't care. Why did you summon me? The illusory figure's words startled old ancestor Wuling and Yi Chen. Patriarch Wuling swallowed his saliva. He pointed at the 3 yellow spring storms and said, "Help me end them. It's best if you can turn them into puppet storms." The shadow glanced at the 3 yellow spring storms. "Sure, but you don't have enough life force." Suddenly Patriarch Wuling screamed. His entire body was sucked away at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was integrated into the shadow and the shadow became slightly more solid. Chapter 1244. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Wuling old ancestor was already dead. He didn't know if the 5-element space was still there. As for the puppet True God's Will, it was obviously not an inanimate object. Thinking about it, it made sense. The will of a true god was not something mortals could imagine. It was not wrong to say that it was one of the billions of incarnations of a true god. The illusory figure, which had become a bit more solid, looked at the Yellow Springs Tempest. His gaze ignored everything and directly looked at Yi Chen. "Interesting little fellow. You actually awakened the netherworld divine eyes. With this pair of eyes, you are like half the master of hell. The 4 failed puppets inside the 5-element space should be your friends, right? Here you go." The shadow stretched out his right hand and opened it. A 5-colored ball of light slowly floated towards Yi Chen. "I have already unlocked the puppet secret technique on them. Being refined into puppets is good for them and bad for them. The good is that the mysteries of the 5 elements are imprinted in the depths of their souls. The bad is that there is still a trace of this person's will hidden in the depths of their souls. One day when this will is strong enough, it is not impossible for it to possess their souls." Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, as the shadow had said, being refined into a puppet allowed him to know some mysteries of the 5 elements. In the future, it would be much easier to create supreme techniques related to the 5 elements. However, he did not understand why the shadow did not kill him. Wasn't he summoned by Wuling Old Ancestor? Although Wuling Old Ancestor had already been killed by him. The shadow seemed to know Yi Chen's question. "Come out. These 3 yellow spring storms are mine." Hearing this, Yi Chen thought that it was like that. Wuling Old Ancestor did not know that he was in the Yellow Spring Storm, so the purpose of summoning the puppet True God's Will was to refine the Yellow Spring Storm into a puppet. The puppet True God knew that Yi Chen was in the Yellow Spring Storm, but for some reason, it did not make things difficult for Yi Chen. Holding the 5-element space in his hand, Yi Chen walked out of the Yellow Spring Storm. The illusory figure waved his hand, and the 3 Yellow Spring Storms fused together, becoming an even larger one. Shortly after, this Yellow Spring Storm began to compress, fusing with the illusory figure. In the end, a primal chaos illusory figure appeared, but its eyes were still empty. Crackle. In the instant that all of this was completed, the sky suddenly crackled with lightning. The lightning was pitch black, and a powerful voltage was applied to Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen felt his body go numb, and his soul was on the verge of collapsing. Not good. What kind of lightning is this? Yi Chen hurriedly flew far away to avoid being affected. It was obvious that the pitch-black lightning was directed at the puppet True God's Will and had nothing to do with him. Even the apocalyptic thunderbolt has appeared. Don't worry, I won't challenge your authority. The chaotic shadow took a step forward and disappeared from this world. As the chaotic shadow left, the black lightning also gradually disappeared as if nothing had happened. The 5-elemental space belonged to Wuling Forefather. When Wuling Forefather died, the soul imprint on it became much weaker. Without much effort, Yi Chen erased the soul imprint that belonged to Wuling Forefather and replaced it with his own. What happened? Ancestor Wuling is dead. The moment they were released, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others asked with lingering fear. Yi Chen nodded and explained what happened next. That was close. Fortunately, that old guy is dead. Otherwise, we'd be under his control for the rest of our lives. Yeah, it was really too dangerous this time. A paragon is indeed a paragon. You simply couldn't resist. Our strength is far from enough. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. Anyone who almost became a puppet for the rest of their lives would be in a bad mood, not to mention that the Scarlet Wind Emperor was a dignified emperor. Stone Emperor said, Supreme Holy Land will open in 80 years. At that time, as long as one is at the 8th layer of Life and Death Realm, they can enter. We'll strive to reach the 8th layer within 80 years and enter the Supreme Holy Land together. That's right. Supreme Holy Land usually opens once every 10,000 years. This time it's 2,000 years early. If we miss this chance, the next time will be 10,000 years later. The Fire Sparrow Emperor nodded. Yi Chen said, Supreme Holy Land opens in 80 years? He hadn't heard anything about Supreme Holy Land. Snow Air Emperor explained, Supreme Holy Land is the graveyard of deceased paragons. Almost all the deceased paragons of the 4 great life starfields are inside. Due to the special rules of Supreme Holy Land, the corpses of paragons will not decay, and their chi and blood will not deteriorate. Their bodies still contain powerful energy and will. If one can obtain the inheritance of a paragon, it can save countless years of hard work. Scarlet Wind Emperor continued, the closer one gets to the center of Supreme Holy Land, the more powerful the pressure of a paragon becomes. Ordinary emperors can only seek opportunities in the periphery, and only the truly powerful emperors can enter. It's said that there are many corpses of supreme paragons in the center of Supreme Holy Land. There are even corpses of paragons who dominated an era. Yi Chen nodded. The corpses of paragons from ancient to modern times were all inside, so there were bound to be some heaven-defying paragons. However, he didn't know what the inheritance of a paragon was. If he accepted the inheritance, he would have no choice but to walk the path of the paragons. If it was only a kind of power that could be transformed into his own in the future, Yi Chen could accept it. After all, even if he wasn't powerful, others would be powerful. Moreover, power was power. It was very simple. From birth, people began to learn other people's things. Let's leave this place first. Hell was too dangerous. Even paragons were in a precarious situation here, not to mention them. Yi Chen didn't expect to obtain any treasures here. He only wanted to find the exit as soon as possible. In order not to drag Yi Chen down, the 4 entered the 5-element space again. After a week, Yi Chen returned to the foot of the Crying Ghost Mountain. Originally, with Yi Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to come out alive. However, he had the Netherworld Sacred Eye. Ordinary ghosts were completely suppressed. Even that ghost beast, which was comparable to a second-level mountain ghost, couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. Every time it pounced on him, it would be dispirited and listless by the Netherworld Sacred Eye's hell will. Hey, one came out? So weak? On the guest platform, the eyes of the skull flickered endlessly. Yi Chen walked over and sized up the skull. After confirming that the other party could think, he asked, Do you know where the exit to hell is? Why should I tell you? Unless you give me 50 ghost stones. Sure. Give me the ghost stones first. Tell me first, then I'll give them to you. Fine, if you lie to me I'll swallow you alive. The skull didn't believe that Yi Chen would play any tricks. Although it was bound here, if it wanted to swallow a puny human, it was too easy. It couldn't do anything to those quasi-venerables from before. Walk 50 billion li in that direction and there'll be an exit. As for whether it's the entrance you came in from, I don't know. Are you sure? Yi Chen was a little skeptical. Hand over the 50 ghost stones. The eyes of the skull burned fiercely. I don't dare to confirm whether what you said is true or not. How about this, when I confirm it's true, I'll give it to you. Yi Chen turned and flew in the direction indicated by the skull. You're courting death. The skull was furious. It opened its pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black storm swept toward Yi Chen. Facing the pitch-black storm, a golden light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Pooh, the storm suddenly dissipated, and a terrifying hell will rushed toward the skull. The skull screamed and the fire in its eyes dimmed. How is this possible? This is the Netherworld Sacred Eye. You're a human, how can you have the Netherworld Sacred Eye? I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yi Chen's figure flashed and he instantly disappeared. The exit is naturally true, but every exit is guarded by Netherworld ghosts. You can't leave. No, he has the Netherworld Sacred Eye, why would he be afraid of Netherworld ghosts? For a moment, the skull was extremely distressed. Chapter 1245. This exit is indeed real. With the Netherworld Sacred Eye, Yi Chen could easily see whether the exit was real or fake. As for the Nether ghosts guarding the exit, he directly ignored them. As long as they weren't Grade 2 mountain ghosts or above, no ghost was a threat to him. As for Grade 3 mountain ghosts, they were at best a ferocious beast. It would be difficult to defeat them, but it wouldn't take too much effort to get rid of them. With a flash, Yi Chen escaped into the hazy passageway. At the end of the passageway, a black figure was faintly discernible. Behind him was a white barrier with flowing water waves and threatening cold air. Just as the black figure was about to attack Yi Chen, a golden light flashed, and the black figure instantly turned into nothingness. Yi Chen passed through the white barrier. So cold. Is this the depths of the heavenly river? Yi Chen had experienced this kind of cold in the depths of the heavenly river, and it got colder the deeper he went. The calm water contained the changes of time and space. Without enough strength, it was impossible to find the way out. This was a huge island, and in the center of the island was a lake. Suddenly, a pillar of water erupted from the center of the lake, and a figure broke out of the water. The figure was Yi Chen. So it's the lake of the island. After looking around for a while, Yi Chen understood. It was obvious that this place was similar to the volcanic island, an entrance to hell. After leaving hell, Yi Chen released the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. We're out. The outside world is still the best. The Scarlet Wind Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The Snow Air Emperor hesitated. I don't know if this is a Grade 5 tributary. If not, it'll be even more difficult to leave the Heavenly River. Although the Grade 5 tributary of the Heavenly River was vast and boundless, it was still possible to leave in 3 to 5 years. If one was lucky, 1 or 2 years would be enough. If it was a Grade 4 tributary, it would take at least 10 times more time. If it was a Grade 3 tributary or even a Grade 2 tributary or even the main branch, it wasn't a matter of time. If one's realm wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to leave for a lifetime. Legend had it that ordinary supremes would be trapped for countless years if they entered the main branch of the Heavenly River, unless they reached a profound realm in the profound meaning of time and space. It doesn't matter. This is still a 5th grade tributary. I can see the boundary at the edge of the Heavenly River. As for how far the Netherworld Sacred Eye could see, Yi Chen didn't have a concrete idea. However, compared to the Soul Eye, the Netherworld Sacred Eye's ability was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. Millions of li could only be seen within a few inches, while the Soul Eye's range was only 1,000,000,000 li. It could be said that the Netherworld Sacred Eye itself had the property of space and time. Combined with Yi Chen's perfect space profound, the range of his vision was unimaginable. After spending half a year, Yi Chen's group of 5 finally left the Sky River and arrived in outer space. This was mainly because the space-time in the Heavenly River was ever-changing. Sometimes it could be sped up and sometimes it would be slowed down. We're finally out. At this moment, the 5 of them felt as if a lifetime had passed. The Heavenly River was still too dangerous for them. Being able to come out alive could be said to be a stroke of luck. However, they wouldn't be so lucky every time. This time, if not for Yi Chen, they would have all become puppets, living a life worse than death. Emperor Dao's spirit root belongs to the fated. I won't think about it anymore. This time I'll go into closed-door training. I won't come out until I break through to the 8th layer. Another few months passed, and the 5 arrived at White Tiger Starfield. Stone Emperor bid farewell to the 4. Next, Fire Sparrow Emperor, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and Snow Air Emperor also bid farewell to Yi Qin. Supreme Holy Land's opening was imminent. Apart from Scarlet Wind Emperor, the others all wanted to break through to the 8th layer within 80 years. Scarlet Wind Emperor was also not satisfied with his current strength, so he also wanted to increase his strength after returning. Finally, only Yi Qin was left. 8th layer Life and Death Realm. No rush. I'll first digest the mysteries of the 5 elements' power. Although there were still 80 years before the opening of Supreme Holy Land, which was not enough time for anyone, Yi Qin wasn't in a hurry to increase his cultivation base. He had to wait until his foundation was solid enough and he had a 100% chance of breaking through. Right now, the most important thing was to digest the mysteries of old ancestor Wuling's 5 elements power. The sooner he could comprehend it, the sooner he could create his own supreme 5 elements sword art. Hell Ghost Whale Mountain. Old Man Yin Yang, Grandma Night Ghost, Vigorous Ancestor and Golden Light Ancestor followed in old ancestor Wuling's footsteps and were all annihilated. Of course, old ancestor Wuling was killed by the true god Puppet's will, while the others died under the endless Yellow Springs tempest. This was merely the 41st floor. Nobody knew what kind of dangers lay in the 42nd to the 49th floor. Perhaps this place was originally a forbidden area of hell. The will of the puppet true god, the only one who could enter and leave freely and no one could stop him, had no interest in this place. He had already gone to an unknown place. There was no one in the world who could detect the traces of the true god's will, even if it was just the remnant will left behind by the puppet true god. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a desolate planet near planet Flaming Star in the Vermilion Bird Star region, a destructive sword aura erupted into the sky. Everything in its path was shattered and annihilated. Doomsday Calamity. After spending 50 years, Yi Qin finally created his own supreme sword art, Doomsday Calamity. Fusing 4 types of profoundness and fusing 5 types of mutually reinforcing and restraining profoundness were not on the same level. The latter was hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. Even with Yi Qin's comprehension ability and old ancestor Wuling's 5 elements power, it took Yi Qin a full 50 years. Doomsday Calamity, which contained the power of the 5 elements, was thousands of times more powerful than the Doomsday Meteor Sword. At this moment, Yi Qin finally had the strength to fight against a quasi-venerable. Of course, although he had created Doomsday Calamity, it was far from reaching perfection. Fusing 5 types of mutually reinforcing and restraining profoundness was too difficult. A mere 50 years was not enough. Yi Qin could only fuse a little bit of it, which was only the tip of the iceberg. Even old ancestor Wuling's 5 elements palm technique was only the tip of the iceberg. Apart from Supremes, almost no one could comprehend a supreme martial art to perfection. Back in the Dragon Race, Yi Qin had seen the image of the green-robed emperor in the image recording crystal. Although it was not a supreme martial art but a 5th revolution martial art that contained the 5 profoundness of metal, wood, water, fire, and wind, the green-robed emperor had fused these 5 profoundness to a very high degree. This was much more powerful than old ancestor Wuling's 5 elements palm technique. A supreme martial art was an extremely difficult path. On the contrary, 5th revolution martial arts and 6th revolution martial arts could improve much faster. However, one's potential was limited. Which one to choose depended on the individual situation. After 50 years, my foundation has more or less solidified. But it's still not enough. I haven't reached the critical point yet. 50 years of cultivation had made Yi Qin's foundation incomparably firm. At this moment he had 80 to 90% chance of breaking through. If it were someone else, they would have already started breaking through. However, Yi Qin had higher requirements for himself. His goal was not only the 8th life and death realm, but also the 9th life and death realm. One wrong step and every step would be wrong. He would not make such a mistake. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.